Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on the Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have joined us in Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii. We just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafamo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kylie Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching.
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Over the past 20 years, the band has been a prominent figure in the African music scene and has been credited with helping to bring Afrobeat to the mainstream of global music. Now 43 years old, the band's latest album, released in August 16, 2024 to mark its 20th anniversary in the music industry, is a testament to its enduring legacy as a trailblazer in the Nigerian African music industry. Having dominated the scene in the early 2000s and 2010s, the band's smooth vocals now convey the tale of a gentleman entering middle age, yet still asserting his status as one of the entertainers who revolutionized Afrobeats. The new 13-song album featured carefully selected artists like Awilo, Akon, Wyclef Jean, and Youssou N'Dour, all pioneers of Afrobeats, reinforce this narrative. In today's News Talk, we are celebrating the evolution of the band as a Nigerian singer and entertainer, tracing his antecedents from Zaria in Nigeria to a global audience of fans. My name is Bayo Olaoye. Oladapo Daniel Oyebanjo, professionally named D'banj, was born on January 9, 1980 in Zaria, Nigeria. He studied at the Nigerian Military School and then went on to pursue a degree in mechanical engineering at the University of Lagos. After graduating with honors, he worked as an engineer for a few years before going to the United Kingdom to pursue music full-time. In 2004, the band officially began its music career under Blackbone Music, which was under the imprint of 419 Squad that was founded by JJC Skills, a veteran Nigerian hip-hop and music business mogul. Between 2004 and 2006, the band and another up-and-coming music talent, Don Jazzy, were managed by Ayo Shonaya under the R70 imprint. His first 3 music videos, which included Mobolowowo, Tongolo and Tongolo Me Remix, were produced and directed by the R70 crew. Later that year, he signed a record and partnership deal with Don Jazzy to create the famous Mo Hits label, which launched him officially into the Nigerian music scene. His first single, Tongolo, was released in 2005 and was an instant hit in Nigeria. Since then, he has gone on to release numerous albums like Rundown 2006 and Entertainer 2008, and singles such as Why Me, Oliver Twist, Fall in Love, Emergency, Mr. Endowed, Igwe, Something for Something, and many more hits that has created a nostalgic era of the 2000s and early 2010s. In 2010, the band began collaborating with American artists like Snoop Dogg, and in 2011 signed a deal with Kanye West's GOOD Music label. That same year, the band scored a major hit with his single Oliver Twist, which topped a number of African charts and fared well in the United Kingdom and Europe as well. The Coco concert, which took place at HMV Apollo Hammersmith in London on the 29th of August 2011, was a highlight of the band's career. The event was hosted by comedian Eddie Caddy and featured stellar performances from the Mo Hits All-Stars, Don Jazzy, D'banj, Wande Cole, Dr. Seed, The Prince, and K-Switch, alongside top music talent Tiwa Savage, KAS, Dot Star, and the surprise guest Kanye West. The event was capped off by West removing his chain and wearing it on D'banj. To music enthusiasts in that area, that was a huge deal, as Kanye West was one of the biggest artists in the world then. Kanye West's performance at the Coco concert signaled the start of a new era of collaboration with international artists from all over the world. Today, Nigerian acts are celebrated all over the world with international creative collaborations and business partnerships and distribution deals. In 2012, the partnership between D'banj and Don Jazzy ended as the pair split up. According to reports, the decision to part ways was agreed upon by the two former creative partners. The once thriving music duo, D'banj and Jazzy, faced increasing tensions within their More Hits Records partnership. Disagreements over business structure, alleged D'banj's dominance, and financial disparity, among others, contributed to the strain. The growing rift, coupled with D'banj's perceived absence during the crisis, ultimately led to the collapse of their successful partnership. D'banj, after dissolving his partnership with Don Jazzy, began working on a compilation album which will eventually come out with his new venture, DB Records, with the album The King's Men. D'banj teamed up with Akon on two songs in 2015 called Feeling, The Niaga, and Frosh. These songs were part of his EP called An Epic Journey, which he released on a series of music videos. D'banj music was becoming more like an urban hip-hop at the time. He released another album called King Don't Come in 2017. In 2024, D'banj marked his 20th year with the release of the entertainer The SOUQ and still keeps a good relationship with Don Jazzy. D'banj has won numerous awards throughout his career, including Best African Act at MTV Europe Music Awards in 2006, Best International Act Africa at the BET Awards in 2011, Artist of the Year at the African Music Awards in 2014, Best Male Actor at the MTV African Music Awards 2016, and several others. He was nominated for a Grammy Award in 2013 for his collaboration with Kanye West on the song All of the Nights. As far as history can tell, the Coco master, D'banj, is still a master of the art and an undisputed leader of Afrobeat in the entire world. He has carved a niche for himself as an outstanding and renowned Nigerian singer and entertainer. I am Bayo Olaoye.
The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV? But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional question, conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their careers started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Nwoku, a software engineer and the publisher of A Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven in the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Ume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South-South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, my younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. Bois invested $300 million.
Because Europe, and especially with a focus our eyes on Asia, our brethren out there. We'll take a little coffee break. When we return, we'll jump right into our first, which is usually Business Day Nigeria. Stay here with us. Welcome right back. I introduce my guest as usual. He's none other than Dr. Idahosa Osamanze. Hello, Doc.
Great SOUQ this morning, great Nigeria. Again, a pleasure to be here with you.
Always. We always feel blessed to have you shed light, give us
admire
insights.
your filler, and
thank you very much.
The colors are quite amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Awesomely unique.
Thank you. Just like you, I can see how pleasant you're looking too on the feedback. All right, we'll jump right in. Business Day Nigeria. Multinationals exit Nigeria operations to limit FX exposure. They're talking about retaining local assets in order for them to tap into opportunities. Doc, this has been something that has been should I say a problem, a reoccurring thing where multinationals are leaving despite all the money's being made. How do they explain that, and how are the people supposed to keep up with losing such products?
Well, I think there's a huge disconnect really here about multinational living, and
I agree.
Also trying to struggle to bring in foreign direct investment in some of all this space. But I think generally, we also must look at those issues where we begin to see opportunities in those spaces that are becoming vacant. If you have looked at the body of that story, you will find that, of course, it will not be less than some people who decide to turn us into a trading arena. Well, that's exactly what it means.
Without caring.
Because all the multinationals that have left, their products are in our markets. So what that simply means is that they're even adding more to our problem, because they have to import this product, source FX from here to bring the product in here, and compounding our challenge.
But how does it profit them to leave and put us in that situation?
You see, technology has made the world so flat.
Not round anymore.
No. That you find that an equipment that could fill this whole room is now on a small chip that can move around. So building factories that are humongous all across the world is no longer profitable for multinational companies, because the cost of maintenance is killing. You talk about the energy consumption, you talk about the manpower, talk about increase in cost of living. All these things are affecting operations, so they are not making profits. So one way to be able to make profit is to slim down.
That makes sense.
So they slim it down and create it. Of course, they've already made some customers around, and they don't want to carry that overhead. So it's easier for them, produce it somewhere, ship it down here. So you just do the math and see what profit you make. So you are not running diesel, you are not burning band A, you are not facing picketing from labor and all that. And then you are cool and dry, making your money and smiling to the bank. So I think it is the modeling of business that is changing really globally, that people are seeming to look at how are we going to be able to optimize what we have such that we can remain competitive and still be able to make our shareholders smile. All these things are the things that are happening. But this should not be for us a very sad situation. It's also an opportunity for people who are creative locally to fill those space and create brands that will be accepted locally within the budget of an average home in Nigeria. And then there'll be no reason to complain.
Doc, but it's not such a, should I say, shoes to fill, not such a easy shoes to fill, because people have complained that we here, Nigerians are not given equal opportunities that are being given to foreigners when they're coming to do business here, to set up. So when they leave those gaping holes, it's quite a chore to fill.
Yeah, but I don't think it's about equal opportunity. It's about our ability to be even to be creative in terms of what we are doing. It's also in terms of us to also see how we can collaborate with some certain people These are all part of the conversation that we should have. But by and large, I feel that we must begin to become a productive economy. And I think we cannot say less of that, because that's the only way you can grow your economy. Because if people are not productive and you're just consuming, it's the simplest and cheapest way to become poor. So what we have seen in time past is that we're seeing nations who are putting and making a whole lot of energy in terms of producing. Take, for example, you go to the UAE, desert. Those guys are struggling to see how they can even produce their food they eat. And I think we must also take that route to see that we are investing so much in capacity building that our people are able to really get the requisite skills to make things happen. And I think it's possible.
Yes, possible it is. This one is a strange headline. Banks hire more staff, double wage bills on inflation. Catch that on page 28. But Doc, banks double wage? Even despite the inflation, current inflation that's going on, isn't it strange? It feels strange because, like we said, people are cutting down. Industries are shedding weight. Banks hire more staff. They double wage. What do you think is going on here?
It's just common sense.
How so?
What you find here is that Nigerian inflation is not demand push.
How do you mean, Doc?
It's cost push.
Okay.
The cost of goods and services are going up because logistics is going up, because the cost of energy is going up. All these things put pressure on the pricing in the market. That's the condition of our inflation. And I really feel that those who are in charge of our monetary policy should underline and underscore this particular fundamental. Because the argument for rate increases, which we have seen over the years, is based or hinged on the fact that we are having so much money in our hands, and there is very few goods
that they can get
that is available, and therefore the prices of those goods have doubled. But that's not the situation. The situation is that electricity that used to be 51 naira per unit is now 225 naira per unit. Even when it says 207 or 209, we have not seen the 209. So by the time you put all VAT and the thing is coming to 250 per unit from 50. So what's the percentage increment? That's over 500%. And that comes on the cost of goods and services. So prices are not up because people have plenty of money in their hand. Prices are high because the cost of input is high.
Taking a lot to get those.
Now, you imagine this on the value chain. Electricity is high because the cost of gas is high. The cost of petrol is high. Now, the cost of transportation is also high for goods and services in terms of logistics. Now, where does this put the worker whose salary has been constant over the years? So he has nothing left in his wallet to go to the market to do purchases. So it's only just reasonable for employers to add more money to their staff. They are not able to add that 500% increment.
Of course not.
So what do they need to do? Some people have to work from home. Some people have to be off. And if people are working shift, now what do? You have to need more hands.
True.
That's what we are seeing. It's just a survival strategy for businesses.
And
it's not healthy.
You have a point there, because even up till now, people have complained that since COVID, firms and organizations and companies have worked from home.
Yeah.
I have a friend currently, they work 2 days on, 3 days at home. And they begin to explain that due to the way things are going, it helps cut down on your expenses. And that makes sense. But on the flip side of that, it makes staff, it makes employees lazy a bit.
Yeah.
So how do we battle that?
Yeah, that's it. Productivity is dropping.
Dropping.
Because nobody has actually gone out to do a study on the productivity index of
hybrid work.
It's until we have to calculate that to find. And that is why the pressure here is for employer to see how more staff can we have so that those gaps are filled somehow. So I think that is what it is. But so that increases cost for businesses, reduces profit, and then shareholders are not smiling.
So like I said, catch that on page 28. Nollywood script writing fails to match screen success. This has gone on for a long time. It's not funny, but there's the billion-dollar industry, to rephrase this, hasn't been able to match the success with its creativity, with its they're talking about script writing here, but even the visuals. How do we up that game?
Well, there's a lot more investment in those things, and I just feel that this is actually where states can actually.
But the money is there.
Yeah, the money is in the industry, but you see, the problem is that we also have to look at the psyche of an average Nigerian business person. How do we think about business? We hit capital and profit at the same time.
Putting little, get that much.
The truth of the matter is that if you just hit one now and something comes, the first thing you want to do is to go and look for where to buy a house. And then your capital is depleted and you are looking for more money. And that's against the biblical wisdom that you establish business first before you build a house. So this is the way we live. And what can really solve this problem, and I feel, is when there's a partnership, probably between the states and the industry operators, where quality equipment, for example, you have theater hub across the country where people can just walk in with their script, and then of course they pay to get quality job done. And then of course the owners or those who run those places invest in technology to make things really easy.
And make things
But anyway, they
perfect.
can come to SOUQ News, and I think
yes,
we have enough
make your way
and
here.
equipment
Make
to
your way
make
here.
this happen for,
And let's partner.
for those in the Nollywood industry. This is the best place to be.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you. It feels good to hear you say that, Doc. So independence, this refers to independence, 64-year-old Nigeria. Nigeria foot drags to unlock 180 trillion naira assets as our debt piles. Nigeria foot drags to unlock 180 trillion naira assets as debt piles. Doc, 180 trillion, that's what's the word for it? It's staggering.
You know, I think it's quite unfortunate that we have found ourselves in a kind of a space where we are, where you have assets of government littering everywhere.
And it can be seen.
And we can see from the old defense building here to the former federal government secretariat here in Ikoyi, all lying waste. No activity happening. And these are multi-billion investments. We are complaining there are housing deficits. Imagine that this is converted into an apartment, that is converted into an apartment where people can live and pay their rent, turn them into office spaces. Government will be earning income by the day. And that's what a lot of people have argued. That how do you have so much assets that are lying waste and fallow, and then you are everywhere begging people to borrow you money?
Or to come and invest.
Yeah. So how do we convert these assets into liquid cash? Should be the real business of government. And I've seen that happen. Real estate is a big business and it's booming.
Yes, it is. On the up and up.
Yeah. Even if government can't do it, they can partner with real estate developers who transform some of these gigantic structures.
Look, I think you have a point. The best bet is housing, because if we talk about office complex, we can see that the various buildings are lying fallow. Even people can't come and rent those buildings for office spaces. But as middle income housing, I think that would fly.
Yeah, but you see, those properties you see lying fallow, they have one connect with government or the other.
Yet.
So that's why they are fallow. Because people just look beyond those assets and we are not really doing a lot. Like somebody said, why are we still holding on to majority share of NPCL?
When we can
actually commercialize it and sell our stake off it.
Right.
NNPC is over 2 trillion in terms of assets. So you can sell it and make so much money from it. To build infrastructure that can even generate
more income.
More money.
Correct. Yeah. Let's do better if we know better. On to the next publication. Business Daily in Kenya. M-Kopa reveals 5.2 billion shilling costs of tracing defaulters. M-Kopa reveals 5.2 billion shilling costs of tracing defaulters. So the tribunal allows the fintech to write off 308 million shillings. The Kenya Revenue Authority accuses the firm of tax avoidance. Doc, why would one have to spend so much to chase defaulters? Is that not penny wise, pound foolish?
Well, it's in the books.
Right?
And you can see the entries there. You see, what corporation doing all over the world is to see how to hide your expenditures in your earnings and therefore reduce your propensity to pay state tax. So tax evasion will always be there as regulation gets stiffer and stronger. Those who put money down will see how to make their money back.
But why does it have to cost so much to trace them down?
Yeah, but that is what it is. That is what is factored in the book.
Oh, I see what you mean.
You know, what you're saying here is saying, okay, you have prepared your book. Auditors are saying that, look, the cost you are using to chase your debtor is this humongous. That's what it means. And there's a foul play somehow. And those suspects or suspicions are there. But what I'm saying that, of course, which is what people do globally, is to see how to, especially in regimes where taxes, corporate taxes are very high, income taxes are high. So people try to hide their profits in expenditures.
Okay, next headline. Firms pause recruitments on depressed sales. Private firms paused hiring or firing staff in September on failing demand for goods and services, reflecting the impact of a softening economy plagued by depressed money circulation.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like they say, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
You just find that the economy is not moving because capitalism thrives on profit making. And when company is making profit, they are expanding. And as they expand, they are recruiting. So when income is also shrinking, the possibility of hiring more is slim. And now you have to also struggle with your labor law to see whether you can fire people and then retain them, even when there's no productivity. All these are the real issue that the global economy is facing as we speak. And I think there's a need for leadership globally so that we can retool the wheel of the global economy for profitability. I think the way the world is going right now, we are heading towards a major depression.
Doc, I agree with you on that because we can see even on the streets it's glaring. Budget controller declines 5 billion shilling county cash withdrawal. So the controller of budgets in Kenya rejected almost 5 billion shillings worth of requests from counties in the year that ended June, a couple of months ago, after the devolved units flouted the law on deduction of taxes and payment of pending bills. He turned down almost 5 billion.
Budget can't accommodate it.
What's going on? What's really going on?
Yeah, but it is the situation where you find that your pocket is lean, really lean, and you have so much bill to pay, and there's a pressure from all angles. So the economy is actually pressured, and people are facing huge and severe pressure because things are not the way they are. You take, for example, government economy is becoming really leaner and leaner, but of course the what's it called? The demand on government is becoming wider and wider. And I think Dusk, in his communication theory of political analysis, says, of course, you see that lag. And so what you will see that most states are suffering what is called both demand stress and support stress. So what it is, people are putting overload demand on the political system. And the inability of the system to be able to process those demands results in support withdrawal. So that's why you see people are protesting against government because of government inability to meet the burgeoning demand. So this is a problem, and that's why I keep saying the state must return to what it was ab initio, who is the mediator and regulators of competition between the strong and the weak, and not take on the role of a father who has responsibility to provide for all.
Right. SA fund manager eyes stake in tycoon grain farm. It's easy because right now a lot of the market is grains are doing very well in the market. Rice, millet, beans, and all that stuff. Apart from, I don't see any other food that is doing great right now. So the investment is a no-brainer. It's something that people want to invest in easily.
I think that's what we all need to do. I was listening to
growing the farm, right?
Yeah, Kola Additional the other day on a platform, and say people just call him engineer and they don't realize that he's a farmer too. I want to be a farmer too.
Farming has become fun, but Doc, really, I know a lot of young folks that are farmers right now.
Oh yeah,
we had a young lady on one of our shows. She was a farmer. She finished from one of the private universities, and she's a farmer. She lives in Lekki. She goes to Korea every week, spends 3-4 days there on her farm. She does she deals in mostly dry vegetables. 3-4. If you look at her, you will never know. And it's such an amazing thing that young people are catching on to that, because if you grow your food, there's that huge lifting.
I think it's the right thing to do, really, because even in terms of conflict of interest in public service, the only job that public servants are allowed to do outside the official job is farming. So I think it's something. You can just imagine that we are growing our chicken at our backyard. We will not be afraid of Christmas coming.
We're afraid of Christmas coming.
Yeah, we're afraid because chicken, you are thinking that chicken is going to sell for 500 naira, 50,000 for one. So if you grow it at your backyard, you don't have any fear.
Just reach out through the window.
Yeah, pick one and then you slaughter. So I think that's the real thing that we must all be looking at. And of course, right around our compounds, we just get some manure into some pots or sack and plant our vegetable. So we don't need to go to the market to go and buy vegetable.
But Doc, do you think we have become so techy, so AI-ish, that we have chosen not to get our hands dirty?
Yeah, but that is why we are also getting our stomach biting.
Right?
Yeah, hunger is biting us hard because we don't want our hand dirty.
All right, well, on to the next publication. Business Day in South Africa. Minister to tame ESCOM tariff hike. So the Energy and Electricity Minister says he's considering options on how to intervene in ESCOM's tariff hike proposals, has not ruled out the possibility of proposing that the Treasury delay the full implementation of carbon taxes on these people. The problems keep on piling.
The question to ask is, how will he do that? Is he able to pull down the cost of energy? These are the questions. So politicians are very good at making promises. And I think it is better when we say things the way they are. Because if prices are not cost reflective, definitely you will see investment in that sector.
True.
And I think that's one of the issues that I feel we should really focus on as African country. I had to speak on this platform yesterday on early exchange, and when people are asking, why should Nigeria go to take a place in a permanent seat? And I said, that's not our priority. Priority should be how to feed your people first. Before you are talking about honor, you have to ensure that you have what it takes to maintain that status that you are wanting to give to yourself. The people are badly hungry and say you feel that you need a role or a reputation to stay among big boys and spend like a big boy.
It's so sad.
I think that doesn't really fly. Let people be real. And the more real we become, the better it is for all of us.
For everybody.
Yeah, so we don't aspire to put hands where our hands cannot get to. So people should cut their clothes according to their coat according to their clothes. They say today, not according to your size.
Yes, because if you are too big, you have to be cut.
You have to just go and add other multicolor to it.
No, you make baby clothes yourself. You don't have to wear it.
No, you can wear it. Go to tailor the one they have cut off from other people's clothes and add it, and then it become coat of many colors.
All right, we'll move on to Business Post in Bangladesh. Poultry production plummets over 20%. This is a problem, Doc. We're talking about farming now.
Wow.
So now they're saying, as it plummets 20%, flood pushes egg prices up like crazy, up beyond 20%. The same for broiler chicken. We're talking about Christmas here. Flash floods and heat increase worsen. Poultry production down 27%. Farmers blame the flash floods and the heat. And worse still, middlemen are blamed for inflating egg price above 26%.
It's a period for cash out for some people. One man's meat is another man's poison, they always say.
The one that gets me in this news is egg production is down by 10 million
yes.
daily.
Daily egg. And of course, doctors are recommending now that we should be eating at least 2 eggs per day.
Oh my goodness.
This is
Doc,
the
how do we
problem.
manage that?
It's serious.
How do we manage
You know, somebody said to me recently, and he said,
egg is 300 naira now.
that when doctors used to be living on their profession, they say egg was not good for the body. But since doctors have become farmers now, egg is a very nutritious meal. Oh God, save us from our world.
Look, egg used to be 3 for 200 naira.
Yes.
It was even less than that. But now 1 is 300 naira.
Because we are eating egg so much these days.
Yunus set for crucial talks with Malaysian Prime Minister today. The talks about will be happening this afternoon. It will be about their relations to new heights. No Didi, by the way, and they'll be exploring new areas of cooperation and strengthening ties in diverse areas. Catch the full news about this on page 4.
Yeah,
countries are getting together. How can we collaborate? How can we do stuff together? How can we carry each other's burdens? Because that's, like you said, collaboration.
Well, collaboration is great, and I think there's no more renowned economists in the world today than this fortunate man who leads Bangladesh at this moment. He has written so many works, done so much in the area of community banking, microfinance banking.
Modi, right?
Yeah, no. Yunus, the Prime Minister,
Modi is India.
India, yes, is the acting Prime Minister in Bangladesh, interim government. So he's doing so well to see how to close the gap created by wealth distribution in Bangladesh, which is really the problem. I've spoken to a lot of Bangladeshis. The kind of things they talk about, yes, there's so much in the economy if you aggregate it in terms of GDP. But what is missing is the fact that the gap between the rich and the poor is widening on a daily basis.
So all that is in the hands of a few people.
Yes, so this money that is being made is in the hands of very few who are getting wealthier and wealthier, and they are buying houses and yachts all across the globe. And then the ordinary people in Bangladesh are very poor. So the task before Yunus is to see how we can bridge that income gap between the rich and the poor so that the poor can breathe. You remember that phrase?
Okay, had to go there. Fiscal year 2025 GDP growth may witness slow down. Bangladesh Bank says this. GDP growth may slow down. Talking about fiscal year next year.
Yeah, of course. You also see there's a whole lot of intrigues that are going on.
Well, they're doing so well.
Yeah, under the previous regime, and I think they were doing really so well. Although somebody said to me, look, they cannot rule out that there were a lot of corrupt things happening, but the lady was excellently doing very well because she was so conscious of holding power. And so we gave free hand to a lot of people to do so much thing. Now, with Yunus on the saddle right now, seeing the transition to a new government, I don't know when and how that happens. You see that it's going to put a lot of measures on the ground and saying how to curb corruption, as it were, so that the wealth redistribution can really happen. And what that will mean is that he's a very cautious person, and as a cautious optimist, he has to tread slowly and won't want to take this deep risk.
More like carefully.
Yeah, that people, yeah. So you find that may, to a very large extent, affect the productive rate in the economy. He may not want to borrow more money like the other guy was doing. And
which is the wise thing.
Yes, of course, which is the wise thing to do, to also see how to reduce your debt to revenue ratio and all that. So all of that is going to happen. And you see, because the more money you bring into economy, of course, the higher your GDP will grow. But if you're not attracting so much, you find that it could stagnate for a period of time. Right. But I think ultimately it has to be strategic, that it not be a perpetual stagnation, but that with time we can see things happening in the economy, and then of course they return back to the status of growth which they have maintained for some time now.
Yes. Financial Times UK. Oil surges after Biden remarks over Israel attack on Iran. It's strange. Well, they say crude is up 5% amid trader speculations. US and allies urge measured response. But it's strange how when those comments are made, things just change.
Yeah, but of course, you see, what it is that...
Drastically too.
Yeah. You see, this was the conversation we had yesterday here on the important role of the Security Council in terms of mediating world peace. And why, of course, you have to have the big five in there. Because it matters really, because they are the one that seems to be shielding and protecting the interests of their allies. Now, what if Biden says, oh, Israel, we don't like what you are doing and we don't want you to continue on this trajectory. So everybody is going to think that if America is not backing Israel, the chances of Israel going on to launch on an attack will be reduced. And then, of course, the chances of that crisis escalating will be minimal. But if America say, no, what Iran has done to Israel is not good, Israel, you have the right to go fire back, then, of course, it's like Israel is getting the backing of the America and their allies and saying, okay, go ahead. And that's urgent. And, of course, those who are calculating on the fringes, because I ask people, there's what they call the political economy of warfare. People always think war is bad. War is only bad to the victim. But it's a huge economy to those who are pushing for the war, especially those who have something to sell in wartime.
Food, ammunition.
There's so much to sell.
Water.
Yeah, during wartime. And of course, the international agreements had given the room for people like Red Cross to be able to move into a war situation, and they are protected. And all these things, the Red Cross are going in there, they are going there with food items, they are going there with clothing, they are going there with something, and these are bought from other places.
Exactly, it's free.
And so it seems free, but then of course an economy for those who are producing. So this is what it is. So war is a huge economy, and people are making so much from it, and that's why of course they will not want it to end, really. So the possibility of peace is high, but the fact that many people will continue to profit from the war situation will make it to always escalate. So what you find here is that if you see that the aggressor is now being attacked globally, you are going to see that there's going to be a reaction from chain. You remember the last time when the October event happened and Israel launched an attack? What happened? The Suez Canal was blocked by the Yemenian rebels. And then, of course, there was a glut because there was no ship that wanted to pass through that
movement
back to this axis, and so created a huge inflation problem in this part of the world, while of course a glut in this other part of the world until that canal was open. So this is what happened. So once you say, oh, there's the possibility of this happening, people are aggregating around their allies.
They begin to fix.
Yes, of course. So I'm looking at where to hit back at you. Your friend is also targeting. This person's friend is also targeting. It creates a situation. And then, of course, those who have money now really have stockpiling food and they are putting a lot of things, hoping that that thing continue. And then it's opportunity to really cash out with huge profits to the banks.
War, not such a good thing, but for some it is.
Well, it is, yeah.
Looking at a few more headlines, let's look at Financial Express just quickly before we wrap it up on the show. West Asia wounds markets. Government internship scheme gets 111 firms on board. 90,000 IT notices made valid as SC backs taxmen. Hyundai may open mid-October in India. All this is from Financial Express in India. And a peek at Gulf Times Asia in Qatar. Al-Khawari inaugurates GCC 2035 conference. GCC guys are just making a killing. How they gather together like siblings from parents and just do all their businesses together. IMF sees economic rebound in GCC this year, suggests tax reforms and faster diversification. Al-Kabi meets Iran's energy minister. QCB bills auction reveals bid worth 13 billion Qatari riyals. The amount allocated totals 4.5 billion Qatari riyals. Mwani Qatar Free Trade Zone signs MOU to enhance cooperation. Qatar Airways has 94 Boeing 777X aircraft on order. On that note, we'll wrap it up on SOUQ Business Landscape. Thank you, Doc, for being here. Dr. Samanze, please. Hope you come through on Monday and shine some light into that.
Always there with you.
Golden brain of yours, sir. All right, stay tuned for Early Exchange at 8 o'clock. My name is Hans Mba. Have a lovely morning.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us on Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the state. So if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global north are the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people say they want to go to Haiti, you want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
So, do we have all of that in the hall today? All right, so please celebrate yourself, celebrate what has become an export to the global market today. Thank you very much for joining us.
I just want to commend my big brother and friend, Don Pedro Agambi, for continuing this program. It's not easy to do something the first time, second time, third time, the fourth time, and the fifth time. It is time to survive, that's the truth. And Nollywood has been shaped in a way that whether you like it or not, you will spend money. And that is why we keep trying to get investors in. As producers, we are the ones who suffer the most. I just did a job that I would have spent maybe 4 million on. I spent 11 million shooting that job in January. As I speak, I don't know how I'm going to sell it, but I will sell it. Now, we must continue to keep Nollywood going as producers.
Okay, now let's talk about collaborations. Okay, in my opinion, there are a couple of collaboration initiatives that we can look at and say, okay, we've come a long way. I can readily talk about what Fimon has done with Ebony Life and a couple of other production houses, which brought movies like Wedding Party 24 and so on and so forth. We had other kind of collaborations between industry practitioners. But I want to take this opportunity to challenge us. A lot of the time, we do not even know what we have. I look at this hall and I see 5 people that are here that can pull resources together and do a movie that this industry will celebrate. But sometimes we want to go it all alone. So I'm challenging us. Let us sit, let's talk, let's pull resources together. That is one level of collaboration I think we've not taken advantage of. If you look at some Hollywood movies, you see 5 actors in a movie and they are all listed as executive producers. What they are putting forward in that project is just their craft. They are not charging fees. That means that entire budget for fees has been saved. The probably will just pay the extras, pay the crew members, and the movie is ready, the movie goes to the cinema, they make a lot of money, and they share the proceeds. This is the template that we need to look at. We also have collaborations along digital platforms, whether we like it or not. Amazon Prime, Netflix, these are also different levels of collaboration. Because I think at some point they were commissioning Nigerian producers to do this for them. I understand that that's stopped now. So what we need to do is look inwards.
So what defines the economic landscape of Nigeria? I think in simple terms, is the ability to consolidate and have the resources to go and get it. So you want to produce a film, for instance, you have the ability, you have the resources, or you have the connection to make it happen in terms of the content. I think for the consumer, it's simple as well. There's a movie out there that I want to see. Do I have 6,000 naira, or do I have 1,400 naira for social job? Or for the large section of the population as well, they only because it's parent down inside that getting a enemy. So the economic landscape, I think, is you want something, you're able to get it. If you are able to get it, like so many of us are right now, see what the problem is.
We must begin to look at digital economy. That is where the world is moving to. Many people do not even watch their TV at home today. Most of the news you get, even your news here, you are online. You get this information online at the speed of go. As you are here, you are sending your report and you're telling them what's up, you send pictures, you send. So people must begin to look at that film too, according to that point where we have to look at that environment too.
Okay, in 2022, 2 years ago, we established a tool called the Creative Vibrancy Index for African cities. And the original intention for establishing this was to ensure that we provide the data and statistics that investors need before they make their investment decisions. We also provide data and statistics for policymakers to know exactly what needs to be done to create an enabling environment for creativity to thrive in Africa. And so my call to investors and my call to other stakeholders, whether they are policymakers, investors, financial institutions, or the members of the academia, my call to them is to make use of this tool. And because the tool provides a lot of data around major cities in Africa, the data that we have showed that South Africa, specifically Johannesburg, is the most creatively vibrant city on the continent. And when I spoke, I talked about how a lot of value and financial resources are heading towards Johannesburg, South Africa. And this is the clear reason. So we can see that they are not getting all of this value and sucking out all of these resources by accident. It's an intentional thing. And so we think there's an opportunity for other African cities to engage in peer learning, to learn what has been successful or what has made one city successful or what has made one city rank higher than the other city on the vibrancy index.
It is only the private sector that will tell the government what they need to do. Because basically, we still have square pegs in round holes when it comes to the government, and I'm not sure they understand the steps that have to be taken. And so yes, it behoves the private sector to get more involved in the creative industry.
I'm actually hopeful. I pray that we have more funds for the aesthetics and all of that, because filming in Nigeria is actually very difficult, more even in Lagos.
We don't need to rest on our oars. The rest of the world is moving fast. We not move fast. We need to take advantage of digitization.
just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank God it's Friday. Yes, people are dancing behind the camera, and you could ask them if you can, why they dancing? Because it's Friday. Well, you know, there are different emojis used for different days of the week. On Monday, there's the one that's like crying, and Tuesday, well, picking up a bit. Wednesday, yes, getting used to work, and then Thursday just there. But Friday is the excited one. If you work or you do business Monday to Friday, you can understand that weekend just gives you that hope that, yes, I can catch a rest. But before you do that, we need to help you shape policy that will advance development so that your rest can be a very good one. And then when you get into the new week, you get well informed, your strategy right on point to take on business for the new week. I'm Blessing H, and this is our welcome you to the Friday's edition of Early Exchange on SOUQ News TV. Lots are happening. There are updates, but I'm not the one to swing you around the globe and update you, but just give you a tip of the iceberg. And so if we look at what is happening in Lagos, from where we're reaching you live, yes, Lagos is to ban single-use plastics sachet water from January 2025. So it's that good news for the average Lagosian, or the common man, as we say. We got to find that. I'm not the one to rack my brain over that alone. I ride with a partner who's dressed in black because he's a black man or an African, and his name is Femi Ayodele. Good morning, Femi.
Good morning. You know, it's good to see another side of you composing a special song for Friday.
You know what to do a duet together.
You know, it's another.
We need to do it on time so we can submit it for the next Grammy Award nomination.
You need to release your single soon. It's quite important.
You haven't heard my single?
No, I just heard your voice.
Don't worry. I'll send you the link to listen to my single later.
All right, glad to have you join us on the Friday's edition of Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. Yes, we're supposed to shape policy, and we will still shape policy, but it's Friday, and we're trying to tone it down for you to be relaxed and to prep you for the weekend. You know, it's our obligation to ensure that our nation is better, and that's why it's important for us to talk about what we're going to talk about today. For news mentioned, we'll talk about the plan to ban sachet water, and thereafter we'll discuss the controversy going on between the World Bank and the Ugandan government as regards Anti-Sexuality Act, which was promulgated in Uganda in the year 2023, and how it's affecting some of the projects being financed by World Bank. But the World Bank is aiming to see what can be done to protect the interests of the beneficiaries of this project. Thereafter, we also talk about the issue of mental health. It's been said that according to World Health Organization, you have about 46 to 60 million Nigerians who are affected by mental illness. And in the US, 1 in every 5 adults, is battling with mental illness. This is why it's important for us to talk about it. Don't forget, you can be part of this conversation. All you just have to do is to join us on all our social media platforms. Now, let's set the ball rolling. It's Friday with news update. We'll switch over to our newsroom to have the latest development across the globe. Stay with us.
Welcome to News Updates on SOUQ News Television. I am Hans Mba. President Bola Tinubu has sent 4 key tax reforms bill to the National Assembly, urging lawmakers to consider and approve them. Among the proposals is the renaming of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, to the Nigeria Revenue Service, NRS, which will oversee revenue collection across the country. In a letter read by Tinubu explained that the proposed bill are aimed at modernizing Nigeria's tax system. One bill seeks to consolidate Nigeria's fiscal framework, while others focus on easing tax compliance and reducing disputes. Tinubu expressed confidence that these reforms will encourage investment, boost spending, and support economic growth. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is preparing to deploy a 5,000-man kinetic force to combat the growing threat of terrorism across the region. This initiative comes as the bloc revealed that 1,605 terror attacks were recorded between January and August 2024, resulting in 6,956 deaths. The president of the ECOWAS Commission, Omar Touré, made the announcement at a lecture in Abuja, emphasizing the need for a regional response to terrorism while urging member states to take responsibility for their own security. Burkina Faso, Mali, Nigeria, Niger, Benin, and Togo were among the hardest hit nations, with Burkina Faso suffering the most attacks and fatalities. However, ECOWAS remains committed to restoring stability in the region. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company has repaid $2.61 billion of its $8.86 billion loan facility, leaving $6.25 billion outstanding in dollars. The project for which the loan was incurred includes Project Panther and Project Bison, which are part of its crude for loan deals. NNPC aims to boost oil production and stabilize Nigeria's economy through these agreements. However, oil production is at its lowest in a decade, with significant losses due to theft and sabotage. Despite this, NNPC plans to take out more loans to address a $6 billion backlog and support investments. The Nigerian Naira improved marginality on Thursday, rising by 0.60% to close at 1,659 Naira against the dollar. This happened after a large increase in the supply of dollars in the official market. According to data, the amount of foreign exchange traded grew by 147.66%, reaching $450 million, the highest since May 2024. This increase in dollar supply gave the Naira some relief after months of instability. Central Bank Governor Yemi Cardoso said the country's reliance on one-man source of income is making it hard to maintain a strong currency. He revealed that a new electronic system for foreign exchange trading will be launched in December 2024 to make trading more transparent and reduce market manipulation. U.S. dock workers and port operators have reached a tentative agreement to end a 3-day strike that's halted shipping activities along the East Coast and Gulf Coast. The deal includes a 62% wage increase over 6 years and raising average pay from $39 to about $63 per hour. The strike affected 36 ports, causing a backlog of container ships, leading to shortage of goods like bananas and auto parts. The union had originally sought a 77% pay raise. The agreement also extends the current contract until January 15, 2025, allowing for further negotiations on unresolved issues such as automation and job security. President Joe Biden described the deal as a critical progress and noted that collective bargaining works. With the strike now over, port operators and operations are set to resume, bringing relief to the U.S. economy. Many thanks for watching. I'm Hans Mba. Stay tuned to Femi and Blessing on Early Exchange.
Wake up and start your day with a burst of energy on Early Exchange, your morning dose of news, views, and everything in between. From the latest global policies to developmental stories, Early Exchange brings you everything you need to kickstart your day.
Welcome to Early Exchange on SOUQ News Television. My name is Temple Bara.
Many thanks for staying with us. So Early Exchange this Thursday morning. Let's get into the conversation.
I'm glad you have rejoined us. Early Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day.
Join us every weekday morning for engaging discussions, expert insight, and a bit of fun to brighten your day.
That's business sense. That if I'm investing in your infrastructure and I'm helping you to invest in it, so I will get what is due to me, and the little I make from the station, if I fix it, I can charge you cost of fund.
To a very large extent, the global are not the major polluters because they are the industrialized world.
Stay informed with breaking news, stay in tune with accurate global trends, and stay inspired with expert interviews and also lifestyle conversations.
A lot of people feel they want to go to Haiti, want to go to Hawaii, you just want to get away. But what happened to the things that we have here?
From the world map to the couch, Early Exchange covers it all. Get real-time news updates, insightful conversations, and the latest global issues, all while enjoying your morning coffee. Join us on Early Exchange every weekday morning from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every morning is a new opportunity to connect, learn, and share. Don't miss Early Exchange here on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and make your mornings better, brighter, and more informed.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Many thanks, Hans, Above, for bringing us news updates. Before we get into one of the big conversations for the day, which is the World Bank saying it aims to protect projects in Uganda from the anti-LGBTQ law. Let's take a look at the plan of Lagos State government to ban single-use plastics such as PET bottles and sachet water from January 2025. Femi, you are aware that sachet water is like what the common man is able to afford most times.
What is popularly known as pure water.
What is popularly known as pure water,
But
yes.
it's sachet water anyway.
Yes. So, yeah, because if you go to a shop outside or maybe a nearby shop or even in the market area and you say, I need sachet water, some might just be looking at you like,
Where
what
are you from?
And they'll tell you, we don't have it. Meanwhile, they have it
Yeah,
there.
that's it.
So, but you say pure water, we understand
That's what they're used to.
what they mean. So, sometime in the year, Lagos State government also banned the use of styrofoam, and that was even used for food vendors, used by food vendors to sell food, to package food. Now it's moved on to single-use plastic. What do you think is going to be the effect on the average Lagosian?
Well, that is predictable. What you call single-use plastic materials like the styrofoam in Lagos is what you call takeaway, if I may use the common language. The ideal language for is sachet water, but what is commonly used is pure water. So the ideal word also is styrofoam or plastics, but what is commonly called is takeaway. So you observe that when people buy fruits, these things are served in these materials and likely it's been in use for years, get to Lagos, Ogun State. But the essence of doing this is to ensure that the plastic waste is not constituting nuisance to the environment, the impact on the environment and then humanity. Now, this kind of thing started, in fact, it started early this year, around January 2024, but they are doing what you call systemic implementation of this plan. Now, the essence of doing that is to ensure that the people who are using this, you must understand that there are people who are in businesses because of these materials. And so they are trying to put human face to it
business dependent
on that, to survive. So what the ripple effect of that is predictable. There are certain people who will lose their job, their income. There are companies who are specialized in producing these materials. I know a lot of them who are established in Ogun State and Lagos because these products are in high demand in Lagos State and Ogun State, most importantly. And so what that will mean is they might need to re-strategize so that they can stay in business, maybe divest into other materials, other plastic materials that will be useful. Because once this ban goes into effect, it means that the demand will reduce. In fact, the demand might get to zero in a matter of time, since the market for it is Lagos and even Ogun State. So by the time you have this kind of ban in place, these people need to put strategy in place to ensure that they stay in business. And that's why the Lagos State government is also doing it in phases so that people can be well informed. The awareness is there. They ought to have started January this year, but some stakeholders prevailed on them to give them more time to ensure that the full implementation is going to start. And now the full implementation is going to start in January next year. So once that is in place, bet with me, the common what you call takeaway and pure water. But people will now have to re-strategize.
My worry is the possibility of many people being able to afford potable water, because sachet water or pure water, as it's commonly called, it's like the closest.
It's cheaper, affordable.
Yes, the closest to what the people can afford when it comes to having potable water to drink. So if you phase out sachet water, except there is some other eco-friendly material to contain water in small quantities like that many people can afford, I think it's also going to be a problem.
This brings to me a comment I read a few days ago where someone said, why is it that government is always quick to ban things that affect the common people or the masses? You're aware that the sachet water is cheaper, it's affordable for people. Even in traffic, people easily get that because between 50 to 100
Water in PET bottles
it's quite expensive. And so, But the idea is, this is where orientation is important. And if people are aware of the essence of doing it, it's not just what you're doing, but the stakeholders, the people who are going to be affected, they need to understand why this is
Even if they
important.
understand, do their pockets understand?
Well, that's another thing. The fact that the economic, the purchasing power is being eroded. Because why people go for sachet water is because it's an
cheaper.
alternative. You understand? People will argue, okay, it's not the same content, because depending on whoever is producing or where you are buying in it. But packaging is not important to some people. What's more important is the content. Is the content and then the affordability. You're talking about water here. Some will say, okay, hey, let me provide another alternative. But what is more important is, I like the approach the Lagos state government is deployed into this. You're doing it in phases so that people will understand, so that the ripple effect or the kind of resistance that should come with these things will be defeated. So if you give people like 1 year to prepare for the takeoff, I think is enough.
I think to add to the awareness, Lagos state government should also let people know what alternative they're providing or are there for them to be able to have access to potable water to drink. We don't want people returning to drinking water from wells, from sources that are not good enough for them. There is even the question of the sachet water or the so-called pure water. How clean is it? How healthy is it for consumption? And
we have
to have it out of the reach of these people would be another problem. So I think in addition to the gradual phasing out of those sachet water, there should be a plan that people are aware of, that when this is phased out by 2025, you can still have access to cheap water that is stored or contained in an eco-friendly container, something like that, so that people don't feel like, what happens here is it that the common man cannot breathe? You know what the president said, let the poor breathe. And in breathing, let's move now to Uganda, or what's happening in Uganda as the World Bank aims to protect projects in Uganda against the anti-LGBTQ law. Sometime last year, a bill that prohibits homosexuality in Uganda was enacted, and consequently, some projects, some funding were suspended from getting to Uganda. But the World Bank is saying that it has mitigation measures to ensure that projects in Uganda are protected. That's a business and policy expert who joins us virtually. He is Dr. Ken Ikenwa. Good morning and welcome to El Exchange.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Femi. It's nice being with you guys again, though virtually. I actually miss being in the studio, but we have to do this. Thanks for having me on.
This is the first time that you're joining the show virtually. You've always been present in the studio.
Yes, this is the first time, so I'm going to write that date down on my diary. And I hope that the energy architecture and infrastructure in Nigeria will not disappoint us and send the wrong vibes out there. So right now, the electric companies are performing a little bit below average, a little bit above average. So let this be a litmus test for them. Let them keep us on.
But the energy exuding from your voice is very, very strong, and we hope that will take us through the show. I like your enthusiasm this morning.
Thank you very much. To God be the glory.
Let's get into the conversation. So, sometime last year when Uganda actually enacted a law against homosexuality or homosexual activities in the country, there were reactions from the international community against it. And consequently, some funding was suspended. So Uganda had to struggle. But the World Bank is saying that it is bringing or putting up mitigation measures so that projects in Uganda will be protected. What's your take on Uganda's stand against homosexuality and the reaction that greeted that law from the international community and the consequences that followed?
All right. LGBTQ, PRT plus XYZ. The acronyms continue to expand by the day. My perspectives are very straight, hard and tight on this issue. First and foremost, I am an African Homo sapien, Espiritus Ben Elohim. I am an African that is human, that is a spirit being, and a son of God. I am, by my spiritual orientation, a Christian. With or without that orientation, my views about the LGBTQ is very clear. And I know that those at the international embassies will have a glimpse of this video. I'm not scared. If you decide to deny me of a visa, deny me of entry into your countries, my goal is to die at a ripe old age and possibly make heaven. Let's come back to the strategic aspect of the discourse. The issue is this. One, that borders on what is the African culture. Two, that borders on why do we have the neo-colonial imperialist tendencies for external foreign powers to try to force on us, foist on us, cajole us, coerce us as the oldest continent, possibly, in the universe, to want to adjust, accommodate their own lifestyles. I find it utterly bemusing to think that for the fact that African leaders in the last 200 years not only sold out their own, but have gained independence and consistently mismanaged their economies, now have to run cup in hand, begging for aids and grants for their economies to be sustained. To now use the LGBT laws, anti-laws, against the countries that have taken their stand, that they do not want this to be institutionalized in their countries, it actually begs the question, is Africa really free? But going forward, issues and incidences like this, having sociological and psycho-spiritual ramifications, should begin to make Africa and African leaders ask questions. How do we get ourselves out of the grips and the grabs of the Bretton Woods institution and also of these Paris Club and other countries that have made themselves lords, neo-colonial lords over African countries and have made our economies their own enclaves? These are questions that should bother the oncoming generation, but I don't see even how the oncoming generation will solve this problem because they seem to be, in the language of the Gen Zs, jiving with the flow.
All right, Dr. Ken, good to see you again. It's been a while. You know, I like the touch of black. Blessing has said it earlier that we're black men, and so we're living up to that. Now, that's not just to tone down the seriousness that should be attached to this conversation, but I want us to address it on the part of the economic value, the business value, the impact on the projects going on in Uganda, not just from the religious angle. Now, let's look at the fact that the World Bank has insisted that the aim of doing this is to protect the beneficiaries of these projects. Now, there are certain projects that have been listed to have been sponsored by the World Bank. Aren't you bothered that this issue is also going to affect the kind of economic value and businesses that should take place in Uganda? And how do you expect the World Bank to handle this kind of sensitive issue in an environment, in a conservative environment like Uganda? Talk to us, please.
All right. It's good that you acknowledge that we've given an analysis of this subject matter from the spiritual perspective, the psychocultural perspective, which we cannot neglect because man is a tripartite being. I'm sure you've never seen this spiritual angle to me before. But most importantly, man is also a rational economic being, according to Adam Smith, who has to eat. And he most likely would think with his stomach before even thinking with his spirit or thinking about heaven or hell. All right. Truth be told, there is no doubt, there is no beating about the bush, that the kind of power that some of these institutions and countries hold when it comes to going against countries that have stood against the LGBTQ propaganda is quite enormous. And for Africans that have not been able to organize themselves since the first entry of colonial powers into Africa, especially the subcontinent, sub-Saharan continent, it would have an enormous burden on these economies. But if we face the subject matter, like I've said, whilst it will affect the growth, whilst it will affect the development potential of Uganda, it is also important that I bring us to some very, very most recent current data and statistics that Uganda is amongst one of the first 5 or first 7 growing economies in the world. And then if you go to some of the countries in Africa who have legalized and institutionalized and embraced the LGBT agenda, those countries are not doing well economically. And I'm not going to mention names. Those countries have the highest cases of HIV infections. They have the highest cases of rape. They have the highest cases of murder on a daily basis. So we cannot divide economics from morality, whether we like it or not. I was telling a very, very close person to my heart recently, a student of mine, that you have to be able to articulate your values, because your values will determine the value that you would sell out to others and the value that people will perceive about you. So much more than the economics, much more than the profit and loss, much more than the businesses that we have affected, if we look at the longer term benefits and the need for us to organize ourselves, the need for the Ugandans to organize themselves, and the growth rate that they're experiencing presently, I do not think that the trade-off will eventually be on the worst side for Uganda. But let's see how this goes. But don't forget, those who have embraced this agenda are having issues in their country. And so those who have refused to embrace it may not also be countries that will not have issues, but they have also shown that with resilience and with focus, they can achieve economic growth and economic development without external interferences.
If we look at the African continent, Uganda is not the first country to have an anti-LGBTQ law. Even Nigeria has that. But the issue here with some of the international communities seems to be the severity of the anti-LGBTQ law. For Nigeria, it is 14 years imprisonment if you're found guilty of homosexuality or what is around that. But for Uganda, it could be life imprisonment. It could even be death penalty. And so some donor agencies, some investors have withdrawn from investing in Uganda or having funds go to Uganda. The law seems to target LGBTQ pro organizations. What are your thoughts on this? Is it too extreme for Uganda going that way?
Well, laws are made by men, and men determine what extent and what gravity should be meted out to those who violate the laws. But we also hope that those who actually make these laws are not themselves guilty of violating the laws they have made to control the larger segment of society and to promote a social contract by indirectly or invisibly breaking those laws somehow at night. Now, the severity of the punishment that goes for indulging in these activities, for example, in Nigeria, is 14 years imprisonment. But it's also amazing that in my scholarship over the years and in monitoring this issue, I cannot tell you single-handedly in my dear country, Nigeria, any particular case in law, any particular incident, any judgment, any judicial precedent that is existing in Nigeria today that we can cite as one of those cases where people have been sentenced to prison in Nigeria for being found of indulging in sodomy or being found of indulging in LGBT acts. So on a larger picture, let's have a larger perspective on the subject matter. If you say that a country is free, if you say that a country is a sovereign country, should you, because of your advanced economic status and because of the wealth that you have stolen so much from Africa, use that wealth as a hammer, as a weapon, to determine what their laws, to determine what their culture, to determine what their economic aspirations should actually be. The searchlight should be turned on Western nations. The searchlight should be turned on institutions who, for the sake of their own personal philosophy, LGBTQ thing agenda is a philosophy. And I'm not going to hate you if you abide that philosophy. I'm not going to hate you if you indulge in that philosophy. Yes, I hate what you do. I hate what you stand for. But that doesn't mean we can't do business with each other. I think there is a bigger agenda around this subject matter. And I think African leaders should come together to actually identify this and bring the matters, put all irons in the fire so that we can know how best we can exist outside dependency on these institutions, on these countries, and on some businesses that are bent on determining our destiny going backwards.
All right. Now, record has shown that the World Bank is one of the greatest financiers for Uganda, financing several projects, road projects, infrastructure in Uganda. And since this sanction has been placed on Uganda, it has actually affected these projects, sponsoring these projects and financing them. Now that things are turning this way, what would you expect the government of Uganda to do? Could it be a time to look inward? Do you think Uganda can survive without getting aids from World Bank? And then I also wanted to add this concern that when it comes to the issue of business or economic value, why placing priority or making reference to the issue of homosexuality when in the real sense, we're talking about projects that affect people? What would you expect henceforth from the government of Uganda to be able to mitigate the effect of this, since the World Bank is the greatest financier for Uganda?
All right, Femi, I think you should be on this side, and maybe I should be on the other side, because you have actually given a first-hand double-barrel answer to the collage of questions that you have asked. What should Uganda and some other African countries that most likely will be experiencing this, what should they resort to? First and foremost, I think there is a conspiracy of discrimination on this subject matter. Because Nigeria also took the same stand, possibly with severity of punishments not that harsh as that of Uganda. But for reasons best known to the West, they didn't push this kind of propaganda against Nigeria. And you and I know the reasons that explain that decision, even though they were threats. We also know how that issue affected the elections in 2015 and affected external campaigns against the then sitting president. I don't belong to any political party. I have not voted in this country once for very, very particular reasons, so that I can maintain my neutrality when it comes to analysis. I continue to remain a political analyst. But like you rightly said, there are two ways to actually grow an economy. One is organic and one is inorganic. One is organic internally, and the other one is by going up and down, globetrotting, begging for people to come and invest in your country, people that do not have like minds, to come and invest in your country and to bring money in. Now, I bring back the case to Nigeria and bring us back to the studio right there at SOUQ News, and something I advocated a couple of months or weeks ago. I said, given the Nigerian situation, which almost is like the Ugandan situation when it comes to our economic trajectory and our economic transactions and our economic position as it stands today. Now, if we need to raise $100 billion in Nigeria, I can tell you that we have 100 billionaires that can borrow the Nigerian government that money. But the problem is actually the problem of the deficit of trust. Let's go back to Uganda. How best can Uganda get itself out of this rut to continue to promote and foster economic growth, stability, and development? It is actually by looking inwards and by looking for sister nations, beginning with Africa, that have like minds in philosophy and orientation with them, to come invest in their country and then do business together. This should foster trade relations between sister African nations, brother African nations, and foster that relationship that will continue to elevate our economic aspirations. Now, it seems that subject matter, the red line and the focal point here is homosexuality. rather than focusing on Homo sapiens that need economic activities to remain within the circle of survival. I agree with you on that point. But like I said, we cannot divorce morality, cultural expectations from the economics that is expected to take care of members of the society. Society is first and foremost a gathering of people that are bound together by a moral code, and that moral code gives them the basis to pursue every aspiration, economic, spiritual, political, that they want to at any point in time. So I'm hoping that the parties here will sheath their swords and look more to the benefits to humanity, to the benefit to Uganda, and let people live the way they want to live and not be cajoled into living the way other people live outside their climes.
All right. First, you asked the question why the discrimination in terms of the treatment of Uganda and Nigeria, as well as other African countries that have an anti-LGBTQ law. Well, if you check the Ugandan law and its severity, the Uganda anti-LGBTQ law, we also find that some convictions have been made, but we really can't say the same for Nigeria and some other countries. But do you think that is part of the reason why Nigeria did not face this kind of consequence, so to speak, as Uganda is facing? And then, if you look at the economic strength of Uganda, it has a lot. In agriculture, Uganda is strong, one of the biggest producers of coffee. And in terms of location, access to markets, Uganda is very vital in East Africa. Can Uganda shake off this pressure it is getting from the international community economically?
I am confident that we are arriving at the age of economic advancement in Africa. And what gives me that confidence? When we look at what our young boys are doing, young fintechs are doing in the area of technology, you would see that Africa, with respect to technology, is becoming a beacon of hope and attracting a lot of FDIs and FPIs. Foreign portfolio investments and foreign direct investments. Now, on the basis of that traction, I am much more convinced that any country that organizes itself socially, intellectually, and otherwise can make the best of its resources, put the pillars and the pegs of fiscal discipline in place, invest in the development of the human beings so that they can have a high human development index, and move themselves from whatever point they are to a desired point strategically. Now, let's come back to Uganda and the key question you asked, if they can actually pull this off. I think the answer is yes, they can pull it off. But I also think that with the avoidance of wanting to use the word compromise, because I know that this is going into the net and this is going to be there forever. I don't want to be seen to have said, to have used the word compromise. I would rather use the word diplomacy. I think shuttle diplomacy, I think a lot of diplomacy should be borrowed by the Ugandan government. And in as much as the stand is cultural, in as much as the stand is embraced by the larger population of Nigeria, of the Uganda,
Oh my. We're struggling to connect with Dr. Ken. Well, he was trying to paint a picture of how Uganda can manage this crisis.
The possibilities of Uganda.
Yeah. He said
Going
he didn't want
forward
to use
without
the
the
word
backing of the international
compromise,
community.
but he said there's a need to deploy what you call diplomacy. In handling this kind of sensitive crisis, you just have to be very diplomatic. And like what the president of Uganda said, he said, if I described it as disoriented, what you call psychological disorientation, I was raising a statement as regards this development. He said he described this development as what you call psychological disorientation. And what he's trying to say is that it's an individual thing. Now, here you have a president who has consulted the stakeholders. He said before he signed it into law, he had to consult stakeholders, the activists, the lawmakers. And, when it comes to the issue of lawmaking or passing a bill, it's a game of numbers. You might have your say, but the majority will always have their way.
Carries the day.
That's why they always use the word the highs have it. When you subject that to vote, which exactly was what happened with this bill before this anti-homosexuality law was passed into, bill was passed into law. It has to go through readings like their own National Assembly, and you always have first, second, or third reading. And so this was done. He had to consult the stakeholders before it was signed into law. And once this is being passed by their own National Assembly, you also expect that the president should sign it into law, because the president doesn't have his mind of his own as a person. But it has to do the bidding of the lawmakers who have gone through this bill, consulted, who have discussed with several stakeholders. And what is so important is also to respect the sovereignty of Uganda. They've taken a decision as regards this development, and it's important for the World Bank to respect. But my concern here is like someone who asks, what is the economic value of sex orientation? What is the economic value of homosexuality? We're talking about projects that affect people here, that affect life here. Why don't we put our differences aside? Yeah, the World Bank is saying, okay, you're trying to protect the interests of people who have this kind of sexual orientation from being discriminated against. And here, on the other hand, you have Uganda saying, hey, this is against our law. So when two elephants fight, it is in this situation, it is the project that suffers. Several projects were started and they've been abandoned because the two parties there can't just sit on a table and agree. And that's what Dr. Ken is talking about. I don't understand the kind of diplomacy that Uganda is going to put into this to ensure that they see this through. But with what Museveni is saying, he's determined to ensure that even if it means they won't get aid from the World Bank, they are ready to go by what his people has voted to do. And so this is where the sovereignty of a nation is coming into play. And it's the beauty of democracy, where people decide their path or their sense of direction. And the president is, okay, I'm going with what people have decided. And here on the other hand, you have sanctions on the same country, because since this was done, several sanctions have been placed on Uganda, and it's affecting the revenue, the foreign direct investment, or the impact of foreign investment on Uganda. But this is an opportunity for Uganda to also look inward and see what they can do to jig up their revenue. And I also have this concern that why do we need to depend on external aid, external financing, all the time? I know absolutely no country can exist without not having external financing. But when you have a situation like this, it's a lesson for other African countries that we don't need to be seen begging for aids, begging for funds from World Bank, IMF, and the rest of them. I read a report where years back, a certain bank had to borrow from Nigeria. I don't want to mention the name. That was in the 1960s, certain international agents. I don't want to mention it, but it's on record. You can find out. So if that could happen, means we can get to a level where, as a country, you can raise the right financing needed to finance all your projects. At that point, in the Committee of Nations, African nations will be respected.
Talking about African countries and even lessons, the Uganda situation seems to be a lesson on both sides, whether positive or negative, depending on how any other country wants to view it. For some countries that may want to push for an anti-LGBTQ law and have seen what Uganda is going through, may not want to push that for fear of suffering same fate as Uganda. Now, if you look at some of the countries may say, well, Uganda still exists and is still pushing in spite of it. If they can do it, then we too can do it. If you look at World Bank and what they're doing, you could look at it from the view of human rights, perhaps in the thinking or the perspective, from the perspective of the World Bank, this is a human rights issue. Just as you were asking, what is the business of sex in the economy? It's your personal orientation, regardless of what anybody thinks. Should that now be an economic matter? Should that be issue for public discourse, what people's sexual orientation is? But you find that whatever orientation you are of, it seemed like many persons are pushing it into the public space and giving it a business tone, in the sense that in some places you can't be hired if you are known not to support people with a particular orientation. And it goes other way. So it now becomes something that interferes with how business can be done and how economies can grow. Hence why it has become something that an institution like World Bank will be involved in. Ordinarily, it should not be that. But it's the nature that this issue has assumed over time that is now a thing of for and against. So if you're for it, well, you can function within certain environments and certain economies very well. If you're against it, you can't function in that. The World Bank coming to say that it aims to protect projects in Uganda. Well, that may come with conditions. If you want fundings released, if you want fundings to continue, you've got to maybe reduce the severity of this. But whether or not the Uganda government will bow to such pressure is left for time to reveal. If they are to go on to say, we do not mind the consequences, do not mind the suspension of funding, let's look inward, like Dr. Ken has said, well, they can, but the road will not be a very rosy one, but eventually they can get to. I believe that any African country with the vast resources that African countries have can grow their economy without dependence on international aid. Well, good news, Dr. Ken Ikewa is back and we can continue the conversation. Nice to have you back, Dr. Ken.
Yeah, sorry, I went off. I got a message from the energy company, if you know what that means, right? Speaking euphemically.
All right,
so
let's look at the role of the World Bank in this. Now, I was talking with Femi, and it seemed the perspective of the World Bank here is that this is a human rights issue, and so if you have a law that's infringes on the right of some persons, then there will be economic sanctions to follow. Is this purely a human rights issue? And with the World Bank coming into it, does that look like maybe prevailing on the Uganda government to bow to pressure through conditional release of funding?
Well, let's go back to the class in philosophy, and then maybe the class in ethics, philosophy and ethics. The arguments will come from a particular space now saying this is a fundamental human right issue. I very much agree with that theory and with that paradigm. As a human being, you're free to do whatever you want to do with yourself. But your freedom should not impact the freedom. Your freedom should not impact the sensibilities of other people in the name of you exerting your fundamental human rights. Now, still on the issue of fundamental human rights, because I'm also pushing my own advocacy. As Africans, we cannot be scared of pushing the advocacy of what we stand for and what we believe. For the fact that something is legal and something is ethical, or for the fact that something is legal, okay, something may be ethical for a particular group of people, but it necessarily may not be legal. So if it is acceptable in a particular society, it doesn't mean that it should universally become a law or a right that should be acceptable and accommodated in all societies of the world. Okay, we come back to the other aspect of what you said. What should actually be done? Where I also stopped from, should there be some form of diplomacy? I think the only way we can consolidate ourselves going forward, and perhaps also look at a procedure for which and through which conditional grounds can be made for the release of funds, is to be diplomatic on the subject matter. The Ugandans can be diplomatic on the subject matter. I mean, even the Holy Script says, let those that are righteous continue with their righteousness, and let those that are unrighteous continue with their unrighteousness. The day of finality is going to come where we all are going to answer for our deeds. So, but do not let your own unrighteousness become a basis for destroying what I believe is the grounds, or what I believe is a sane basis for my own righteousness. So at the end of the day, we all come to the table, we all get diplomatic, and most importantly, we must look at the Pareto view of this, which means that the larger percentage of the Ugandan people are going to suffer, and will it be a good news for them to suffer? I don't think so. So I hope all parties involved will come to the table and move the ship forward in the benefit and in the interest of the Ugandan people.
All right. The Ugandan president has insisted there's no going back as regards this law. Now, what do you think Nigerian government is doing in the light of this development? Nigerian government seems to be also having some pressure. What do you think Uganda can learn from Nigeria as regards how Nigeria is handling its own pressure from the international community as regards this law? How would that be of lessons to Uganda as well? And how can Nigeria as well learn some lessons from what is going on, playing out between Uganda and World Bank?
Okay. What lessons can Uganda learn from Nigeria? And is Nigeria actually under any pressure? Femi, you and I know that there is really no pressure on Nigeria with respect to the LGBTQ agenda from foreign countries or from foreign institutions. There's really no pressure. No multinational has withdrawn from Nigeria, for instance, because Nigeria has a law that is anti-LGBTQ. No Nigerian, to the best of my knowledge, has been jailed for being caught in the act of any form of the LGBTQ set and frame of activities. So I would even say, to a great extent, with all of that the anti-LGBTQ law in Nigeria is an audio law. It's a law that exists on paper, and is a law that can be used and can be appropriated to as a political weapon when the need arises for people to do so. I do not want to go into the cases of the cross-dressers that we're having in Nigeria today, who have become a part of our society, one of whom was my student in the university. We saw what happened to the young man or the young woman or the young she or he or her, or however we have chosen to start describing that young fellow. But I know I taught a young man that was very unserious. And today he has made himself something of a celebrity status. But for me, I will call that a yeye-brity status. In the light of that, we see that we are beginning to evolve in a society.
Dr. Ken, could you speak to the issues, and let's not go into personalities?
Okay. Well, the issues are very clear. There is not much that Nigeria is supposed to learn from Uganda, because we do not actually have the pressure that the kind of pressure that Uganda is actually having. What we need to do is to also brace up to the future pressure that will come, especially within the Nigerian space, because we know that in Nigeria, there are pockets of protests that are beginning to fight for the recognition of the rights of the people in this cohort. So what we need to do is to have a strategic plan so that when this pressure would come, whether internally or externally, we can cushion the pressure and make sure that it does not have any negative multiplier effect on the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian people. As for Uganda, I cannot speak to what the stand of the president is. He has taken his stand. The country has taken their stand. The country and all its constituents may not particularly be in support of the law or that stand, but most importantly, we should be concerned about the economic survival of the country and the larger population that will be affected by the withdrawal of businesses from Uganda.
All right, let me quote the president of Uganda. He made a quite significant statement here, and I would love you to listen. He said, the problem is that, yes, you are disoriented. You have got a problem to yourself. Now, don't try to recruit others. If you try to recruit people into disorientation, they will go for you. Now, you've heard what he said, that it's a personal thing, that they shouldn't try to recruit other people. Now, what kind of orientation are you expecting from the Ugandan government as a way forward now in handling the aftermath of this crisis? What would you expect the government of Uganda to do, the kind of orientation, since this has been described as disorientation? So what kind of orientation do you think will help the people of Uganda to understand the significance of this decision, and the need to respect the sovereignty of the people of Uganda as a way forward?
All right, Femi, there is a play of semantics here. The word and the usage of the word orientation, disorientation is all an interplay of semantics. Let's just break it down. If there is going to be a shift in focus and orientation, what the Ugandan government would need to do is to first and foremost give a national sensitization to the Ugandan people on why hardship may be befalling them soon and on how best to brace up for them to get out of that trap and of that situation. But two orientations are very important in this case. One is to build a deeper cultural orientation, and two is to build a growth mindset and growth orientation that will begin to harness the entire energies of the Ugandan people in the direction of mobilizing themselves despite external interferences, despite external barriers and maybe other laws, maybe other conspiracies against that country and other African countries that will still give hope to the people. Like Blessing did say, Uganda is resource rich. It's a strong power, especially in the eastern part of the continent, in terms of agriculture, in terms of export of cash crops. And all of this can be brought to the fore to give a stepping stone and make a silver lighting in the whole of this cloud for Uganda. I think despite all of this oasis of the rainbow, there is hope beyond a storm that Uganda is actually facing currently.
Okay, away from Uganda, let's return to Nigeria now, where the federal government has unveiled some fiscal incentives to boost the oil and gas sector. One of them is the VAT Modification Act, which will free some energy products from VAT, and also the offshore, deep offshore oil and gas tax incentive. But let's look first at the VAT exemption for some energy products such as cooking gas, diesel, and others fall in that line. What's your thoughts?
Yes, I had a wind of that news in the wee hours of this morning. And if there's any point in time to actually celebrate any policy, any initiative, this is one that I would use possibly just one hand to clap for the president of Nigeria. And I hope that you won't accuse me of focusing on personalities now that I have mentioned the president of Nigeria.
I'm only asking why you would clap with one hand, because I know you can't clap with one hand. So why?
Okay, so why will I clap with one hand? I think that it is long in the coming. It is long in the waiting for us to have been considering ideas and initiatives like this on how best we can evolve the Nigerian economy and the business environment into one that is more insensitivized. I mean, we're in need of a lot of incentives to be able to cushion the effects of the reforms, which I criticized on another channels yesterday, on another news channel yesterday, that the reforms are good, but they didn't quite come at the time they ought to have come. It was more of putting the cat before the horse instead of the horse before the cat. So this policy, for instance, this VAT initiative and the removal and the reduction of VAT on some certain products, especially within the context of the sector in view, it's a good initiative, and it is one that is quite commendable. But why will I also clap with one hand? I have lived in a country where a lot of policies are put on paper, and the implementation of those policies are defrayed. The implementations of those policies are stifled because some people that gain from the status quo will do everything possible to make sure that those policies are not implemented. I hope that every hand will be on deck to ensure that these policies saturate the nook and cranny of the Nigerian economic space, and also that the major actors in the supply chain will begin to embrace a national conscience that will reduce the cost of living that Nigerians are having to bear at this very present.
Right. Now, talking about these incentives, which is the aim is to see what to do to boost local production in the oil and gas industry. Now, the emphasis here is about tax incentives. What kind of tax incentives would you be expecting from the federal government if this idea is going to materialize and going to give value to that sector? What kind of tax incentives are you expecting the federal government to put in place to ensure that outrightly this will further boost the production in the oil and gas sector?
All right. I think a day or two ago, I was asked this question with respect to the strategies that the government should begin to think around and embrace to move the economy forward. And the second strategy and the second point I made was the need for us to reduce the tax burden on Nigerians, on corporate citizens, and on individual citizens in Nigeria. But before I said that, and coming back to your question, the first thing I said is that you can't sit down and condemn the bush of someone else's farm where you have not done your own clearing or your own housekeeping. I think before we start considering the issue of tax reduction and the removal of tax burdens, especially in the oil and gas sector, the first example that must be laid is for us to find ways, this present government to find ways to reduce the cost of governance. Once we are able to start with that example, it will be easy for us to bring in corporate citizens to buy into the agenda of tax incentives that are meant to push the economy forward. Now, what kind of tax incentives can be given to major players in this sector? And now this sector is divided into about three different streams. You have the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. And then you have the supply chain actors. I believe that the corporate tax in Nigeria today is quite high, on the one hand. On the other hand is the fact that besides the corporate tax, there is a multiplicity of tax. There is a multiplex of taxes that most companies in the oil and gas sector have to pay. I'll give you an example. Those that explore oil fields offshore have to pay a particular amount of tax every time a helicopter lands in their rigs. These are taxes. So these subtle indirect taxes that contribute to the pricing of products, that contribute to the quality of products, that contribute to supply chain disturbances, if looked at critically, and if they can be removed, if they can be reduced drastically by some 50 to 60 to 70%, will help the pricing situation, will help the quality situation in that sector. We now come down to the supply chain actors. So down to those that even vend the gas, vend the petrol, and vend other things that emanate from this sector to us. If we can see a reduction in some of the taxes they pay, I think it will also give them the conscience to pass on this benefit to we, the end consumers, and that will put at least a smile on the faces of Nigeria and Nigerians, and will mean that the government is actually putting everything in the fire to make sure that the present economic hardship is actually abated. These are my suggestions in that area as it concerns the oil and gas sector.
All right, quickly, in 1 minute, as we wrap up this conversation. So the incentive for the deep offshore oil and gas production, do you think it will encourage investments in Nigeria's offshore basin, which is part of the aim for providing this incentive?
There are a couple of factors that determine the attraction of investments into the country. And like I did say, I've already said, we should be aiming at foreign direct investment and not just foreign portfolio investments. You can begin to make loud all forms of policies, all forms of incentives that you are willing to give as a government. But if the political narrative does not change, the business environment will not move an inch forward. I think the most important thing is for us to give the sound political, to build a sound political climate for Nigeria and send that message to the international community that Nigeria is ready for business. It is good that we have these economic incentives, we have these tax incentives. It is good that we have infrastructure in place that will support businesses. But most importantly, I think the government should also saddle itself with the responsibility of unifying the Nigerian people and guaranteeing it to us as a social contract that all Nigerians, irrespective of tribe, religion, or tongue, will be given the opportunity to benefit and participate in the enjoyment, in the access, in the distribution, and in the appropriation of the Commonwealth of Nigeria. Once we get that political statement right, once we build that political narrative, everything I am setting will fall in place gradually. Line upon line, precept upon precept, a little over here, a little over there, and we will get Nigeria back to the promised land.
Right, Dr. Ken Inkenwa, we just have to leave this conversation here. Well said there that the Nigerian government has to walk the talk, not just the talking, but has to ensure that the implementation is done. You're aware that the oil and gas industry is very sensitive when it comes to the economy of Nigeria. And if the Nigerian government can get it right in that sector, just like you said, Nigeria will be a better place. Dr. Ken Inkenwa, we must thank you for your time and your thoughts on this development. It's Friday, so we'll say enjoy your weekend as well. All right, it's the early exchange where we deal with the big stories, and our business is to shape policy. Right after now, we're going to look at the issue of mental health, how to improve your mental wellness and also improve productivity. Shortly, we're going to have an expert who's going to join us, a psychologist, a medical doctor who will be in position to shed more light on this issue. Does it not bother you when there's a statistics showing that 1 out of every 5 adults in the US is plagued with the issue of mental illness? And in Nigeria, you have about 40 to 60 million people battling with mental illness. That will be the thrust of our conversation after this break.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
We're just taking the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Mental well-being is significant to the overall well-being of a person. It is necessary for our personal and professional lives. The World Bank estimates that around 20% of Nigerians are battling with one mental illness or the other. They range from anxiety disorder, depression, substance abuse to schizophrenia. Today, we're looking at mental illness and how that can be improved for productivity, not just in business, even for academic life and other spheres of life. So joining us virtually this morning will be Dr. Deji Osasuna, who is a neuroscientist and is also a behavior consultant looking into the issues of mental illness in Nigeria. If the World Bank, if the World Health Organization estimates that around 20% of Nigeria's population, bringing that to around 40 million people, battle with one mental illness or the other, then you understand that this is a very serious issue. Dr. Sass, good morning. Welcome to Early Exchange.
Good morning. Thank you for having me at Early Exchange this morning.
We're glad that you could join in. Now, looking at what the World Bank I beg your pardon, we've been talking about money and finance, so you understand why the World Bank is still very much in my head. So I'm rebooting right now and transiting from the World Bank to the World Health Organization. So if the World Health Organization, WHO, estimates that around 20% of Nigeria's population battle with one mental illness or the other, what do you think about this? And what are some of the issues that could lead people into one mental illness or the other?
All right. Thank you so much once again for having me. Good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, humans of this planet called Earth. The reality of today is that mental health crisis is at an all-time high globally, not just in Nigeria alone. However, the statistics are really being ruled out from Nigeria can be quite alarming, and it calls for urgent intervention, urgent attention. Yes, I agree. World Health Organization not quite long reeled out that alarming statistic that 20% of Nigerians, that we put it at about 40 to 60 million Nigerians battling one mental health issues or the issue or the other. But you know, the truth is that most likely that's actually underestimated, most likely, because with all the statistics that we have, it's a pointer to the fact that it can be worse than that. For example, I'm aware of a study that was done among 6,900 people, especially workers. Since World Mental Health Day for 2024 is focusing on mental health in the workplace. So I want to bring this data. Mental Health Watch Nigeria did a Nigerian workplace mental health survey in 2019. And they found out that about 78% of Nigerian workers are at the risk of mental health issue. And about 64%, that's 2 in 3, are at the risk of burnout due to excessive and prolonged stress. That's one statistic that's quite scary. All right. Then there's another one by NDLEA, Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, regarding substance abuse, drug abuse. And the global prevalence rate for drug abuse is pegged at about 5.5%. But you won't believe it, for Nigeria is about triple of that prevalence rate, about 15%. And it can even rise as high as 40% between the age grade of 18 to 35 years. Substance abuse, with cannabis being the leading substance being abused, then followed by other substances like tobacco, alcohol, cocaine, amphetamine, and some non-conventional substances. So we have serious mental health issues in our society. And the reality also is this: there's a strong link between mental health and productivity in the workplace, productivity in a society. So to answer the second part of your question, what are the risk factors, or what are the associated factors that can lead to, or that can contribute, or could have contributed to this rise in mental health issues in Nigeria? Some of them are too obvious to even be mentioning. So today we have serious economic challenges for individuals and families because of obvious factors, and many are not handling it very well. But beyond that, there are other factors that are biological, genetic, and environmental. For example, we have a couple of people grew up in a dysfunctional home. Several people, let me put it that way, grew up in a dysfunctional home. And whatever trauma you experience growing up, especially at a particular age grade, has a lot to do with how you behave growing up, because you develop a trauma response behavior, a coping mechanism, and the care is not taken. You start finding yourself living, even in your older age, to cope against this unhealed emotional pain in your life. Some try to cope against this unhealed emotional pain of abandonment, of absent parents, of broken home, divorce, or exposure to parents that are alcoholic, that are drug addicts themselves, or that are dealing with mental health crisis, or some are dealing with or developing behaviors to cope against rejection, extreme poverty, war, violence, crime, and displacement as the result of terrorism and what have you. Now, these coping mechanisms can follow us into adulthood, and some people, it's in substances. They seek solace to cope against this unhealed emotional pain in their life. Some people, it's in other forms of addiction. Some is psychosexual addiction, and some even manifest in personality disorders. We have a lot of personality disorders in the workplace today, ranging from antisocial personality disorder, in which the person is prone to conflict all the time. And you're wondering, why is this person always against everybody? Is it only you? It may not be intentional. It may be something that shifted at the brain. And some are even narcissistic, a narcissistic personality disorder. And that can be a terrible thing if the person is not even aware, in order to work towards growing himself, especially if the person is a leader or a manager in the workplace. The people working under such a person will be going through a lot of hell. Lastly, I will say this. We have a dire situation in Nigeria where the awareness level is quite low. So there are a lot of NGOs, a lot of government agencies, a lot of private sector organizations are doing their best to drive up this awareness level. But the reality is that it's still low. I've met educated people, well-traveled people in Nigeria that didn't realize that they were dealing with depression. For 2-3 years, they didn't realize. I mean, there was a CEO I had to work with. He didn't realize that what was dropping his motivation, his energy level, his passion, and not having any ambition again, struggling to get out of bed in the morning to go to work. He didn't realize it was depression for 2-3 years until it affected his marriage. And that shows you a snapshot of how the awareness or the level of awareness we have in Nigeria. So the awareness that is low makes a lot of people present late and not even know how to safeguard themselves against this numerous risk factor.
All right, Dr. Osas, good to see you again. Thank you for skipping your early morning exercise for you to join us this morning. You know, we really appreciate that time that you're spending with us. Now, I'd like you to start by addressing the misconceptions, the misinformation about the issue of mental health, which is largely misunderstood. You know, when it comes to the issue of mental health, there's some level of classification. And I would also like you to talk about the trends here in Nigeria when it comes to the issue of mental health. What are the signs, and at what level will you classify that someone is battling with the issue of mental illness?
Okay, thank you. Yes, there is a serious misconception about mental health globally, perhaps worse in Africa and Nigeria precisely also. In Nigeria, for instance, when mental health is mentioned, an average Nigerian has his mind or her mind going towards colo mental, street slogan or slang for someone that is absent-minded or that has lost control over his mind. That's what an average Nigerian thinks about mental health. Somebody that is colo mental or is in the derogatory parlance now mad. Now, mental health is beyond that, and mental health is actually not the absence of mental illness. So the fact that you don't have a mental illness does not even mean you are mentally healthy. I always like to put it this way: mental health is a continuum. It's a continuum. It's like a spectrum. All right. And it actually captures the states of your well-being in terms of your thoughts, in terms of your feelings, in terms of your behavior that enable you, these states of your thoughts, of your feelings, of your behavior that enable you to achieve 4 things in life. 4 things in life. Number 1, achieve your highest possible potential. Your highest possible potential. Number 2, adapt or handle normal stresses of life. Number 3, live or work productively and relate productively. Live, work, and relate productively. Number 3. Then number 4, offer meaningful service or contribution to your society. Now, anything that affects your state of thought, your thinking, your feelings, and your behavior to sabotage one or more of these 4 expressions has affected your mental health. So it's not the absence of mental illness per se, but that state of your emotional, your psychological, your social, your behavioral well-being, or you can put it as your state of thoughts, feelings, and behavior that enable you to achieve your highest possible potential in life, that enable you to undo or adapt to normal stresses of life, that enable you to live, work, and relate functionally or productively, and lastly, that enable you to offer meaningful service or contribution to the society. Then you are mentally healthy. All right. Now, to answer the second part of your question, there are diverse or different forms of mental health issues in our society. All right. And I will start from the commonest one globally and in Nigeria also, which is the mood disorder, depression, and anxiety disorder. depression and anxiety disorder. And the statistic is also scary, but I think I'll just drop the statistics. We are not bearers of bad news, so to say. Let's promote more of information about it. But I will also include from depression and anxiety disorder, we have a serious issue with substance abuse. In fact, Nigeria is regarded as one of the epicenters of substance abuse globally. Like I shared earlier on, the global prevalence rate is 5.5%, but in Nigeria it's about 15%, almost triple. And it can rise as high as 40% between the ages of 18 and 35 years. So we have a serious crisis with substance abuse in Nigeria. Then down to personality disorders that oftentimes people don't even, in fact, there's a thin line between your normal personality and personality disorder. For example, you see someone that has narcissistic personality disorder and is a control freak. He wants to be the center of praise, center of affirmation, center of attraction in everything. And we're just saying it's just confidence. But the reality is that it is damaging others. And this is the reality of what we're dealing with in our society, even in the workplace. Then down to the psychosis of this world and the schizophrenia that many people just call mad people. Then we have learning disorders, developmental disorders, and even eating disorders. But let me quickly touch on the commonest one, depression, and maybe time permits culture and anxiety. So for depression, because of how sensitive and how common it is in the workplace, in Nigeria and globally, people must realize that there are 9 classical signs and symptoms, if we were to put it that way. There are 9 classical symptoms and signs of depression. All right. By the way, depression is not the same thing as sadness. So if you are sad because you are broke, you should be grateful that your mind is working. It takes a normal mind to feel sadness because you are broke, but it doesn't mean you're depressed. Depression is a disease, in quotes, of the brain, of the human mind. And there are 9 classical signs and symptoms, and 5 of them must be present, inclusive of the first 2 that we mentioned, on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks, and is affecting the functionality of the person, and it's not traceable to any other medical condition or a drug intake. So what are these 9? Number 1, remember I said the first 2 must be present. So number 1 is persistent low mood or sadness on a near daily experience for at least 2 weeks. Persistent low mood or sadness. I think that should be number 7. Number 8 now. Persistent feeling of regret, guilt, and hopelessness. Persistent feeling of regret, guilt, and hopelessness. Then last one is suicidal ideation. That is thought of ending it all. And it may come in varieties of forms. It may not necessarily mean you're thinking of outrightly ending it all, but you're beginning to fantasize or normalize taking your life or living a miserable life, a reckless life that can lead to a death or becoming harmful to you. All right. In fact, it can be hiding under the guise of religion. If rapture just comes, let's just end it, or what are we doing in this world? Or I just want to disappear to somewhere and just be alone forever. This can be subtle signs of suicidal ideations, thoughts of ending it all. Just seek professional help in time.
Now, from all you've mentioned, this condition has to persist for at least 2 weeks. Are there certain situations or circumstances that can predispose a person to this? Can it wear off over time without any medical attention? For instance, grief. Say a person loses a loved one. Can it make that person fall into depression with all of the symptoms happening? And can it wear off over time without any medical intervention?
Yes. By the way, let me balance it. Grief is a normal response to loss. It's a normal response to loss of a loved one, loss of a property, loss of a position. And we say in psychology or psychiatry, there are 5 stages that anybody goes through when you're grieving. All right. And interestingly, one of these 5 stages is depression. So there's denial phase. Then after denial, all right, then you go to anger phase. And after anger, you go to bargaining in your head. Then after bargaining, you go to depression. After depression, you successfully navigate it. Then you go into acceptance, and that's when you can move on. All right. So to answer your question, yes, it's possible for someone to successfully navigate and come out of depression, because if it's mild, oftentimes with the social support system in terms of families and friends, with self-help in terms of resources, and perhaps sometimes just counseling in form of mental health counseling. In fact, sometimes just psychological counseling, somebody that can help you shift your perspective on the issue, because we all have blind spots. But by the time it's moderate clinical depression, or mild to moderate, or even severe, you may not be able to help yourself. You need to seek help. Sometimes it may be just speaking to any doctor, and the doctor will appropriately refer you to the specialist, psychiatrist, or a clinical psychologist. And sometimes it may just be psychotherapy you need, but a lot of times also you may need a balance between psychotherapy and medications.
All right, Dr. Osaz, my next question is going to be 3 in 1, and I'll be glad if you can summarize them so that at least we can save time here. First, I would like you to establish the fact that, is there any research creating a link with the fact that mental illness could be hereditary or has some genetic connection? And also, I want us to address the issue of stigma in the society. When you disclose that you're battling with mental illness, the kind of perception to this is somehow. How do we address this issue of stigma? And for those who are dealing with the issue of mental illness, what kind of support system should be put in place, whether by the government or the society, even
for anxiety disorder, for a particular personality disorder or developmental disorder, doesn't mean you will automatically come down with it. There's a role of epigenetics, and epigenetics is essentially environment and lifestyle. So I always like to liken it to, if you enter your room around 5 a.m., let's say you traveled, you just came back, and you enter your room around 5 a.m., 4 a.m., it will be dark in that room. But the truth is that the fact that it's dark in that room does not mean there is no power supply to that room in terms of current flowing in the electrical circuit. What has just happened is that you are here to switch on the power. Now, the same thing with these bad genes. Until something switches it on, oftentimes they don't manifest. So, and what switches on is what we call the epigenetics, the environment and lifestyle. So if you inherited this, then the responsibility is on you by the time you are entering into adolescence to adulthood, when you are supposed to start taking responsibility, then you must be cautious of your lifestyle and also your environment, especially against risk factors. So the second question, which is about stigma. Stigma is still very, very, very high in this part of the world. In fact, among the elites, among the educated, in the religious sector, in the corporate sector, in the government sector. And it's something we have to deal with us for a long time. However, we can stem it, we can reduce it with all hands on deck by aggressive communication and sensitization from the private sector to the government sector to the religious sector. The religious organizations also must embrace normalizing conversations around mental health. And they must be also careful with the way they target demonic. It's contagious. Traditional society also must do the same thing. All of us are traditional leaders must embrace normalizing conversations in different town hall meetings. Workplaces must prioritize normalizing conversations around mental health and let people know that mental health is real. And oftentimes, a lot of times, it's not demonic. A lot of times, it's not that it's contagious. Now, media houses also must help with this. Thank God you're doing the right thing with this conversation. All right. To answer your third question, what we can do to support. There are a lot of things we can do at different levels, from the workplace to individuals to the government. But we start with the workplace because majority of Nigerians, especially in the big cities, spend close to 3/5, 60% or their wakefulness in or around work. So, as workplace leaders, as workplace employers, it's the duty of the employer also to put policies in place against stigmatization, against harassment, against abuse, and what have you, that can serve as risk factors for some of these mental health issues. That's one for workplace. Secondly, create awareness around mental health, like the month of mental health, October. Or October 10, when is the World Mental Health Day, dedicate 1 hour or 2 hours to talk about mental health, to help people gain awareness about what mental health is all about. Don't assume your people know. Also, to provide resources to help them deal with challenges they're dealing with in their life. It could be financial, it could be relationship, it could be warfare. Also, thirdly, they must train employers or organizational leaders must train their managers, especially the line managers, the team leads, the supervisors must be trained in what we call mental health first aid skills. In fact, all the workforce must be trained. But if you want to focus on the line managers, because they are the ones directly relating with this employee subordinate. And what is mental health first aid skill? Is just essentially a set of skills to spot and support mental health crisis before it becomes harmful to the person or harmful to others. And there are skills to be able to spot it. There's a model founded by the World Health Organization to help with this. Lastly, a lot of trainings also should be going on, not just focusing on functional skills alone or technical skills, but also on soft skills or behavioral skills like resilience in the workplace, like mindfulness, which is the science and art of finding balance in a stressed out multitasking environment or culture of today. These are things that workplace can do. Also, on the side of the government, thank God for the lunacy, the famous Lunacy Act of 1958 that has been repealed by the federal government of Nigeria just January 2023. So it has inculcated or absorbed in more empathy for people dealing with mental health issues now. So suicide cannot be criminalized like before again. Thank God for that. That's a starting place. But also there must be incentives for organizations, especially NGOs, promoting mental health awareness. There must be incentive. There must be infusion of mental health care into health insurance at all levels. At all levels. Then lastly, there must be a scaling up of mental health care to the point that it becomes embedded in our primary health care, such that any individual can go to any PHC, primary health center, and be able to have a counselor, a psychologist, a psychotherapist, at the least, to talk to. Then we'll be doing a lot. We'll be saving this country a lot of issues that are traceable to mental health issues like crimes, violence, and what have you, traceable to substance abuse, traceable to a lot of mental health issues. Then on the individual level, I've talked about media already, so I won't go into that again. On the individual level, we all must take responsibility for our mental health. No health without mental health, and no wealth without health. So self-care is not selfish. Know when to put boundaries in place. Not all relationships are healthy for you. As a matter of fact, any relationship without boundary is unhealthy for you. You must know how to prioritize yourself in every situation, especially if you are in an extended family. I've seen many people that sank into depression as a result of pressure from extended family, especially firstborns. You must know when to draw the boundary. And you also must know when to talk to someone. We don't live an island kind of life. I always jokingly say the first letter in illness is I. If your life is all about I, myself, me and myself alone. And the first two letters in wellness, we are designed to connect. Know who to talk to, by the way. Not everybody you can talk to, but know who to talk to. And for our men especially, men know they talk. Men know they cry. That's a fallacy. Please, gentlemen, know that vulnerability is actually strength. Being able to open up to talk to your wife or to talk to somebody that you know will not feed on your fears, but will feed on your strengths is actually a strength on its own. It means you are secured in yourself to be able to open up. Talking is a form of therapy on its own. Psychotherapists, there are a lot of them available online. You will just Google. And there are also helplines available by Lagos State. I think I'll stop there.
Okay, before we let you go, haven't talked about what everyone can do from religious institutions to the individual, are there certain habits that one can inculcate to help go through life? Because these days people are busy. The support system of many persons seem to be failing because that support system itself is challenged with other things. People are away from their families. Some have relocated to other countries. Some time ago, we saw a video of a lady who had relocated but was crying because she was lonely, down with one mental illness or the other.
Thank you. While we cannot overemphasize the role of social support, I've had to speak at a conference virtually in Australia, which hosted a lot of Nigerians over there. And I asked them to share their biggest concerns, their biggest challenge in Australia. And a lot of them mentioned, in fact, isolation, social isolation was top on the list. And I believe it's right. You must find a way of staying socially connected. It's a responsibility, a primary responsibility on you. All right. Stay socially connected. Find people you can talk to. Find people you can relate with. Find people you can hang out with. Spend time with family and friends. In fact, if work becomes too busy, then you know that what the work is taking away from you will eventually take the work away from you. All right. And that's the concept of work-life integration. Yes, work can be very busy. We're hustling in the bustles of life to make ends meet. But you must find a way of successfully integrating your work into your life so that it doesn't, for too long, damage other vital areas of your life. All right. Like hanging out with friends, like socializing, like connecting with family, like faith-based organizations that help you raise your hope, like exercising, because exercise is a way of distressing yourself. In fact, I like to put it this way, in neuroscience, exercise and stress share the same neurological pathway in your brain, meaning that if you have been exercising very well, when a major stressor happens to you, your brain has become used to that pathway, has been primed, so it won't be too sudden and overwhelming to your brain. But if you have not been exercising, that pathway has been redundant. So when a major stressor happens, it may be overwhelming for you. So I say to people, exercise is not primarily for losing weight. It's a way of life. You are designed by your creator to move and mindfully move. And that's why your legs, your hands can be flexed, not a straight one that cannot be bent. So you must keep moving. Avoid sedentary life. It doesn't necessarily mean when you hear exercise, it's not about gym. Just brisk walking in your community, in your neighborhood for 30 minutes, 20 minutes per day. Consistency over intensity. All right. It also helps to clear stress chemicals from your brain. Then you must also watch what you eat. You can't be eating anyhow and expect your mental health not to suffer. It's a matter of time. Your food can control your mood, and your mood can also regulate the food you are eating. So be conscious of what you eat. Time will not permit me to go into that, but your food matters. You may speak to a professional to help you are found in our digestive system, in our guts. That tells you that food has a lot to do with your mood. Also, your leisure, maximizing your leisure matters. Leisure is about your non-busy time. You prioritize sleep. We're in an age where not only the middle age or the elderly are struggling with sleep. You see 12 years old, 13 years old, 16 years old, not sleeping till around 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in the name of social media apps. Now, you're damaging your brain, unfortunately. Sleep, by the way, is one of the areas of our lifestyle that has been designed to help us regenerate ourselves, including our mind, our brain. So when you don't have adequate sleep, you're overwhelming your brain and weakening the capacity of your brain to handle stressors and demands of life. Then also socializing, bonding, connecting with people, creating time to integrate work successfully into your life so that you can also achieve something significant in other areas of your life. Then creating time to even do checks. It could be physical health checks. It could be mental health checks. It's not only when you become mentally that you speak to a professional, a mental health professional. No. You can just walk up to a psychologist and decide to say, I want to understand my personality. I want to understand my emotions. I want to understand how my background, my childhood is affecting the way I behave in my relationship now. All right. Then, because of time, I will just stop at this point in your spirituality. Now, I know that some people, when they hear spirituality, they will think of religious. No, there's a difference between religion and spirituality. And a lot of scientific evidence points to the fact that spirituality has a lot to do with mental health. All right, it helps. For example, spirituality is not religion, like I said. Christianity, Islam, they are just religious outlets or expressions of spirituality. But spirituality is your connection with your deepest and highest self, your spirit. All right. And when this happens, there are evidences or expressions of it. One of it is your self-awareness will be high. You know your strength and your shortcomings. And when your self-awareness is high, your self-acceptance will start going up. And when your self-acceptance is going up, self-esteem will go up. Your identity will be intact. And you'll be able to handle normal stresses of life better. Also, you will live a meaningful life, even in the face of challenges. You know and realize that there is a meaning to everything happening to us. And life is not happening against us. Life is happening for us. Also, you will live a life of gratitude. Gratitude, which is one of the mindfulness activities that we all must do, is not necessarily because bad things are not happening to us.
Deji Sassouna, if we had the time, we would let you go on because there's so much that you have to share regarding mental illness and what people can do to improve their mental well-being for productivity. But we need to wrap up the show here because we're way out of time. Thank you so much for joining in the show today.
Thank you for having me.
We've been talking with Dr. Deji Sassouna, who is a neuroscientist, a psychologist, mental performance coach, and also a behavior consultant and CEO Winbox. And has been looking at mental illness, looking at how to improve ways people can improve their mental well-being for productivity. That's the show today. Many thanks for watching. I am Blessing AJ. Exchange returns Monday, 8 a.m. West African time. Be sure to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and please leave a comment.
All right, Dr. Osa has emphasized on the need for us to take responsibility for our mental health. And I leave you with this: you are the CEO of your own happiness, so ensure that you put your mind, your soul, your spirit in the right state so that you can enjoy a better mental health. Don't forget, Market Insight comes up at 11 and Early Exchange returns on Monday. Thanks for watching. I am Femi Ayodele. Enjoy your weekend.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. Landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No, I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, It was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrifice. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know. And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I gave the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the SOUQ Exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games, I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing, and so there I was at home for the very first time, doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's Baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the Gamers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Gamers Awards. And we had it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Gamers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Gamehers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person through a lot of different events. Much like Dunhill Ventures brings together, they bring together family offices and investors to connect and create networks and create relationships. That's what the Gamehers does. Video games has become the new media. When you look at live streaming, you look at content creation, there's such a big piece of that's entertainment. And as a person who plays video games, you get to do both, right? If you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? The video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. My daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or it's Call of Duty. She plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or on consoles, and sometimes that's just online. So I think we all play games. If you played soccer when you were younger, or football, right? If you played basketball or sports, we compete all the time, right? Leaderboards, points, things like that. Everything is a game. And so I think that the Gamehers provides a place where women who play video games can connect. And that's the beauty of it. So I was actually in Riyadh when I met the Dunhill Ventures group, and they invited us to come out to Lagos. It was an opportunity. I was supposed to be at South by Southwest this week, and ended up canceling all my travel plans. Told the team, I was like, I am gonna stay in Riyadh for a couple of days and then go straight to Lagos. Because the opportunity here is vast. The demographics in this region and in Africa has the youngest, the youngest demographics. Gen A, Gen Zs, 98% are gamers, and so the population is intrinsically part of our group. However, organically, our 10% of our international community is in Nigeria. And that has just been organic. We haven't done any programming here. We haven't done any events. It's just people finding us online and connecting with our team, with our community. So we are the Gamehers. That's TheGamehers on all socials, and thegamehers.com. Please download our app. It's tgh.app, and it can be downloaded on Apple, Google, and we're also on desktop as well. And connect with us. Our community, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, is very inclusive. While we focus on women and we are femme-based, we do have non-binaries and femme-identifying peoples, and also our allies who are men and male. So So you stand to gain an amazing community of like-minded people, find your tribe, find people to play games with, find people to learn from, as well as opportunities for education, on career development, and entrepreneurship. Absolutely. So we partner with a lot of game developers. We are not a game developer, but we provide opportunities for women in game development, as well as Riot Games is one of our early investors and a big partner. Also, I play a lot of their games too. It's a big perk to get in the alpha stages and get to try out different games. But we have opportunities for women to even, our Discord channel, for example, has game nights, right? Where women get to try out different games, whether that's a mobile game or even a party game from Jackbox Games. You know, there are different things that we use to connect and leverage through video games. I see there's a lot of there had been. I feel like it's starting to shift the other way. There had been, you hear stories about gamers who play too much, and I think I read a story about someone who played too long and died of seizures. I mean, that's probably the extreme, right? And let's be transparent and talk about it, because I think that as a parent myself, balance is everything. But however, in order to get good at anything, I mean, you have to spend the 10,000 hours, right? And so I actually told my daughter that I wanted her to play good. Then why would you limit yourself, right? But you have to do it in a healthy manner. You have to take breaks, you have to stretch, you have to eat, you have to do all these things and keep your health going. I mean, just like in any sport. Gaming has been shown to teach our children and to teach ourselves mental acuity, hand-eye coordination, problem solving, which I feel doesn't happen enough, but gamers have to learn how to lose, which is also something that doesn't happen enough, and also the grit to keep going, right? And so I think there are a lot of very good benefits to gaming, just as well as negative things, just as well as anything else. We are very focused this year on our international growth, and this is part of it. If you're connecting with us, join our community, get to know the people and connect with the people first, and then find affinities to the different games that you want to play. There's so many different kinds of games. There's a game for everyone.
The rise and fall of Nigeria Airways is a story steeped in mismanagement and missed opportunities. Established in 1958, Nigeria Airways, the national carrier, initially soared as a symbol of national pride. However, a series of missteps led to its unfortunate demise. In 2008, financial mismanagement became its Achilles heel. The airline became bloated with an oversized workforce, hemorrhaging money on profitable routes while neglecting crucial safety maintenance. These issues stemmed from a lack of transparency and accountability. The government, as the majority owner, failed to implement proper checks and balances, allowing mismanagement to foster. Weak regulatory oversight likely played a part as well, with instances of impounded aircraft due to unpaid debts and safety concerns raised by international bodies. Ultimately, The crippling debt burden proved unsurmountable, forcing Nigeria Airways to cease operations, revealing a void and a valuable lesson for the future. This lack of transparency and accountability isn't unique to state-owned airlines. Several privately owned airlines have also suffered the same fate. Effective corporate governance, including robust financial management and adherence to safety regulations, is essential for any airline to succeed. The broader lesson here is the critical role of corporate governance in the aviation industry. Effective management, robust management practices, and regulating compliance significantly impact performance and operational efficiency, and customer satisfaction are paramount. Robust corporate governance ensures that airlines operate transparently, ethically, and in alignment with both regulatory standards and stakeholder expectations. This is crucial for maintaining public trust, ensuring operational sustainability, and achieving long-term profitability. Across the Atlantic, one airline considers backgrounds, skills, and experiences, ensuring a wide range of perspectives in decision-making processes. As of December 31, 2023, the board includes 10 independent directors and 2 non-independent members, one being the chief executive officer and the other a nominee from the Airline Pilots Association. Diversity extends to gender, race, and ethnicity, with 1 out of 12 directors representing historically underrepresented groups. Key committees including audit, corporate governance, personnel and compensation, safety and security, and finance play critical roles in overseeing various aspects of operations and governance. By bridging the gap between Delta's global success and the realities of the Nigerian aviation industry, a thriving future can be achieved. For regulators, strengthening regulations in Nigeria's aviation industry involves implementing stricter enforceable measures to discourage irresponsible practices while protecting consumers, employees, and investors. This includes a thorough review of ownership structures by setting up minimum competency standards for owners, exploring diversified ownership models, and enforcing stringent disclosure requirements. Regular independent audits should be conducted, extending beyond mere compliance to identify areas for improvement in operational safety and sustainability practices, thereby fostering a more robust and reliable aviation sector. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
We are not playing because power.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that's going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation with our real-time data. You'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests that's against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban Agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply.
To 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you in development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers views on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
The weekend's upon us again, and you are welcome. This is where all the ideas and all the policies and everything else in between that does concern the market comes to the fore. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Market Insight, and I'm totally excited about the weekend. I'm pretty sure that you are too. It gives you that opportunity to, let your hair down, kick your shoes off, and do something that essentially takes care of your mind, body, and soul. That's a good thing to look forward to if you ask me. Well, anywho, it's Market Insight, and today we're talking about harnessing Nigeria's non-export potential amidst challenges. Pretty interesting what we want to do with diversification, but if, for some reason we're still struggling in that regard. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of it very, very shortly, but not before we take a look at what is happening on the floor, what has happened as the week, progressed on the floor of the NGX. Once again, welcome to Market Insight. I am David Chiedu. Now, with that, we take a look at, some of these activities from a more wide-angled lens, so to speak, or a panoramic view. We'll get the thoughts of our in-house analyst this morning. We're joined by Mr. Kane Diaga. He's a financial analyst. Mr. Diaga, welcome to Market Insight once again.
Thank you very much, David.
It's always a delight having you over.
It's my pleasure too.
Yes, indeed. So let's get your thoughts. Give us an overview of, how the week has traded or how the week has fared on the trading floor of the NGX from Monday till, the summary of the activities yesterday.
Well, if you look at the closing on Monday, that's the last day in the month of September, the market appreciated. In fact, significantly, to the point that some market watchers think that's the way it's going to go all through the week. Unfortunately, that result was broken on Wednesday, because Tuesday was a public holiday. And so we had a kind of bearish run on Wednesday and Thursday. Of course, today, the likelihood of the market appreciating because of information that are available in the market space. And so investors who may have been there, who may have keyed into the performance of the market would have taken advantage of the low price. And of course, also is the fact that some investors want to take position because of the profit takings by others who are selling off, who had made profit before now. So it's a mixture of both ups and downs. We are likely going to be seeing the market closing either up when compared to the previous week's trading figure, or down when compared to the previous week's trading figure. Depending on where the pendulum swings, the markets may go up and may come down. There's no one that can predict whether the market will be up today or down. If there's anyone who could do that in the market, it would have been seen as an insider trader, meaning that such person would have had some information that others may not have. So, but the market is a place where you have information real time at the same time for every traders. And so that is what makes it a perfect market.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't initially tell you a happy post-independence. Yes, let's harp on that for a little bit. It's been 64 years so far, but we're not going to go as far back as 64 years. Let's take it from where we returned back to democracy some 24 years ago, 25 years ago, as it were.
Yeah.
Comparative analysis, broad strokes. How would you say we fared then and now?
Well, we haven't fared well by all indices. We haven't fared well because if in the past the Naira has firmed up to the dollar, and now the Naira is depreciating compared to the dollar, and you know we everything about Nigeria is benchmark on the dollar, so we cannot say we have done well in terms of performance, both government-wise, both economic-wise, both policy-wise. We haven't done so well. But I think there is room for improvement. And I think the present administration is doing what they can to ensure that that improvement turn the economy around. So if that happens, then we'll be on the path of improving our economy and ensuring that we are also being able to compete globally. Otherwise, we'll just be seen as a third world country. Of course, we have moved out of the third world country that we used to be seen. We have moved out of it. But if what is needed to be done is not done, we may still be seen as a third world country. And I hope that that will not happen to us.
Hopefully that is not the case. You're still watching Market Insight. We'll take a very short break. And when we return, we'll go into the heart of the matter. For today, we're talking about harnessing Nigeria's non-oil export potential amidst the myriad of challenges bedeviling it. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President are there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests that's against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insights on SOUQ News Television. Lagos. Now, earlier we hinted that we were going to be delving deeper into some of the challenges bedeviling our non-oil exports potential. We're going to be harnessing the potential, as it were, taking a look at, ways to harness the potential, as it were, when it comes to that particular aspect of the economy. Now, our quest for foreign exchange earnings has hit a snag. Now, despite efforts to diversify the economy, the country's non-oil exports have declined, dealing a blow, a huge one, dare I say, to hopes of reducing dependence on oil revenues. Now, stakeholders say that this is due to a combination of issues. Now, from agricultural products to manufactured goods, Nigeria's non-oil export sector has immense potential. But the question therein is, what exactly is driving this decline? Or what has driven this decline so far, and how can it be tackled? We'll examine these and more on the program this morning. Our guest is still with us in the studio, Mr. Kehinde Adiaga. He's a financial analyst. Now, Mr. Adiaga, to get your thoughts here, we are trying to diversify. Yeah. We are trying to improve the economy. We're trying to, shore up dollar inflow, as it will, but we are failing significantly to improve our non-oil exports. It's been over a period of 4 to 5 years now. As a matter of fact, our non-oil export accounted for about 9.65%, in the first half of this year. You want to compare that with the numbers from 4 years ago. That's year 2020, that is, where we had about 15.25%. Now the differential there is a 5.65% differential, as you were, which, clearly shows a decline. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the reason why we've had that decline is simple, and it's because there are no encouragement to the non-oil producers or manufacturers. One, I think it's high time government look into the area of non-oil products. If we could develop it, if we could support it, we will earn as much dollar as the oil is given to us. Like I have said it here some time ago, that the music industry is a means of, or art industry, so to say, is another means of generating dollar to Nigeria. It's being generated by individual. It's not a fund, it's not something that is generated by the government. And so government need to look into that to see how they can harness the potentials there and encourage those who are in that industry so that whatever dollar profit they are making can come through the central bank, where they can have an adequate record of the inflow. Aside from that, other exporting products that we could have, I once said it sometime, we have yam, we have cassava, we have cocoa that can be exported, that can generate dollar to Nigeria. The problem with that is, by the time you are taking all these items out of the farm to the port of destination where it will be exported outside this country, it takes months before you get to the Nigerian ports, either by road or by rail. Unfortunately, the rail has not been functioning for years in that regard, meaning that taking goods, heavy goods from the farmland, from the farm into the interstate where it can be exported. And so because of that, we find it difficult, that's the manufacturer find it difficult to produce at maximum that can bring about dollar. There was a time I spoke with some manufacturer, and they said that they were trying to export yam, and because they have kind of prepared it, they have put what needed to be done. By the time it gets to the port here in Lagos, they discover that something that has been preserved for just 1 month got to port 2 months after the preservation, meaning that that preservation would have gone bad and that product will go bad. And so it makes it they won't be able to export it anymore. So how would they do it? And then they went further to say that if only government will allow all these checkpoints on the road, especially if it is a food item that is going to be exported outside this country, they should allow them to go straight without hindrance into the port, provided that they are sure that these are food items. But you know, the problem we have with that is this: Nigerians who are exporting such things have added other things to it, like contrabands that are not supposed to be, drugs. You see them hide them under food containers to be exported. And this is the reason why you see roadblocks where customs are even on the road checking containers. That is not supposed to be. Their function ought to be in the ports. At the port where they will check and do everything, are certain to be sure that what they claim that is on the paper is what is contained in the container. But you see, I don't know how we can resolve this. But I feel what should be done is government should set up monitoring committee, monitoring units, honest monitoring units, those that they know that no matter what is being given to them as bribe, they will not take it. And those ones also must be well taken care of by government, so that in the event that somebody wants to bribe them to get away with certain things that are not supposed to be, they will not allow it. So if we can get our goods from the farm to the ports and it can be exported at a very low time, it will help us. Because if you preserve an item for 1 month, believing that it will get to the destination in the same period of 1 month is better. Because by the time it leaves here and it gets to the destination of export, they look at the quality and the quality of such item. It is then that they can say, okay, this can fetch us this. But when something is being exported and it gets to the country of destination and they discover that some had gone bad, naturally, what comes after that is to say everything that has been exported is bad. And so when you export such thing, you know how much it will have cost you to export it. It means what you have used to put it together has gone down the drain. And who pays for that? You can imagine if the manufacturer or the producer or whatever had gone to bank to borrow money. So that is another part of the leg of the problem.
Now, I'm going to take you up on that part, borrowing. Now, some stakeholders have pointed that as one of the problems. They talked about inflation, high cost of borrowing, depleting and depleted infrastructure across the board, and some anti-business, let me quote that one right now, anti-business activities or anti-business regulations by some MDAs whose purview, covers the export value chain. What are your thoughts on this?
You see, in fact, sometimes I look at Nigeria and I feel very bad about the way we operate. Banks that are supposed to provide funds to support small and medium scale enterprises, hardly would you see them do that. We can count on our fingertips how many banks are really supporting this. And in a situation where they had not been supported, because they needed to be in business, they would take a fund that is high rates, that they know that even after said and done, they may not be able to recover. But because they want to continue to be in business, and naturally that will affect, it will translate into the price of that goods. So I think about this time, if government want to be sincere, government need to say, banks, of course, I thank God that a bank MD did say that recapitalization is not the only thing that the banks need now, but that how they can collaborate and support the small and medium scale to grow the business. So that means that they also are looking into how they can grow the small and medium scale businesses, because some developed countries that have developed now, they develop their small and medium scale businesses to the point that some got 0% fund loan, and with that they could produce and they can sell at a cheaper rate. I remember I had said it in the studio before that if a small business enterprise is given a loan at 0%, such company also must be monitored to ensure that the loan he got or she got is utilized for the purpose. Otherwise, you see some people collect loan and divert it into another thing. In the process of diversifying into another thing, it hampers or affects the main business they wanted to support in that regard. So there is a need for a stringent measure to ensure that whoever defaults in that area of loan or support from either government or from bank, such person is dealt with. And you see, if people are not dealt with, it will not serve as deterrence to others. It is when people see, like we've had, and so much money has been recovered from looted funds, from this, from that. How many people have been penalized? Or how many people have been jailed for that? Or how many of them have been publicly prosecuted?
With this, even yesterday, one news came out again from the ICPC that a tune of, I think, 13
billion.
That amount was, discovered. And nothing was said about whose custody was. Yes, that
you get it. So these are some of the things. Until we penalize people, until people are jailed for misappropriation, for default, for embezzlement, we cannot get it right. Because developed countries, the moment you misbehave, the punishments are there. It's not a punishment. There is a case of the one that is trending right now, where somebody is supposed to be in prison and is kept in another place. You get it? And so, if not that story came out, who would have known? Of course, some people already know that some people, personalities, if they are jailed and they are supposed to be in prison, they are not in prison. They are kept in another place where they enjoy all through the period. So, you see, in that situation, how can we correct what is wrong? It will be difficult. So, penalty, once there is a penalty for something, let it be publicly seen as being executed. I remember some years back, where any armed robber that is caught is taken to his or her houses where he or she lives and is publicly disgraced or executed. That stopped the robbery. That stopped people going into robbery, because they know once you are caught, they take you to your father's house or your compound or whatever to say this person has been caught, is an armed robber, and is going to be publicly executed. So parents are monitoring their words, are talking to their words to ensure that, look, don't bring a disgrace to us. In that case, it has cost us, it has made others to sit right.
Consequences.
The consequences, exactly.
All right.
So we need that.
All right. Now, still towing this line, it's dealing a huge blow to confidence in businesses, as it were. It's been a decline in that. As a matter of fact, a lot of businesses, according to the NBS, by the way, were reported to have had about 49%
decline.
Yes, a 49% decline, as it were. Inflationary pressures are forcing, a decline in output, as it were, especially in the retail sector, most importantly. And let's contrast that to what happened last week with the CBN. They went the hawkish route, increasing, as opposed to what many thought was going to be, the converse, in that particular decision taken by the MPC. So the question at this point in time is, as most experts have said, most stakeholders have said, there would be more, there would be tougher times, as it were, for business. So the question is this really, really something that we need to start, making concerted efforts to prepare for? Are times going to actually be worse than they are right now? Do you share the sentiment? What are your thoughts?
At this point, we need to be realistic about everything that is happening in Nigeria. The economy has gone bad to some extent before now. And of course, this present administration is saying they are trying to revamp the economy. As much as they are trying to revamp the economy, the process of revamping the economy, they have outlined it. How many people understand the outline they have given? It is when we have an understanding of where they are going that we can say truly the government is serious about it. But a situation where you have a plan, and Nigerians, majority of Nigerians don't understand the plan you have, it will be extremely difficult for you to achieve it. Because for you to achieve it, it is these same Nigerians that will work together with government, regardless of which parastatals ministry or department. In as much as it is Nigeria, policies are made for Nigeria, and the policies are implemented by Nigerians. So they need to understand all that. Without that understanding, it will be extremely difficult to achieve it. And so what is needed is for government, like an economist once said, let me say, Mr. Adebayo, say that as much as the government is doing more, not that much is known or seen by Nigerians. So that government now need to come out to showcase what it is doing so that people will know where they are going. I know that it's part of which they are trying to support the small and medium scale businesses, because they have seen that that is where the economy, that is where the employment is, that is where the growth is. And so if they are doing that to support the economy, to grow the economy, it's better for us, whereby people understand it and people can see it. Like a bank had said that he had given over 787 billion out as loan to 500,000 small and medium scale businesses. The question that a layman will ask is, where are those businesses? Is it located in one state, or is it scattered all over Nigeria? And where are the statistics to show that these businesses are growing, or that they are utilizing the loan for that purpose? So all this needed to be seen and known. And that is the reason why Nigerians are saying, government, yes, we appreciate the fact that you are trying. Yes, we appreciate the fact that things have gone bad before now. But let us see the reality. Let us see the sincerity in you, that you are ready to do it in a manner that will help and will bring trust back to Nigerians. Without that, we're going nowhere. Like the issue of loan. It is when banks are able to give out loan. But again, there is a caveat. If you collect loan, it is a loan. You should know it's got to be returned back. So, and when you utilize it in a manner at which you wanted it, otherwise, I mean, for instance, feasibility studies are done to say, okay, I want to go into this kind of business. How do I achieve this? How much would I need to expend on this to get this? So if you already have those things, and then you are able to access the loan, and you deploy it for that purpose, definitely. Of course, there could be ups and downs, but you will still arrive at a better situation or position, as against just collecting and then sit back and squander the money.
You spoke about knowledge earlier. Yeah. Part of an attendant issue with regards to that has seen stakeholders citing a lack of understanding amongst non-oil exporters, as you were, saying that they, lack the requisite knowledge and network to succeed in the, sector, which has played a very, very huge role to the decline that we see. Do you share this? Do you agree with this assertion?
Yes, I agree with it, because you cannot do what you don't have a knowledge of. If you want to go into farming, you must have a knowledge of what it takes to be a farmer. What are the necessary things, tools that you need to start up? For instance, somebody approached me to say he wants to go into piggery farming. And I said, well, it's a good business, but you must have the capital. Because I had done a research, I discovered that piggery farming, pigs give birth 3 times in a year, every 3 months. So if that happens, it means if you have 3 giving birth every 3 months, you have the ability to sell, you have the ability to increase, you have the ability to get more. So if you already know that, then you can project into how much would you need to sustain such a business. And then by the time you start, don't be the type that will just start making profit and taking all the profits and squander. But you should be somebody who will take the profit and keep some aside for growth the profit that you are making is for future. In the event that there is a crisis or there is a problem, you can deploy that profit into supporting what is on ground. Otherwise, it's nothing. So there is a need for anyone who is going into any business to have a pre-knowledge of that kind of a business, so that he or she will know how, when the projection would have been there, when or how he or she can attain that level that he desire. Otherwise, you just discover that you go into a business, under a few periods, you are down. And that's the more reason why the small and medium scale businesses must be well monitored. They shouldn't just be allowed giving loan and just allow them to go like that. I know of a bank that gives out loan to small and medium scale businesses, but they go with them. They grow with them in their businesses. How do they grow with them in their businesses? They ensure that they monitor them and give them professional advice where need be, and support them where need be, because they know that the money they are giving to them is shareholders' fund and must be returned. And in the event that this company or this small business that came to raise that money from them default, it will affect them. So they don't just give them money and leave them like that.
Now, who does this behoove on? On whose shoulder does the onus lie? Is it the stakeholders playing in the sector, or the regulators, or some other party responsible for this skills gap or this knowledge gap, as you were? Who is supposed to educate these people?
It's a combination. If I'm to go into a business, I probably would have had the knowledge about it. The bank may not have that knowledge. I needed to explain it to them. And in explaining to them, they also have a unit that looks around the kind of businesses that are around them. And so, based on the feasibility study I provided to them, they can see, and then they will know. Because in your feasibility study, you have to put into account the income, the expenditure. You get it? Now, that is this on the how do I put it now? The layman's end. They can see. If you say this thing will bring about 10,000 naira as gain for you, and you are deploying, say, 20,000, is that a gain? It's not a gain. So a banker will know that hey, come, what you have given out is not a gain, except if you are saying that to start the business, it will cost you this much, and before you get above that, it will take you this year. With that, they will know you have done a projection that you already believe that there could be ups and downs. So they can also advise you in that regard to say, all right, what we'll do is we'll give you this money bit by bit so that you don't necessarily have a failure. And they also will be part of those who are marketing you. Because if you give, like the exchange where companies are being listed, that's why you see the exchange go on roadshow before now. They go on roadshow, regular roadshow, to project companies that are listed on the exchange to the outside world, so that whoever wants to come in will see the support of the regulator, and they can say there is authenticity in that. But whereby the exchange sit back and say, oh, they've been listed, they don't have anything to do, it then means that whoever wants to get information about such company, if they access the exchange will not have any information to give, and it will affect them. But because they are part of them, they know that they cannot fail like that, and the investors already have confidence in that. That's the same way businesses should go. If you are starting a business, whoever is supporting that business must collaborate with those who will fund it and get a better knowledge of it, so that the business can expand and grow.
All right. You're still watching Market Insight, and we are talking about Nigeria's non-oil export sector, taking a look at the challenges and, talking about the possible solutions to these problems. We've seen a decline over the last couple of years, and we're wondering why. That's exactly where we're at here today on Market Insight. Mr. Kehinde Adeaga is still with us. We'll continue the conversation very shortly, examining in this next session the numbers across the board. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you Banking Trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Welcome back to Market Insights, where we're talking about the country's non-oil exports and the challenges therein, having seen a decline in the last couple of years. We're, talking about where we go from here. We're still in the studio with Mr. Kehinde Adega, looking at the issues and preferring solutions therein. Now, Mr. Adega, let's look at the numbers. Total of 211 different products were exported during this period under review, as you were, with cocoa beans, fertilizer, and sesame seeds as the top three, products, with a contribution of 23.18%, 13.78%, and 11.4% respectively of the total non-oil exports for this year. And it puts the total volume of it all to about 3.8 million metric tons. Now, we exported to 122 countries spread across Africa, the Americas, Europe, Asia, and other portions in the Pacific region. Top three destinations, by the way, were the Netherlands, Malaysia, and Brazil, with only Ghana accounting for the African contingent, as you were. Now, apparently, just looking at all of these and the numbers therein, it's indicative of the fact that there is a shift from the traditional agricultural, commodities to the more semi-processed and manufactured goods, as you were, which then again reinforces the idea that our success, more or less, to use that word, lies in the non-oil sector, as you were, a non-oil export sector. Let's take countries like the Netherlands, for instance, which one of their major exports is dairy. We have livestock. And I'm wondering, as a layman, why we haven't been able to, harness things like that. So putting all of this in perspective, it appears we haven't properly managed or properly optimized what we have well enough. So why is this, and what do we need to do to break this hex?
Well, the reason why we've been having challenges or issues in that regard can be attributable to lack of knowledge, number one, lack of support, and lack of interest. Because in anything you do, if you have knowledge, if you have support, if you have interest, definitely it will strive. I do the analysis this way. Knowledge means that you know the beginning and the end. So the failure is not part of your thinking, but progress. Then if you have support, it means that everybody who is supporting you already know that there is an achievement or there is a benefit attached to that thing that you are doing. And so that's the reason why they are supporting you. And then the third part, which is the funding, it's also part of saying, oh, we believe in this thing you are doing, so we are ready to support you financially. You may have an idea, and your idea can only materialize when you have the funding, when you have the support. Policy support, financial support. When all that come in place, definitely the sky will be the limit. Not even it may even be the beginning, so to say. And that's the reason why you see the likes of Netherlands and the likes of other countries that you have mentioned are thriving because their government gave them backing to support them in every area of that business. In our own case, we have problem. If a government, let us take this present government now. If they don't believe in that aspect, they will not support it, policy-wise. And so it will be difficult for any bank to want to assist you because they also are looking at government policy. Should anything go bad, that policy is a red signal already for the bank to say, oh, the government is not supporting this sector. Why should we support it financially? And so they won't support it. It means they will kill that sector completely. And that's exactly what we're experiencing now. But right now, what government need to do, government need to have people who have knowledge about certain things and be willing to put the knowledge on the table for both government benefits and for both owners' benefits. If that is done, the banks will support. You can imagine the refinery, the Dangote refinery. Ordinarily, Dangote ought to not, shouldn't think of going outside to look for money to support it. If our banks are well capitalized, they would have been able to fund it without Dangote going outside. And so the funding, they are providing the funding because they believe that there is an end to that thing, meaning that they know that whatever amount of money that may have been disbursed to that organization is coming back. So that assurance is there. Supporting from the government and supporting from the financial industry, coupled with the owner of that business, knowing that there is a benefit attached to this business. So it will strive. It will strive. Otherwise, forget it. And that is the reason why you see developed countries making inroad. Nigeria has become a dumping ground. Yes, whereby things that we could produce or manufacture locally are being exported to us. And because we don't regard our products, we don't attach quality to our products. In fact, if you bring a shoe that is made in Ghana and you label it US, it comes to Nigeria, it supersedes that of Nigeria. And people will buy it higher in dollar because it will have been rated, benchmark on dollar. And they'll buy it higher than that. Whereas if you go to Aba, the same shoe is being produced with quality and you can get it at very low price. But because we don't value what we produce, we believe more on what is being exported into us, to us. And then we say, this is a foreign something. You remember, even at this studio, I've said it once before, that government need to lead the road, champion the cause, make sure that everything that they want to buy or they want to use is made in Nigeria. If everything that they use is made in Nigeria, Nigerians wouldn't have any choice. This issue of importing, exporting will be something that can be resolved under a period. Then we will now be able to export certain things. We have so much that we can export that are desired from other countries, but we are not taking advantage of them. Again, maybe as a result of greed of Nigerians. When you are supposed to produce something that is quality, you are producing near quality, and then you expect to compete with quality items. It's not done. You recall there was a time, it was all over, where they claimed that Nigerians will go to China to say, produce this thing, but this lower the standard. Because my people, this is the standard they can afford. You don't do that. But if you agree that this is the quality of thing you want and the price is attached to it, let me bust your brain. Right now we are enjoying almost 24-hour power supply. Do you know that some people are complaining already?
Absolutely. The one subscribed to Band A.
To say, oh no, this thing is taking our money, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, if something is made available for you, would you not be ready to pay for it? If you don't want to pay for it, it then means that you don't want that thing.
But in the bid to, make it readily available, if it is outside the, reach when you're
The
talking about
rich,
affordability, right?
the affordability
Of the
that you are,
regular person.
let me tell you,
How then do they afford it? That's
the
the problem.
affordability you are talking about, what they are being supplied is like a card. You use phone every day. You don't just call anyhow because you want to maximize the service in there, the money you have in there, isn't it? So it's the same way. If you are put in band A, let's assume you are put in band A, and you have a refrigerator, you have fan, you have TV and everything. You don't necessarily need to use all this at the same time. You space it. By the time you space it, you will have more units in your card. Because
all right,
otherwise,
okay.
we need to be educated on this. Otherwise, we say, no,
all right.
It's expensive.
I'm smiling right now because, I know exactly how much I have to spend in that regard. I don't know if you're subscribed to Band A, but of course, you probably had the same, you probably have had the same experience. And Nigerians, generally, the ones who are subscribed to that particular band are the ones who aren't particularly finding it funny at this point. But away from that, as we wrap up very quickly, now we have, the exporters trying to reach a global market through about 19 exit ports, as he were, including the seaports, the airports, and the land borders, as he were. But we have almost 100% of these going through the seaports, particularly in the southwest and the south-south. Specifically, 95% of them are going through the seaports. I'm curious, is this a good thing? What are the implications therein if it feels some way, somehow like we're putting our eggs in just one basket? What are you? Very quickly, please.
Well, we are not putting our eggs in one basket. We are diversifying. And if you must diversify, you must go through the challenges of diversification. And these are some of the challenges of diversification. If you must export and you want that export to get to its destination, you can't use just one port. You try to see how many ports you can harness, you can use together at the same time.
No, but I'm saying you have the airports, you have the land borders, you have the seaports.
Yes.
But when you have 95% of the exit routes through the seaport, what does that leave us?
It goes through the seaport because it's cheaper, although it's a longer period, but it's cheaper compared to when it has to go by air, which is we have by air or by sea. We cannot talk of rail because we cannot link the outside world by rail. So these are the two ports that we can link outside the world. So by sea is cheaper, but it's longer in getting to destination. While by air is expensive, but is faster. So we need to choose. If the goods that we are exporting are goods that can perish within a period of time, then we should be looking at doing it through the air so that it doesn't go beyond the period of preservation. And if it is something that the preservation can last for about 3 months, we should be thinking of doing it through the sea. And that will reduce the cost on us. All the cars that you see that are imported into the country came by sea. And of course, they are cheaper when they land. Though Nigerian factor put together, you still see it, the price go up. That, I wouldn't know why Nigerians are like that. You can imagine somebody buys something for 10 naira and he wants to make 100% gain on it. So we need to talk to ourselves too, not the government alone. Even Nigerians, we need to reorientate ourselves and re-educate ourselves on so many things. Because the developed countries that are making it, they have a way of getting it together. Greed shouldn't be the paramount thing. What should be paramount is the country itself, how we can move the country forward. Once we have that loyalty to our country, then we will get somewhere, because loyalty matters.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kehinde Adega, for your thoughts on the program this morning. We do appreciate your time. Many thanks for joining us. That's Market Insight today. We've been talking about the non-oil sector, non-oil export sector in the country, and the challenges therein, as well as the solutions going forward. Mr. Adega has talked about a lot of things, but at the center of it all is support and the right galvanization from, or the right facilitation, if you like, from the government across all levels, so that we can produce more. And the more we produce, the more we're likely to export. And the more exports we have or we make, the more robust our economy gets and the more growth that we can record. So we're hoping that that will be the case. That's it on Market Insight today. But before we go, quick look at the currency market. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today, we're excluding Tuesday because it was a public holiday. We saw transactions, or rather, we saw the exchange, rather, on the official market, with Monday having the Naira to dollar exchange at 1,685 Naira. Wednesday, sitting at 1,619 Naira. Thursday, 1,560 Naira. And then, of course, today, it's also remaining that way at 1,560 Naira. That is what it looks like on the Forex market today, October 4, 2024. And that is the total package on Market Insight this beautiful Friday morning. Many thanks for watching. Do stay with us. The news update is up next at the top of the hour. I am David Chiedu. Have a great weekend.
On March 1st, 2024, the Remi Fani Kayode Street, Ikeja, GRA, Lagos State, played host to a transformative event under the theme Men Against Abuse. Conveyed by Dr. Oyinkansola Jinodu, OJ, founder of Honey Drops Foundation, the event sought to challenge societal norms and empower men to take a stand against abuse. In her welcoming address, Dr. OJ articulated the significance of the fashion show being targeted towards men. She emphasized the importance of engaging men in conversations about abuse and fostering a culture of respect and equity, citing that men get as much percentage of abuse just as women.
Starting the foundation here and now, I know these are very unusual times. These are very difficult times. I'm not ignorant, I'm not delusional, but I'm a visionary. I see beyond what is happening in the country. Now we can still stand up and create solutions. And that is why starting the Honey Drops Foundation was a dream, but it became a reality when people like my executive director, has come on stage. When it comes to the issue of domestic violence, men are typically, originally by default, they are the villains. They are the ones that are doing the beating, the slapping, the everything. However, working in this field for over 9 years now, I found out that men are as much a victim as women are. So that's why at the Honey Drops Foundation, we don't create solutions for genders, we create solutions for human beings. So we treat the kids, the teens, but we also decided, because nobody's doing it, how about we be the ones to look out for the men, create something that elevates, that celebrates men, that allows them to know that they are seen, they are heard, and they are understood.
The executive director of the foundation, Miriam Pedro Tijani, shed light on the organization's vision and recent initiatives. One notable project was the Teen Dating Conference, aimed at educating young students about healthy relationships, peer pressure, and asserting control over their lives, and to equip them with the knowledge and confidence to make informed decisions. The fashion show welcomed dignitaries and prominent figures from both in and out of the fashion industry. Their contributions added depth and perspective to the discussion surrounding abuse and masculinity. Speaking with correspondents of SOUQ News Television, some shared insights into their creative processes and how their work aligns with the theme of the event.
I would say we can function in any space, which is, how will I say, like simplicity, class, and taste. That's what Pro7 represents. But when it comes to men against abuse, that's more of taking like sole proper responsibility, like a normal man does. natural, like normal men, you know, what we do normally. So the inspiration behind this is for us to be simple, to be classy, and to have so much taste. You know, fashion goes out, but style stays forever. Like, okay, let's say abuse. That looks like kind of not what we want, but it happens, and there's nothing we can do about it. Rather, we have to have a solution to it. So tonight we're in that space that we say we can fit into any space. So there's a piece that is green in color, has like some kind of red on it. You know, red signifies blood, while green signifies growth. So red, blood, green, growth. That means we're going out of this as men. The abuse, we're going to overcome it. We're going to change the world. We'll make sure men speaks out.
Okay, basically we're a company that about arts and lifestyle, and we aim to promote, celebrate and preserve African art, especially Nigerian arts. The vision, therefore, to do that is by our adornments and accessories such as adire, ashoke and beads. Oh, absolutely. The clothes we had featured and the colors we had used, vibrant red, dark brown, earthy tones. This would depict a bold person. It will show someone that has resilience. It also shows fortitude, and we wanted to get the colors across to our men to stand firm against abuse.
Representing diverse expressions of masculinity, models took to the runway, showcasing vibrant colors and styles. In a unique twist, nursery rhymes were recited, injecting a sense of nostalgia and playfulness into the atmosphere.
Wherever you see, do not say yes. When you need to say no. Bye bye. Private school, yes. Oh, the government school. Not government school.
The visionary behind the event and founder of Honey Drops Foundation Africa emphasized the importance of such projects in an interview with SOUQ News Television. She reiterated the need for ongoing dialogue and action to address abuse and promote healthy relationships.
Wonderful. The fashion show is just a way for us to be able to bring in the community. It's a unifying factor. We all love fashion, we all love music. Those are two components that every fashion show has. So now when we get people in the building, they're comfortable, they're happy. Now we can bring out the hard conversations about men and abuse. Some men undergo abuse, they go through it, but they suffer in silence. A lot of men, at least the better population of men, do not get proper representation when it comes to advocacy in any social issue. So we want to correct that, create a safe space for them to know that there is an organization or there is a movement that actually champions their cause as men, not just abuse, but pretty much things that men struggle with that they're not able to talk about. There's a lot of personal stories. The reason I created the fashion show in the first place is because I had a lot of men, especially while in the US, talking to me about the fact that this was happening to them too. It was like a Me Too movement, but behind the scenes. So when I say, oh, would you be able to share your story to inspire other men to come forward to help other people find a solution and find a way out, the answer was always no. Why? They're ashamed. They feel like that would, reduce or diminish their masculinity or their and of course society also plays a huge role in bringing that on them. So I realized, okay, if I can't get these men to speak up, what can I do?
Welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma. President Bola Tinubu is set to bar over 60 revenue-generating agencies from collecting revenues on behalf of the federal government as part of sweeping tax reforms to boost revenue collection. The president is proposing a new central body, the Nigeria Revenue Service, to handle this task. Agencies such as the Nigerian Customs Service, Nigerian Ports Authority, and many others will be barred from tax collection. By doing this, the government hopes to increase tax contributions and reduce fiscal deficits caused by low revenue collection. Tinubu on Thursday sent 4 executive bills to the National Assembly, including one to establish the Nigerian Revenue Service. The new body will assess, collect, and account for government revenues, while agencies like Customs and the Ports Authority will focus on their mandates. These reforms come as Nigeria seeks to increase its tax to GDP ratio from one of the lowest in the world to at least 18%. The federal government has announced a distribution of 150,000 grants to small business owners in Enugu, southeast Nigeria. This development was revealed on Thursday in a statement by the spokesperson for Vice President Kashim Shettima, Stanley Nkwocha, following the Vice President's visit to the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Fashion Hub in the state. During the launch of the 5th expanded National MSME Clinic in Enugu, Vice President Shettima maintained that the government is committed to supporting micro, small and medium enterprises, MSMEs. He emphasized that the grant is an outright gift with no repayment requirements, reflecting the Tinubu's administration aim to bolster economic growth through the promotion of small businesses. The Vice President said no economy can thrive without robust small businesses. Furthermore, Shettima highlighted the critical role of MSMEs, how they play in Nigeria's economy. According to him, small businesses make up 96% of all enterprises and contribute to over 45% of the nation's GDP. The grants are part of the Presidential Conditional Grant Scheme introduced in December 2023, aimed at supporting nano businesses. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lopobiri, has reaffirmed the country's commitment to adhering to the oil production quota set by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Lopobiri made the statement at the 56th Joint Ministerial Monitoring Committee held at the OPEC+. The minister promised that Nigeria would align its production efforts with OPEC's guidelines, despite currently producing below its set quota. OPEC raised Nigeria's daily crude production target to 1.5 million barrels per day in 2024, a level the country is expected to maintain until December 2025. However, Nigeria has been averaging 1.4 million barrels per day this year, excluding condensates. Lopobiri emphasized Nigeria's commitment to balancing responsible production with natural economic goals, with the aim to gradually increase output in line with OPEC's strategy. OPEC Plus also decided to retain its current output policy with plans to begin increasing production in December. The recent surge in the Chinese stock market has boosted investor confidence, leading to impressive performances from key Chinese stocks. Investors have been urged to be more discerning instead of just chasing and investing in companies that made big single-day gains. The recent official China publication of the Securities Journal revealed that there are a few stock investors should consider betting cash on this season. Leading these stocks is Alibaba Group Holding Limited with a market capitalization of $275 billion, closely followed by Bilby Incorporated, whose market cap rose to $12 billion. Other best-performing stocks to be invested in are GDS Holdings Limited, JD.com Incorporated, KE Holdings Incorporated, Trip.com Group Limited, ZTO Express. These companies represent diverse sectors and have demonstrated strong performances, making them attractive options for investors looking to capitalize on the Chinese markets. Many thanks for watching the news updates. I am Lavina Emma.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the SOUQ Exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The 2024 edition of SOUQ Africa Summit, the largest women in tech summit in Africa, brought together women in tech from across the continent. The event, which held at Zone Tech Park, Lagos, provided a platform for women in tech, founders, senior executives, and enthusiasts to learn and engage in powerful conversations bordering on technical and career growth, leadership, and diversity while networking. The summit also addresses the issue of gender imbalance in the tech space by providing girls and women with tools, learning resources, and job opportunities they need to succeed in the industry. The summit featured keynote presentations, panel sessions, and recognitions of women excelling across various fields. Speaking during the breakaway session, Omotola Omotayo, a community manager at Outreachy, urged participants to take advantage of the growing influence of artificial intelligence while noting AI can't replace tech experts.
If you ask AI, where can I get my next big job? AI is just going to make suggestions for you. Why don't you go to this website? Why don't you apply for this job? I encourage you to give it your best. Do you want me to help you with your CV?
But when you attend conference, Omotola or any other person that you are meeting will tell you, oh, what can you do? How have you been doing it? Any other projects you've worked on before? What part of this career path are you looking? You know, you have like more intentional conversation.
An open source advocate, programs manager, and technical writer at FMDQ, Basaya Ojo, urged participants to utilize open source to get their careers started, describing SOUQ Africa as home.
And I know how difficult it can be for new people in tech or new women in tech to get started. I mean, tech is mostly seen as a men's field or a man's field. So I want to help as many young girls, as many young women as possible to see that a lot of things are achievable if only they start.
Chisom Woku, a software engineer and the publisher of a Techie's Guide into Big Tech Companies, who spoke on personal branding, stated there's a need for a balance between self-promotion and career while delivering value.
Be loud about what you do. Like I said on the stage, be the star girl of your field. Let people see you and know that, okay, this is an expert in what you are doing. Another thing would be your personal brand is something that would grow. As your career is nurturing, your personal brand is something that would go with you. So you want to understand who you are, the kind of values that you want to stand for, and the kind of stories that you want to tell. And definitely your 5-year-old self, after like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to be very grateful that you started that journey.
Founder and Executive Director of SOUQ Africa, Ada Nduka Oyom, says the event has led to the creation of a safe haven and the form of a community for women in tech.
At SOUQ Africa, our goal is to, in summary, bridge the gender gap. And events like this provide a safe space for women to understand, acknowledge, and accept that their voices matter. To also provide them an opportunity to network, meet with other women in tech like them, provide more visibility. And from events like this, from our summit, it provides them the platform to know and see that, you know, there are opportunities for them to expand in terms of leadership, in terms of growth, career growth, and just taking charge in an already male-dominated space. We are building an active pipeline. We're equipping them with resources, we're training them, and we're providing them with the opportunities like hiring opportunities and scholarship opportunities I had mentioned earlier. All in all, at the end of the day, the goal is when people come into Africa's tech ecosystem, they see a ton of women who are thriving in the industry thanks to SOUQ Africa and thanks to events like this, the SOUQ Africa Summit.
Gertrude Dume, a mother of 4 who participated in the summit, called for more events similar to the SOUQ Africa Summit while urging women to find their purpose.
As a woman, who we are should extend beyond our status as being single, married, with kids or without kids. And I push myself, my identity forward regardless of what my status is. When you see me, the first thing you don't think is, oh, she's a wife, she's a mom. You first meet Gertrude before you know about all of that. Those are add-ons, beautiful parts of my life, but first and foremost, I will identify with who I am and the purpose I'm here on earth to fulfill. So yeah, that's it for me, and that's what I would advise any other woman to do.
This year's theme of SOUQ Africa is driving innovation for Africa's economy. Women from all over West Africa have gathered at this year's summit, physically and virtually, and one thing is in focus: increasing the participation of women in technology. Temple Bara, SOUQ News Television.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it's a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst the Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film. Because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by two core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers, And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
It's another independence anniversary for Nigeria as the nation marks its 64th year of freedom from the colonial masters. Since 1960, the nation has experienced a mix of military rule and civilian democracy, both of which have shaped its political, social, and economic landscape. Nigeria's governance began under a parliamentary system but was soon disrupted by a 1966 military coup, followed by the Nigerian Civil War, 1967 to 1970. Subsequently, military regimes under Generals Buhari, Babangida, and Abacha brought significant changes but were met by corruption, human rights abuses, and suppression of democratic rights. The annulment of the 1993 elections led to unrest, but Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999 under President Olusegun Obasanjo, marking the beginning of the Fourth Republic.
Obasanjo should be credited with reforming the civil service. He did his lot to improve the civil service. He did a little bit about infrastructure. And this issue of technology, Obasanjo blazed the trail. Telecommunications emanated from him. The advent, the pioneering efforts of telecommunications agencies can be traced to him. But he did a foundation. He tried to put the country together, tried to detribalize Nigerians. And he stressed the issue of leadership. He may have his own faults, but he emphasized the need for leadership to be accountable. The military government did not have to annul the election because it was the freest election in the history of Nigeria. It was a disappointment and a disaster for that election to be annulled. And all the challenges and problems that we have now, political problems, emanate from that annulment. In other words, people did not trust government anymore. People did not trust the electoral process anymore. And people looked on politics as a dirty game. Outside Nigeria, it portrayed us in bad light as a government that was trending towards military dictatorship. Journalists, scholars, intellectuals, the labor, the academia, the diplomatic corps, everybody talked about this annulment. That it was unnecessary, it was uncalled for, and it was unconstitutional.
We changed from a military regime to democracy, for the democracy which they say that is for the people and by the people. But what we are seeing now is not for the people. It's for those that have muscle. It's not for a common man in Nigeria. So I think even when we were under the military regime, we enjoy few things. Though under military regime, let me say it's not like a democracy, because military regime, those people, they have their own laws that if you are no politicians, then everybody is under military. So if you are a corrupt leader, they know how to deal with you. That was even when Abacha was the president. We knew how everything went on. Those people that they will kill because of their dubious way. So now, and even when we said that, okay, we don't want that to happen again. We want democracy so that we can make life better for our people. But now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult.
Since 1999, Nigeria has held 6 general elections, contributing to political stability. However, weak institutions and poor governance have hindered development. While reforms were initiated under Presidents Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Jonathan, and Buhari, systemic corruption drained resources and stalled growth. Anti-corruption efforts, although crucial, were often tainted by selective prosecution. Despite reforms, economic challenges persist. Between 2015 and 2017, Nigeria's GDP declined, reflecting minimal improvement in living standards. High youth unemployment remains a pressing issue, leading to frustration and social unrest. The Buhari administration focused on combating corruption and improving infrastructure. but inflation and joblessness continue to worsen.
From Obasanjo till now, I think there's no continuity. There was a breach somehow. Corruption came in, and there were not enough institutions, there were not enough instrumentality of government to curb corruption. Corruption came into government itself. I said there was no continuity because you have some projects that are still existing. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, for instance, it's has been on and off almost 15 years or 16 years since it has been on. There have been other projects like that. In other words, there was no blueprint for the development of Nigeria.
Despite Nigeria's natural wealth, widespread corruption has resulted in uneven development. Sectors like education and healthcare have suffered, especially in rural areas. Although some gains have been made in democratic consolidation with improved electoral processes, substantial challenges remain.
Nigeria is not working for its citizens. There's a difference between intention and outcome. The government says it has good intentions, that is doing all it can. You are throwing everything at the economy. You are saying, you are doing this. But what is the reality of the common man on the street? That's what needs to be fixed. Where the common man is suffering, it is the government's responsibility to ensure that things become better. So if government is giving itself kudos and saying, yes, we're doing the work, we're doing this and that, that's the intention you have. But that's not the outcome. That's not what the common man is feeling. So more work needs to be done. It's as simple as that. I was still arguing with someone a couple of minutes ago when he said, well, maybe military is better. And I said, no, military is not better. Most countries that develop, that have good human development indexes are governed in a democracy. It's not the best form of governance, but I don't know of a better form of governance than democracy. I mean, to me, it's best that, the country remains a democracy. But the point is, how do we elect the leaders? The leaders, even our electoral system needs to improve. Many times, a lot of rigging goes on, a lot of, election malpractices and things like that. These things need to improve so that people can truly elect who they want. If people elect who they want, maybe they can have a better say in the governance. But when you are not part of the recruitment of your leaders, then you have little or nothing to say. So these are some of the issues. But by and large, we find ourselves with the leaders that we have now. They themselves should do better. The perception out there by everybody, without any exception, is that the leaders are only, taking care of themselves, leaving the citizens to fend for themselves. It shouldn't be so.
Looking at the many challenges being faced by Nigeria, the question is, what brought us here? Where did we start? Where did these challenges begin from? Could creating multiple states, the addition of states, could it be one of the problems that we have today? Let's find out.
What we have seen is that most of Nigerian states are not viable. So that's why some people will clamor that let's return to parliamentary system of governance where you have the parliament and you have provinces and things like that. The argument is neither here nor there. But statistically and from data, states in Nigeria as it is today, they are not viable. If you remove federal allocation from many of the states, most of them will collapse in terms of financial collapse. They are not viable. So trying to create more states, I don't know who is clamoring for it. If the present ones are not viable, why do you want to create more states?
Since 1985, Babangida was ruling. What the problem you have for us there is that he created many states and it's too much. That's more, our population is too high. Until now, and it gives us problem. And they still they want that new government now, they should give them more states. And it's not good. Population will be rising up. And we don't have enough of things to benefit for us in Nigeria. What we need this government now, this democracy now, to should stop it, to be increased state anyhow for the population. Because the problem Babangida gave us in Nigeria is that from 19 to 36, and now we are going to 40, it's bad.
The election of President Bola Tinubu in 2023 brings hope for renewed focus on economic recovery. However, his administration faces significant challenges, including unemployment, inflation, and insecurity. The removal of fuel subsidies and fluctuating currency values have compounded the difficulties faced by ordinary Nigerians, with rising costs for transportation, food, and healthcare.
Now we are living very difficult, very, very difficult. So for even a common man to put food on his table is very, very difficult. And if you look at, like me now, I'm living in SOUQ, a place that I will pay from there to Oshodi. Before I was paying like 500 naira, 700 naira, but today I pay 1,000 naira to get to Oshodi. I was in Edo State. Fuel in Edo State is sold at the price of 1,300 and 1,400 naira per liter. So I don't even enjoy anything called democracy, because even common man now, you cannot put food on the table. Under military regime, we eat fine, we live fine. Even most of the things that we are enjoying was being built up by military. Even the roads, major roads that we could not repair them, major bridges that we could not repair them, name them. So we enjoy it. Even the refinery that 4 refineries that this democracy cannot bring it up. And then it was built under military regime. And now all 200 Nigerian people depending on Dangote's refinery to make life better. I don't think that is right.
The paper we are using, we are buying it. Let's say last year, we are buying it 3,000, 3,700. But now it's 6,000. The one I bought last is 6,500. This printing paper. So everything is too costly. Employ our government to please help us find solution to this situation. It's too much. It's too terrible to survive.
Ẹ wo ru ṣókóńdọ̀ tí èló là ń rà tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń rà ní 4,000 but things to be 5+. Ó ti yé yín gbogbo àwọn ọjà ìyá wágùn tẹ wá rí nǹkan kan jẹ mọ́ èyí tó yẹ kó jẹ́ profit tiwa wọ́n ti mọ́.
Iṣẹ́ mọ́rúwá làwa ń ṣe ìlú wa yìí bó ṣe wà yìí oúnjẹ wọn a lè mú 1,000 dání èló làwọn onímọ̀rúwá ń pa owó ilé tá à ń san nílẹ̀ nísìn tẹ́ bá gbọ́ rúmà ń palọ̀ agbára wò ká rúmà ń palọ̀ àwọn onílé tá à ń gbàrú èrúùmù lọ́wọ́ wọn gan iye owó tó ń gbé ilé lẹ̀ fún wa sí ó ti wọ́n jù kí ìjọba wa kàn bá wá nǹkan ṣe sí.
I know it's a painful thing to us because the way our situation be, at least our society is not really okay. But I want to say we are just managing everything and take it like as if it's not disturb us for mine. But when the time reach, I hope everybody will celebrate it. That's what I have to say.
1980, so I finished school. But now, even though to pay money for the school, it's very difficult for people now in Nigeria, not Lagos, but in Nigeria. And people always complain, you have a leadership, you can give order to what happened. Like when I was in school by time 1980, on this one, Jakonde, big house. Now to pay money for the rent house now, it's very hard. Even though to enter the transport, and people are talking about the fuel. What our president wants to do about the fuel and what happened about the landlord and the transport station in Nigeria now. The president to find solution on it.
Nigeria's journey since independence reflects both progress and persistent challenges. While strides have been made in democratic stability, corruption and economic mismanagement continue to hold the nations back. Moving forward, stronger institutions and governance reforms are essential to realizing Nigeria's full potential. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
I'm still your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Pulse.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
My name is Ali Young. I'm with the Gamehers, which is a social media tech platform for women in video games. And we're here in Nigeria today. Glad to be here. People are just absolutely lovely. The food is fantastic, and looking forward to getting out of the hotel and conference and seeing much more. I mean, for me, I'm a gamer. I met my husband playing video games 20 years ago, and it actually is something that has been part of my lifestyle. Family time is spent with my daughter and my husband playing video games. We've met online friends in person, gone on vacations with them. They were a part of our wedding. It's really been just an amazing connection point and social point for us. And so when I had the opportunity to work with the Gamehers, it really became home to me, right? Because it's with people who are very like-minded and an amazing community. Yes, so the Gamehers, social media tech platform for women in the video game industry, creators, game devs, entrepreneurs. And for us, we are a safe space where people can connect. Something that you and I spoke about earlier around, playing video games and feeling the pressure to be good at it and wanting to, and kind of the toxicity around the online culture a little bit, because it is a little bit male-dominated, right? And I feel like the Gamehers was built around that. In fact, I remember the very first gaming conference that I went to, and literally it was a room that had about 200 people, and there were 3 women, including myself. And I thought, we have to do better, right? I mean, I play video games. I have friends that play video games who are women, and I feel like it's extremely important for us to spread that message that it is okay to play video games as a female. Additionally, Gen A, Gen Z, 98% of the younger generations are playing video games now, right? They don't identify as gamers like people who go to movies don't identify as movieists, right? And so it's just a part of their life. And what's interesting is that even though there are 3.2 billion gamers globally, and half of those are women, we're still underrepresented in the professional esports world, in game development, and leadership positions. So so it was New Year's Eve, and I had busted my knee. I was living in Colorado. I busted my knee skiing. And so there I was at home for the very first time doing nothing on New Year's Eve. And I thought to myself, maybe I'll go check out this game, right? And so I jumped on this video game and had my knee propped up, having a drink and just relaxing. And I see online a chat that there was this giveaway for an online New Year's Eve party. And I thought to myself, this is the lamest thing I have ever seen in my life. I will never share this story out loud. And I went to this online New Year's Eve party where they were giving away free stuff and in-game free stuff, right? And so I'm in there, and it was player versus player games, so people could attack each other and kill each other in the game. And so as I was standing there, this guy jumped this other guy, slayed him in the game, and the dead player dropped gear, and you could rename it. And so this guy picks up the gear like a serial killer, brands it so-and-so's baldric, and I thought it was hilarious, and that was my husband, now husband. So he's not a serial killer though, so that's good. I'll share this with you. So the game Hers, since its inception in 2020, we created a platform where we celebrate women through the Game Hers Awards. And we had our first, it had been virtual through COVID, and we had our first live Game Hers Awards in Atlanta in March 1 to kick off Women's History Month. And we had a room full of 300 people, women and their allies, where we celebrated their contributions to other women in gaming and inclusivity. And it was incredible to just see people who haven't met in person. I mean, if you think about how you work with people now, and remote life is so prevalent. I mean, you think about how you meet people online now anyway, right? And then when you meet them in person, that relationship just escalates and just gets even better. And so the Game Hers provides that space to be able to do that, right? We have an online community. We provide opportunities to meet in person, right? I mean, we, if you go to a restaurant now or a bar, you see concepts where there's axe throwing, there's things you can do, play golf, right? Like the video gaming is just a lifestyle piece of that. I think that it's just become normalized. I mean, my daughter's generation, she's 17. She's been playing video games since she was 2, right? And whether that's learning video games and educational video games, or, you know, it's Call of Duty. I mean, she plays them all, and she tries them. A lot of times it's her friend group. Her friends like to play video games as well, and so they do that together. Sometimes in person, with their computers next to each other, or, you know, on consoles, and sometimes that's just online.
Hello, sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits. Glad you joined us today on this weekend edition of SOUQ Sports. We will bring you build up for the fixtures this weekend and sports stories making the rounds. I am Charlie Montero and usual, and with me is
the old face, Kelvin Oyekan. I say me humble boy, Kelvin Oyekan from the old, and I'm glad to be here. Should I say I went on a vacation, or I just decided
to take sabbatically,
which is actually very, very important.
Very important. It's good to have you back to the show.
Thank you.
I hope that you're bringing your expertise to the show as well.
Definitely.
Well, we will start off with the Super Eagles of Nigeria as they are about to commence the camp of 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifiers. A double header against the Mediterranean Knights of Libya is set to open in Uyo on Sunday. The Super Eagles, led by coach Austin Eguavon, will be based at the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel in Ikot Ekpene, providing a comfortable and convenient environment for the team to prepare for the upcoming matches. Eguavon is expected to unveil his squad for the game this weekend. The team will have the opportunity to showcase their skills and teamwork as they settle Libya at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo next week, Friday, October 11. The home advantage is expected to serve as a source of motivation for the Nigerian side. Following the home match, the Super Eagles will embark on their journey to face the same opponents in Beninia on Tuesday, October 15. The away fixture will present a different set of challenges as the Nigerian side will be subjected to playing on an artificial turf. I beg your pardon. Meanwhile, Turkish side Galatasaray have confirmed the severity of the injury sustained by Nigerian international striker Victor Osimhen shortly after his brace in a 3-3 draw in a league game against Kazinspasa. Osimhen, was subbed off due to injury and subsequently revealed that the injury isn't as serious as initial feared, but recent sports reports from Galatasaray shows it could keep him out for a while, putting him in danger of missing the Super Eagles AFCON 2025 qualifier game. What do you think about these updates coming from Galatasaray?
It's a big blow to us as Nigerians, especially the team preparing for a game next week. What's the possibility that this guy will be fit before then? We don't know yet. We don't really know the time he needs to take for him to get strong again to be fit for Galatasaray. More or less talking about our team, but we need someone like Osimhen in the team, which is actually very, very important. Even at his lowest form, Osimhen on the pitch gives defenders this fear that definitely there's a way goal will come through. So now not having him among the team, I think Eguavon is actually a good coach. There's a way he definitely going to find a way about it around it. Besides, we have someone like Boniface at the side.
I was going to come to that.
We have Murphy also there, so. But it's a huge. But
do you really think that we're going to really miss him, as to say, because we have the likes of Boniface, Lukman, flying, and they're throwing their prowess around?
Yes, we will miss. We miss his style. Yeah. Though all players come with their uniqueness into the team, but we'll miss his style. We'll miss his strength. Yeah. We'll miss what should I say again? We'll miss the name in the team, like someone like Osimhen is among the team, so we'll miss that also.
Well, the Super Eagles currently hold the top spots in Group D with an impressive 4 points from 2 games. The upcoming matches against Libya presents an opportunity for the Super Eagles to further solidify their position and continue their positive momentum in the qualifying campaign. Meanwhile, the Mediterranean Knights of Libya will arrive in Uyo on Monday as they prepare for their 2025 African Cup of Nations qualifying match day 3 encounter against the Super Eagles. Nasser Al-Hadiri's side will need to bring their A game as they aim to secure a positive result on Nigerian soil. What do you think about this? The Libyan side, I know they are very, very phenomenal. I know when it comes to playing the game, they know how to play the game. Their counter press is absolutely good. But do you think Nigeria stands a chance against them?
With our team, definitely we have a chance. Then the advantage of playing at home again, the third man on the pitch. That one also help the fans, the fan base. You actually want to impress your people watching, your fans watching. So I think we have an advantage. We have a good team as we speak. We just need that compatibility between each player. Yeah, definitely.
But going away, especially playing on an
the
artificial turf,
Yeah.
we know most of our players, playing in Europe are used to playing on both artificial and natural grass infused. So I don't know what threats or what setbacks do you think that will pose, especially for the in the way it affects the game and their general play.
When it comes to the game of football, your speed matters, so your crosses matters as well. So, and if you are used to more of the natural grass, whereby you throw your ball and there's a way the grass calm the ball down, you understand?
Down,
And so when you get to the artificial grass, when you stone the ball using that same technique, it might go
farther
compared to. So I think the coach will definitely find a way to talk to his boys to for them to understand the difference between both grasses, so that they can know what to do when they get to that particular bridge, and they know how to cross it as well.
Speaking of the coach, actually, we have come out of this, will I say, continuous back and forth with the NFL and how they have now come out to say that Austin Eguavoen is the coach in charge of the qualifying, and also maybe in the long term, if possible, confirm his position as the head coach of the Nigerian side. So do you think that would help spur these players, or will it be more or less like a morale boost for them coming into these games?
When you say morale boost, I actually want to get that part very well. Now, players like coach who communicate with them perfectly. Players actually want to know what the coach has in their mind. Every coach has in their mind. Player wants a coach that they can actually talk to, communicate to, and this is what I'm going to do. This is what I actually want to do. This is the style you are bringing. This is how I can actually fit into your plan. Player wants a coach like that. And a situation whereby the team is actually okay with the coach, they start having issues, definitely. Now, this NFL issue of coach, who is going to say who wants a coach that will say, we all know that Eguavoen is a very good coach to a very great extent. We saw his last 2 games with the boys. It was actually very good. We would have won the last one, but those guys were actually
they came out to play.
They really prepared. Because we created more chances. We had good opportunities, but these guys were actually very good. So someone like Eguavoen, definitely with his style of playing, style of selection, the boys will be good. The boys will be good with him. So, and that will actually give them a morale for them.
For me personally, I feel we have quality in every area of the pitch. We have the potential to take the game control the game from the beginning to the end. And recently we've seen Tosin Adarabioyo from Chelsea, switching sides from England to Nigeria. Now, I want to know what does him as a player bring into the squad, without deviating from what we're talking about. But I'm trying to see, we have Trust Ekong, we have the other guy in Fulham, Calvin Bassey, which are established centre backs that we are already comfortable with, and that we can say are comfortable playing with together. Now, what dynamism does he bring to the team? Because we saw him in action yesterday in the Europa League, and we saw how calm he was. His long passes were not clicking, but as the match progressed, we saw that he was starting to get into stride. So do you think that he brings something different, or we can well do without him at the moment?
There's not 2 players that play the same style of game. They might be playing the same position, but they don't really play the same style of game. So someone like Tosin, it will be very easy for him to blend into the Nigeria team. It will be easy for you to blend him, to match him with someone like Ekong. Ekong is the type that actually wants to score. I want to go for it. I want to score. So if there's a corner cross, Ekong wants to be at the first. He needs someone behind. He needs someone as strong.
And that's what Calvin Bassey
does as well. So if a situation whereby one of these has major central midfielders, central defenders has injury, who will step in?
So you're saying that
for substitution, yes.
Substitution is very vital.
We need a fresher leg to actually step in when these 2 guys are actually tired at a certain point.
We do hope that these weekend fixtures will keep them fresh and fit while we prepare for our qualifiers against Libya. Moving from the Nigerian scene and going to the NFF, the Nigerian Football Federation has revealed plans to introduce monthly awards to recognize the exceptional performances of Nigerian football players across various leagues, especially the Nigerian Premier Football League, the NPFL. The NFF monthly award will encompass categories such as Player of the Month, Male and Female, Goal of the Month, and Discovery of the Month. Nominations for this inaugural round of awards were opened, where fans and journalists cast their votes for their preferred players through the official NFF voting portal on the organization's website. Now, speaking of this, we have seen this
in other leagues, yes.
in Europe, in other leagues,
yes,
for a long time,
yeah,
a long time now, and we are used to that. I mean, when it comes to the end of the month, we see, you know, expecting player of the month, coach of the month, and all that. Do you think we are late to the party in that regard?
Is there anything like late when it comes to sports?
Yeah, because you should expect that we should have been doing something like that all the way.
But if you actually want to judge something like this from our league,
yeah,
that means every of our games will be covered,
yeah,
by the media, because whoever who is going to make it cast was going to cast based on the goal he sees or based on the matches he watched. You understand? So there's no way if I support Eyimba, I will want to support my players, even if they didn't play well.
Yeah.
But I have to see all that game before I can really do my So I think there should be a team that can actually come and make some selection and show it to the fans that these are the selected goals or these are the selected players and this is the reason we selected them. So you choose and tell us the one you think is the best. I think with that pattern it will be better, but there's no way a particular fan can really see all games.
But for me, I feel like it is another way to promote the league, another way to celebrate the players. Yeah. I mean, I feel like this should have come earlier, or this should have already been implemented a long time.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. It's better late than never, as they say. But well, it is a welcome development, and we love to see.
But it should be consistent, not just do it. Yeah, that's another thing.
And they need to also, I think they need to also come out and let us know what the award entails and because I'm seeing comments on Saturday, November 30th. While an unofficial start date for the NWFL season is yet to be announced by the organizers. MPFL Super Eagles star player Ahmed Musa has rejoined Kano Pillars on a short-term contract. Musa has his compatriot Shehu Abdullahi returned to the country and joined Kano Pillars in a bid to participate in the 2024-2025 Nigerian Premier Football League. The duo were pictured at the training ground of the former champions on Thursday ahead of the MPFL match day 5 home game against Sunshine Stars. Kano Pillars announced the development via its official X handle on Friday. Now, Ahmed Musa. Well, it's not a big surprise. It's not a big because we have seen this move before, where getting towards a tournament or getting towards a competition, we see him always come home and try to get playing time and try to play more games, especially in our home league. Now, what's the idea to it?
I think at this point, Ahmed Musa should please just
politely.
Yes, please. We know you've made a name for yourself already, which is actually we respect you as one of the best, one among the best players the Super Eagles actually produced. So just stay off. I think at this point he should be looking forward to coaching a team.
Exactly. That was my thought exactly.
Looking forward to coaching a team, not coming to sign a short. Next year we hear again that he has come to sign the 6 months deal with Kano Pillars. No. You are experienced. You got this. You have what it takes to actually train some of these boys. So you should be looking forward to being as an assistant coach or coaching staff just to support. That would be better. I think that will come with more respect and all.
Well, the Kano Pillars tweet on X wrote Ahmed Musa, Shehu Abdullahi, Nazir Laja and the rest of the squad trained ahead of the MPFL 2024-2025 match day clash against Sunshine Stars this weekend. Musa, aged 31, is set to rejoin Pillars for a third time, having previously played for the club from the 2009 and 2010 season until 2021. In contrast, Abdullahi will be making his second appearance for Pillars, having previously been with the team in 2012, I beg your pardon. The defensive midfielder has been without a club since January 2023, while Musa ended his contract with Turkish side Sivasspor in February. Despite the closure of the MPFL 2024-2025 summer transfer windows, both players are eligible to join the squad as free agents. Now let us have the MPFL fixtures for the weekend. Now, Kwara United versus Remo Stars, we'll be seeing that coming up this weekend on Saturday. Lobi Stars versus Shooting Stars. And on Sunday, we'll have Bender Insurance versus the El Kanami Warriors. Enugu Rangers will take on Abia Warriors. Eimba will take on Castina United. Heartland will take on Niger Tornadoes. And Keno Pillars will take on Sunshine Stars. Nasarawa United versus Bayelsa United. Plateau United versus Ikorodu City. Rivers United versus Aqua United. Now, what do you make of the games?
Okay, well, it's going to be a very busy weekend. It's going to be a very interesting weekend. Now, we'll know that the Nigeria League is actually getting tougher, getting more interesting. Yeah. So, should I say I'm expecting an upset? No, it's going to for the big boys, for the big boys definitely win. For the ones struggling down, let's hope they do something different. But it's going to be an interesting weekend for the Nigeria League.
Well, we'll go on a short break right now, and when we return, we'll have Titi join us for more.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Yeah, to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money, sports is best a way to be creative.
Now the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
still your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Pulse.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions League.
For different ways to make money. Sports is best a way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Welcome back. Glad to know that you're still there. We are going to carry on with TC Barra as he gives us the updates on MPFL.
Well, I was hoping that you were going to say good to have me on set. I mean, that was just casual. It's not like you missed me or anything. Okay,
so glad to have you back. It's glad to have you back.
Okay, so we'll move on, to the Nigerian Professional Football League scene, where there's going to be action, from Saturday, and it's going to be two hefty fixtures. But, midweek we had some fixtures where Imba beat Akwa United by lone goal. We also saw Bendel Insurance triumphant, over in the course of the week as well. But then, previous week, commencing the last match day fixtures, there were a lot of dramas that ensued. First and foremost, it was the Kenneth drama, the boys' zone drama, the bromance that's on between Ogumo Dede and, of course, Fidelis Ilechukwu. That moved into the pitch, and some persons have gone on back and forth as to how they want it hot. They want the mass boost that's going on in the EPL, going on in the La Liga, to translate to the MPFL. People don't want friendship, they want rivalry, and that's what makes football interesting. I mean, Chelsea would not lose to Manchester United and go and shake hands with them and say, yes, you're the better team. Red Devils, you guys are the bomb. You came to Stamford Bridge and the bridge collapsed. You guys are good. No. So what people want to see in the MPFL is Fidelis Electrical taking a swipe at Ogumodede. That would make for headlines. We want to see Eyemi Olajuwon just step up and say, no, because you were my boss, talking about the former manager of Eimba and now current gaffer of Rivers United, Nigerian international, saying you were my former boss, and now yes, I'm going to be facing you. That's talking about when Rivers played host to Eimba. We saw Eimba lose to Rivers United, at home at the Adoke Amesemeka Stadium. So some of those dramas is what we feel will make headlines in the MPFL.
And so this weekend, it's going to be serving up a very, very interesting fixtures. It's up on the screen. You get to look at, matches across board. Abia Warriors will be coming off the brink of a win against SOUQ Exclusive when they played host to them at the Umar Township Stadium. But first, let me let you know that it will start off with Lobby Stars against Shooting Stars, and that's going to be Lobby Stars playing host. Remo will be away to Kwara United. We saw Kwara United beat Ikorodu City. Remo Stars are beating Ikorodu, so I don't think there's going to be so much of a problem for Remo, who have been picking points away. They've come to they've gone around, in the course of the week, in the course of the match season, to pick points away from Ikene, and I'm not sure that's going to be a difficult one for them against Kwara, despite the fact you don't think Kwara will be a pushover. But I think Remo, who have dominated this season, the start of the season, thanks to early wins, and of course Fidelis Ilichuku, who is not even the gaffer, has so much faith and believe in them, to win this season. And I'm saying the assistant Super Eagles coach has got a lot going on for him, and he's doing well. So back to the MPFL, fixtures real quick. You'll see that those two matches on Saturday go nowhere to what you're going to be seeing on Sunday. Rivers United at the Adokiemi Amisegbeka Stadium will be taking on the Promise Keepers on Sunday, the 6th day of October at 4 o'clock. And they're going to be simultaneous games across different devices, across different match centers. So Rivers United against Aqua United is going to be a big deal. And Aqua United have struggled. They even lost to Imba at the Imba International Stadium, and it feels as though Rivers United might just be doing two over them, having won their last game. The Flying Antelopes will take on the Pride of Umuahia, and that's at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, the Cathedral. That's what is dubbed. Abia Warriors will be basking on the euphoria, not necessary, but they'll be basking on the victory. I don't want to call it euphoria because I didn't see them beating SOUQ Exclusive. I didn't see them beating Kano Pillars in Umuahia, but then they've gone on to achieve that feat. And Amapakabo would have a great job, when he faces Fidelis Ilechukwu, who are the current champions, the defending champions in the MPFL. So it's going to be a testy fixture, but it's going to be on Sunday. SOUQ Exclusive losing to Abia Warriors, we're playing host to Sunshine Stars on Sunday as well. That's going to be at 4 o'clock. I don't know what that's going to be, but then a wounded lion. That's how you're going to describe, Kano Pillars at the stadium. And then they've employed the services of Ahmed Musa and Abdullahi. And you know what Ahmed Musa did in the last MPFL season? In the last time he was in the MPFL, came in with a lot of energy and vigor, scoring 18 times, in the MPFL. And the good thing is he's also a free agent. So the player transfer matching system is not going to be a big deal in as much as the MPFL windows have closed, but is Ahmed Musa going to be making any positive impact? That's a big question. But someone who is fresh, who's got a lot of experience, pedigree, and undoubtedly still the captain of the Nigerian Super Eagles side. I mean, don't take it away. He has not retired from international football. So he might just be making some serious contributions, to Kano Pillars. And of course, and Abdullahi, who is also a goal poacher, any day, any time. But would you say age has taken its toll so much that these guys might not be contributing enough to the MPFL? Yeah. Then I have to juxtapose that argument with Ikorodu City, who have a flurry of speedy young stars. Yeah. And then the problem here is they have not matured enough to take on responsibility and the challenge that comes with the MPFL. And so I've seen a lot of people complain about the fact that, these guys play good. They're fresh from the academy. We've seen them graduating to the MPFL, but it doesn't feel like they're ready. And I think that's the same thing that happened with Sporting Lagos. Amidst the razzmatazz, amidst all of the beautiful branding and shenanigans, but it wasn't enough to keep them in the MPFL. And yes, they attributed that to politics, but no. The MPFL is dog chop dog. It's a crazy situation out there. And so if you're not mature enough, you might not be able to, I think Sporting Lagos might struggle because of the fixtures the NNL has just released. Yeah. They might struggle to make it back to the NPFL. But those are the kind of teams that we want in the MPFL. That's the yardstick. You see the support that they drummed up. And that's by the fact they didn't have the government support. The only thing they had was they were playing in a government facility, which is the Mobile Johnson Arena, Oniko Stadium. So, I mean, if you looked at it, you see that these guys build from the ground up, but then it's a different ball game in the MPFL. And I like the direction it's going, where teams will go outside of their traditional ground and pick maximum 3 points and come up. And so if you go back to the fixture again, you realize that, like I said, say Mr. Gida, being at home might not guarantee that they might win. And so if Abia Warriors is also confident in themselves, they might take it points from Enugu Rangers, because Enugu Rangers had just lost, to Remo Stars. So there's a lot of dynamics at play, and it's time for teams to start stepping up. We, at this point in time, would not say that there are any teams that are shoulder to shoulder, head to head.
Yeah.
So it's just like an open turf. All you have to do is go in there, take advantage of it,
Take your
and,
points.
get your point.
Looking at the fixtures right now, which one do you think stands out for you? Which one do you think it's the most watched?
Arsenal United has not proven to me that they managed to get on by last season. They managed to remain and avoid relegation. So I feel Rivers United, Aqua United would have been it, but Rivers United, the champion, and if they do
an away game,
yes,
it's
if they do, it will also establish them on the,
True.
So it's really cool to see teams brandish and show themselves like we are here. We're not just any pushovers. We can also contest and be taken seriously.
Now, with that being said, can we say now that this current FPFL season is what we have been yearning for? Like the competitiveness,
the drama.
The drama,
exactly.
Yes, right, but not completely there. And
but I would say it's what we need to take our league to the right direction.
Yeah.
It's not enough that these dramas exist. What makes the drama spread or go viral is the fact that it's covered.
The media.
There's coverage.
And we had already spoken
some of the clips that you have.
Yeah.
You've seen Ogumbo did it. Trying to say, "Oh, calm down. He's angry because he wants to win." And then Fidel is saying he's disappointed. If it weren't captured,
who knows? Who that? See, okay. When you hear two coaches bantering themselves like that, it gives the love of the game. Like you want, whenever these two teams want to meet again, everybody wants to see. Everybody will know everybody wants to see before the game and after the game what these guys are going to see.
Their reaction,
what they're going to see. So this is where the storyline starts from. This is how it all builds up, and we get to the level where we say that these two particular teams are rivals. They are great rivals. Whenever they meet themselves, it's either they share the point or one lose angrily. You understand? So it's all good. Our league is actually taking shape and it's giving us more fun.
Well, we can take the positives from the fact that our league is starting to take shape and starting to get to where we want them to be. Now, let's leave the shores of Africa and go to the Champions League. Match Day 2 fixtures have been concluded with all 18 matches wrapped up. The Champions League match Day 2 results have provided teams with a clear picture of their standings on the table as they prepare for the next batch of games. Several surprising results were recorded during the match day, including defending champions Real Madrid suffering their first Champions League defeat in 258 days. This defeat came at the hands of Lille, who scored a lone goal by the victory over a spot kick by Jonathan David. Aston Villa recreated their historic 1982 victory over Bayern Munich with a 1-0 win, while Arsenal secured a well-deserved 2-goal victory over PSG. Premier League champions Manchester City also triumphed with 4-0 away against Slovan Bratislava, and Liverpool secured a 2-0 victory against Bologna. Wow. What an interesting Champions League match day 2. Like, some matches and some fixtures and some results, we never really expected the outcome. Yeah. Speaking to Real Madrid, let's say the giants in the game, the giants in the competition, how
the former champions,
defending champion, how Lille was able to, just take that glory away from them and take that home victory. I mean, I never expected it. I don't know if any of you saw that coming.
But you and I can surely agree that this season, Madrid didn't really be the Madrid that we used to know last season. Okay. I don't know if it's the introduction of Mbappe, but the Madrid we used to know last season, the one that comes into the pitch with the winning mentality, the mindset. Let's take this point. We don't care. Rudiger is he's like four man. Like 4 at the back, just Rudiger alone. So, but now we've noticed that they've struggled this season.
But can we attribute that to the cluster of fixtures? I mean, it's outrageous at this point.
I don't. I would disagree with you.
Yeah. Even me.
from
I will.
that. Yes, you need to realize that all of these did not come in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
There were conversations about them. Planning should have been made for them.
Yeah.
Preparation should have been done towards them.
Provisions.
And provisions put in place for them. So if for any reason you have a shortfall of players who can prosecute these games, okay, why did you buy Mbappe?
That's
Well, you have a Vinicius Junior, you have
Rodrigo.
What's the other England player?
Jude Bellingham.
You have Jude
Bellingham. Yes, I know he's had knocks here and there, but
Mbappe as well suffered an injury. It was surprised to me to see him come in and
now you're saying the same thing with me.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I mean, you've spent a lot of money in trying to get the right team together. If you're not getting the results, it means your planning wasn't, it was all in vain. Like you didn't work towards it. It wasn't an effective planning process, right? I mean, if you had to put the principles of planning into the mix of football, and for a team that over the years, they've stood out and they're huge money spenders when it comes to player purchases, you would have expected a lot better from them, as it were. Now, my point is, I'm not surprised how the game's turned out. Lille, I mean, we've underrated the French league for so long that I think they're trying to just show themselves.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, a Paris Saint-Germain that you would have expected, would have proven beyond a reason that they can be champions of Euro.
Yeah.
They can, because that was one thing they eluded. What's his name? Kylian Mbappe, that made him leave. So, but then Arsenal are basking on that euphoria of getting that result. And so you're seeing that they feel that they can, stand. We talked about it in the last show.
Yeah.
With that win, it gives you a morale. It gives you a certain mindset that, you can contest for your local league. You can beat other teams from Europe.
Yeah.
And then let's take a look at the format here of,
leagues,
of the leagues, and how you said it might affect. I feel it will give the team chances to measure up or to keep up. Because if you played over 2 legs, until the home advantage thing was moved away and all that. If you play over 2 legs, I mean, it has a disadvantage to it.
Yeah.
Because you're only limited to a particular game to make an impact.
Yeah.
But
True.
over a period of time, you can pick up points and
build momentum.
Exactly. And so it would favor certain teams. Real Madrid still have a chance to get into the fray. And if you take a look at the fixtures, if we have the fixtures, rather the scores, you take a look at the scores, how they came out, you realize teams like Red Bull Salzburg lost by wide margins. There were a lot of margins that were outrageous. Borussia Dortmund beating Celtic by 7-1, and you're wondering, ouch, how did you get there, right? And some of these margins, as wide as they came, actually would count for the teams that scored more. So take a look at the table. Borussia Dortmund +9 with 6 points. So +9 is the goal difference.
Yeah.
Brest has got +5 with 6 points. And then you look at that. The goal difference that they've accumulated, in the course of the games that they've played, which is just 2 games, maximum of 2 games that have been played after match day 2, and you're having this goal difference, it gives you an edge.
Can we now talk about the elephant in the room, Bayern Munich?
Okay.
Losing to Villa was something no one expected. Or
I'm very sure no one saw that coming. But
now, what do we attribute that to?
Should I say, we know the Villa team is actually is a good team in the English league.
And bearing in mind, the last team to beat Bayern Munich in the Champions League was coached by an Unai Emery of PSG.
So definitely he knows their weakness.
He knows their weakness. He knows his way around the PSG team.
Okay, so I actually agree with you on that. And I know I had the conversation with a friend at the time, and the guy was saying that there are some English team that might look very small in the English in the tournament, but they can face some of these champions in other league and even beat them. So I'm actually surprised with what happened between Villa and Villa is a team that they are not really scared of any team. If you are a champion, they don't care. They play you with all what they have. They play as if they're going home with a trophy in that very game. So, and they have a good coach as well.
Well,
But everyone expected Bayern to actually go home with the 3 points.
Yeah.
So sadly, young boys are at the bottom there, -8 with no point. And I overheard Charlie Montero saying, when we young boys ever become big boys.
So probably when they meet Manchester United.
Oh, right. Well, fortunately, Manchester United is not in the Champions
Ah.
League, so they will still remain young boys till Manchester United get their act right. Now, we move to the EPL, and we say the 2024-2025 English Premier League match day 7 fixtures will kick off on Saturday, October 5th, 2024, with Crystal Palace and Liverpool playing at 12:30, and the said day, note that Liverpool are going into the Premier League match day 7 as the table toppers with 15 points in 6 games after recording 5 wins and a defeat. They are at the top of the Premier League standing right now, closely followed by Manchester City at 3rd place, Arsenal, and a clash at Selhurst Park. 5 games will be played simultaneously from 3 p.m. West African time, and one of the games is between Premier League title contenders Arsenal and Southampton. Manchester City will also face Fulham on the same day and the same time. That the last game on Saturday is between Everton and Newcastle United at Goodison Park. There are 3 games on Sunday, including the Premier League clash between informed Chelsea and Nottingham Forest, and the must-win game for Eric Ten Hag's Manchester United against Aston Villa.
There's a meme I saw on the internet that Chelsea fans now are sleeping with their blankets, and that's because of Maresca. Maresca, we know.
Well, we all know that Maresca is doing a very good job at Chelsea. Well,
I don't think you should actually say he is fine. We know he's starting very well now. Just give him. Let's know. We've not.
So there are 41 players.
He's paying off because
so he's actually working. I think he's the one actually saw he knows that the future is going to work this with all these arrangements where you play your Europa League, you play conference
3 games in between
Carabao, you play EFL, you play, and the rest. So he's actually working perfectly for him. I think other coaches didn't really see that part.
I mean,
so when he was doing his shopping,
coach in a Europe top 5 league that has the luxury of changing the whole 11 and still coming out with the result.
Yeah.
Look at the game yesterday. I didn't expect them to score up to 4, but they still did it. And it's sumptuous for the Chelsea fans. Enjoy watching the
support again.
I do support. Well, you see the Chelsea fans now walking with a smile. I don't know when next Manchester United fans will be able to say the same.
Well, they should enjoy it while they can.
Right, lad.
Mr. Victor Walsh, enjoy it while you can.
Well, on your screen,
I'm actually out of that.
On your screen, we have the EPL fixtures for Saturday and Sunday, and we'll be moving right down to rumor has it.
Well, rumor has it that Chelsea are still looking for players.
For Paris Saint-Germain
players.
You guys, Paris Saint-Germain are leading the race to sign Egypt forward Mohamed Salah, and will look to tempt the 32-year-old whose Liverpool contract expires at the end of the season with a 3-year deal. According to Sunday Extra, Liverpool will have also identified Borussia Dortmund forward Karim Adeyemi as a potential successor to Salah and are ready to make a 41 million euros bid for the 22-year-old. And now I'll ask you guys, Karim Adeyemi and Salah, do they really?
They're not the same level.
They're not the same level.
They're not. I mean, Liverpool suffered a ligament tear when
Sadio
Mane left.
Yeah.
It was knee level when Jurgen Klopp left. Mohamed Salah cut his hair and it felt like Liverpool was going to if he goes no you know when he's playing and you're seeing that hair it feels like
it's not happening.
No, he's not hard. I'm not saying the hair has made him have a good season, but the removal of the hair felt like there was a threat to remove him from the picture. Do you understand? It's like in the land of the blind people, the man with the one eye
can be the king.
Well, they're not doing badly.
Nobody's talking about
that's
who is doing
new manager losing Sadio Mane and all losing Jurgen Klopp. They are not doing badly.
So have you ever heard of the
energy inertia. Have you heard of the local balance? Inertia in local balance is initial gragra.
Okay.
For your first 10 games, later I'll know the Premier League
We'll
stats.
still be on this show when Liverpool raised that trophy.
Which trophy exactly?
You don't know how Manchester City used to enter overdrive.
That means
the only thing that might stop Manchester City is a conclusion of the investigation.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that is where, you know, there could be a twist. And then all of the history that they've accumulated over the years, we'll start reviewing them one after the other on this show.
Yeah.
We'll now say, okay, in 20, it was this school that was supposed to win.
You'll start
Exactly.
sending back to
If it doesn't go, you know, their way. Yes.
Now, Real Madrid have already made contact with England defender Trent Alexander-Arnold as they attempt to lure him away from Liverpool at the end of the season. Now, Thomas Tuchel and Massimiliano Allegri feature high on Manchester United's shortlist as they consider sacking manager Erik ten Hag. Well, this is not a surprise. While Manchester United are preparing a bid about 34 million euros for Benfica 25-year-old Turkish winger Karim Aktürkoğlu. Manchester United in the news again.
Still want to spend money.
They still want to spend money, but do you think Erik ten Hag is the problem?
Well, at some point I heard it was Gareth Southgate, you know.
No, it was so obvious that Gareth Southgate cannot manage a team.
Some persons say some of these players in Manchester United
at some point.
That's because it's an English club.
So Man U, sorry to cut you. Man U players go to England national team, the Three Lions, and they perform. That's the argument. So what does he do to put them to work?
Well, it's the system, really. The system that he has been able to create. Mind you, it's not just Man United player that fill up the squad. Now there's a blend of Manchester City, different guys with different ideas coming, to booster what the Manchester United players. I mean, we see Maguire turn to prime Ramos or turn to prime Maldini when he's in his English way. So I don't know. It doesn't really have to be a Manchester United thing or a Gareth Southgate effect. I just feel like it's more or less quality from different angles or different clubs around England coming to make it.
Yes, knowing how to manage these talents together matters also. For Erik ten Hag, should I say, I saw something on X, and the guy was saying that when it comes to managing team, Erik ten Hag has the technical skill. He has the tactics. He drew down everything that he actually wants to do. But when it comes to energizing the players, motivating them, Van Nistelrooy has that. You understand? So I think Erik ten Hag is the type that doesn't shout. He just tells you this is what
we saw Van Nistelrooy pick up a yellow card.
This is what we do. This is what we do. This is how we are going to play. This is how we are going to play. But for someone like Van Nistelrooy, he's the one that's just shouting, "Come on, boys, we can do this." So I think people need that energy from Erik ten Hag. He has the players.
So you think it's too calm?
I think it's to a very great extent.
No, for me, I feel Van Nistelrooy understands what it means to play for Manchester United. Because he comes from the glory days of Alex Ferguson. So they know what. That's why I still say put Johnny Evans there, because he's the last batch of players that know what it means to wear the Manchester United badge and play for the club. Like, those players are not hungry. I think there was a ex Manchester United star that came out and said that when you see, it was Benny McCarthy, in an interview, he said that the Manchester United boys don't play like they want to be there. They just play like, it's our job, let's do it. They don't play like
the hunger is not there.
The hunger, the fire is no more in them. But let's move forward and we talk about another ex-Manchester United manager. As a Fenerbahce boss, Jose Mourinho is a contender to replace Sean Dyche as Everton manager once Dan Franklin's takeover of the club is completed.
Mourinho back to the England.
Well, I thought we all agreed that Mourinho's era is over.
Yeah, I thought we all agreed.
Mourinho's era is
there. He's a special one.
He's a special one, but his tactics, his antics they're outdated.
Alex Ferguson.
Is this still working for
Alex
him, really?
Ferguson.
Fanabushi.
Professor Arsene Wenger. Come on. And who else would you mention?
In his
people who are
in his category, right?
Yeah.
Ancelotti is actually there as well.
Okay. Really?
Rafa Benitez.
But if you mention Alex Ferguson, you mentioned Arsene Wenger, who comes to your mind next?
Jose Mourinho. But they've all retired from the game. They've all retired.
They're not retired from the game. Alex Ferguson went into administration.
Well, he's not.
Arsene Wenger is with FIFA, trying to change.
Then he should join CAF.
Okay, Jose Mourinho should go into
politics, go into punditry, or just do something that doesn't require. I mean, you were speaking about Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce is not really a top. Playing in
the dugout. He likes to be on the sidelines. He likes the drama. You see,
the funny thing, he can actually go there and give them one trophy, and his name will be
And
he comes and tell you that I'm the chosen one.
Diego Simeone, the antics that he brings to the touchline, do you think he can ever take it to a boardroom?
Well, no,
he can't.
Speaking of Diego Simeone, Atletico Madrid have identified Chelsea and England defender Ben Chilwell as their latest transfer targets. And Newcastle United are among the front runners to sign 24-year-old Canadian forward Jonathan David from Lille. Norway striker Erling Haaland is set to sign a new contract with Manchester City, but wants £100 million I beg your pardon, clause. And with that, we come to the end of the show. I'm so sorry that
my million naira.
My currency is big on my mind.
I think you have to say this again.
We have to come. I'm sorry. We have to come to the end of the show right now. It's been my pleasure to be an anchor on this show, my very first, and I take it with great pride. Yeah. So I would like you guys to take your final notes, but round up the show.
No, you can just say get out of my set. I will leave.
So NBA preseason starts off today.
Yeah.
Great fixtures all over the world because it's the preseason, so it's not going to be happening on American soil. You have different fixtures all over. We reel them out to you in our Wednesday edition. So if you missed that, you need to probably go back to Wednesday edition of SOUQ Sports to watch and be updated on what happened during that particular episode of the show, and then you're abreast with the MPFL fixtures. So the weekend is coming up really great. I'm excited to. I'm going to miss the fact that I'm not going to the Mobley Johnson Arena this weekend. I've gone there for the last 2 weekends, and I was hoping that But then looking forward to when Sporting Lagos gets back on stream with the NNL fixtures on the way. And yes, you have a chance to vote. So go to NFF website to vote for the Player of the Month, and your vote would. What's the word I'm looking for? Your vote will count for 40% of decision making. My name is TC Bar. I'm the top cat, and it's great to be here.
No, I'm the top cat for today.
You're the top cat.
I'm the top cat.
Okay, I'm the Montero for today.
Right, so Kelvin.
Well, I say, remember, almost Kevin is a boy from the hood, and I'm glad this is Friday, and it is Owambe Friday, like I used to say. Make sure you have fun, but stay away from drugs, guys. Just have fun and enjoy yourself. Make sure you watch game as well, because I'm set to start watching game from tonight.
Well, with that, we come to the end of the show. I still remain Charlie Montero. We're looking forward to the EPL this weekend. Some exciting mouth-watering clashes are going to be on our screens, and we'll be back here on Monday to give you reviews, previews, analysis on the game. I still remain the top cat for today, Charlie Montero. See you on Monday.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is in no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 wise men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The 3 wise men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Giregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Giregu Power PLC. Giregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Gerugu Power, sold down a Gerugu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Hi everyone, my name is Gafar Mo. I'm a film producer and director.
My name is Kadi Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 Naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 Naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion Naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion Naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. SOUQ Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion Naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion Naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million Naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion Naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion Naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion Naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion Naira Tertiary Education Grants schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion Naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion Naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion Naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos.
She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dinoben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sejuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000 acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwaters Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills plc, PZ Cussons plc, Nigerian Breweries plc, and United Bank for Africa plc. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank plc UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Otumete City College from 1958 to 1961, Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant, Chief Kolawole Jamodu. For many who worked closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He is a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Cussons. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Cussons PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take 2, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Cussons was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, and also he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed Chairman of United Bank for Africa PLC as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries PLC as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian brewery sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he is a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he is a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He is also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helms of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past President of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former President of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Ere Land, Kogi State, Maye Bobajiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshobo Land, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Bede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba I of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Eruku Land, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary.
is the undisputed king of Juju music, having transferred the music landscape in the country for about 4 decades. A household name among the young and old in Nigeria and indeed West Africa, Chief Sunday Adeniyi Adeyege, known professionally as King Sunny Ade, is regarded as one of the first African pop musicians to gain international success and has been called one of the most influential musicians of all time. Today's news talk is dedicated to and a celebration of this fascinating and illustrious singer, songwriter, and multi-instrumentalist who has enhanced the international image of Nigeria. We are honoring talent, hard work, competence, and commitment. I am Bayo Olaoye. Chief Sunny Adeniyi Adeyege was born on September 22, 1946 in Osogbo to a Nigerian royal family from Ondo and Akure, making him an Omoba, prince of the Yoruba people. His father was a church organist, while his mother, Maria Adegeye ni Adesida, was a trader. As a member of the Adesida dynasty, his mother's relatives included Oba Adesida I, who ruled Akure for 60 years. Sunny Ade left to go to Ondo Grammar School under the pretext of going to the University of Lagos. It was thus in Lagos that his outstanding career began. Sunny Ade's music has evolved from the early days. His career began with Moses Olaya's Federal Rhythm Dandies, a high life band, and he left to form a new band, the Grey Spots, in 1967. Over the years, for various reasons, ranging from changes in his music to business concerns, Sunny Ade's band changed its name several times, first to African Beats and then to Golden Mercury. King Sunny Ade was influenced by Juju pioneer Tunde Nightingale and borrowed stylistic elements from his Shuwambe style of Juju music. He founded the King Sunny Ade Foundation, an organization that includes a performing arts center, a state-of-the-art recording studio, and a housing for young musicians. He is a visiting lecturer at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and a recipient of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is the first Nigerian ever nominated for the Grammys. After more than a decade of resounding success in Nigeria, Sunny Ade received great acclaim in Europe and North America in 1982. The global release of Juju music and its accompanying tour was almost unanimously embraced by critics everywhere. Sunny Ade was described in the New York Times as one of the world's great band leaders, offering a breath of fresh air, a positive vibration we will feel for some time to come. Sunny Ade's stage show was characterized by top musicianship, highlighted by his mastery of the guitar and dexterous dancing. The live performances were also usually significantly longer than the 2 hours or less that had become the norm for concerts in Europe and North America. His next album, Synchro System, in 1983, was equally earning him his first Grammy Award nomination in the ethnic traditional folk recording category, hence making him the first Nigerian Grammy Award nominee ever. On July 16, 2017, King Sunny Ade announced that he will be returning to the stage in London alongside his rival Ebenezer Obey for a music concert comeback, theme A Night to Remember with the Legends. In 2017, he was appointed ambassador for the Change Begins With Me campaign by the Minister of Information then, Lai Mohammed. Sunny Ade's music is characterized by, among other instruments, the talking drum, an instrument indigenous to his Yoruba roots, the guitar, and his peculiar application to Juju music. His music is the age-old tradition of singing poetic lyrics, ewi, in Yoruba, and praise singing of dignitaries, as well as components of Juju traditional African belief called the Ogede. Hence, Sunny Ade's music constitutes a record of the old tradition of his people for posterity. Sunny Ade introduced the pedal steel guitar to Nigerian pop music. He introduced the use of synthesizers, clarinet, vibraphone, tenor guitar into Juju music, a repertoire such as dub and wah-wah guitar licks. Sunny Ade said he used these instruments not as an attempt to innovate, but as a substitute for traditional Juju instruments which were too difficult to find or impracticable for touring. The pedal steel guitar, for instance, was added to his repertoire as a sound alike for an African violin. Sunny Ade, with his band, invested his huge, unique sound and instrumental, which he used mostly as entrance song during his live performances. The sound was made with a phalanx of electric guitars that functions like a percussion section and talking drums that sound like a gossipy Greek chorus. After the death of Bob Marley, Island Records began looking for another tall world artist to put on its contract, while Fela Kuti had just been signed by Arista Records. Producer Martin Messonnier introduced Sunny Ade to Chris Blackwell, leading to the release of Juju Music in 1987. Sunny Ade gained a wide following with this album and was soon billed as the African Bob Marley. He parted ways with Island Records after the production of SOUQ System in 1983 and 1984 Aura. Sunny Ade has collaborated with major artists such as Manu Dibango, Waka Africa, and Stevie Wonder, who played harmonica on Aura, as well as younger artists such as Wasiu Alabi Pasuma and Bola Abimbola. Sunny Ade's brief period of recordings with Island Records opened the floodgates for other world music artists like Senegalese Youssouf N'Dour and Mali's Salif Keita and many others. In recent times, hip-hop music appears to be holding sway with the electronic media in Nigeria with massive airplay. Nonetheless, Sunny Ade's music output has continued to inspire a vast generation of many other Nigerian musicians who believe in the big band musical setup, which Sunny Ade and late Fela Kuti are noted for. The musician Lagbaja is one of the many musicians whom Sunny Ade's music inspired. In 2008, his contributions to world music, he was given an award for his outstanding contribution to world music at the International Reggae and World Music Awards held at the Apollo Theatre in Harlem, in New York. Sunny Ade has received numerous awards during his career. In November 2016, he was inducted into Hard Rock Cafe Hall of Fame. In November 2016, he became a recipient of Afrima Award. He was inducted into the Headies Hall of Fame at the Headies 2020 in February 2021. His music has also been featured in several films, including Breathless in 1983, O.C. and Stinks 1985, One More Saturday Night in 1986, and 50 in 2015. As we celebrate our 64th independence anniversary, we commend and applaud this rugged and accomplished musician, King Sunny Ade. Long live the king of Juju music. Long live Nigeria. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello and welcome to the News Hour on SOUQ News Television. My name is Sade Uwe. First, the headlines. And now to the news in full. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, has reaffirmed the Tinubu administration's commitment to combating insecurity in Nigeria through enhanced investment in equipment, manpower, and intelligence. Speaking at the international conference, Idris highlighted the Sahel region's instability and its spillover effects on Nigeria due to porous borders. Idris acknowledged that challenges such as socio-economic marginalization, weak governance, and environmental degradation contribute to violence in the region. He emphasized the need for collaboration with international partners to address these root causes and to stabilize the Sahel region. Under President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, security remains a top priority with investments focused on improving capabilities in intelligence gathering and military operations. The Central Bank of Nigeria is set to launch an electronic foreign exchange matching system by December 1st to enhance transparency and governance in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, NFEM. According to Omolara Duke, the Director of Financial Markets, the system aims to promote a market-driven exchange rate and ensure that real-time FX prices are accessible to the public. This new system will help curb speculative activities, eliminate market distortions, and provide the CBN with better oversight. Authorized dealers will conduct all foreign exchange transactions in the interbank market through EFEMS, where transactions will be instantly recorded. A 2-week test run will occur in November, and the CBN, in collaboration with the Financial Markets Dealers Association, will set EFEMS rules. The system aligns with the Nigerian FX Code and revised market guidelines, with dealers required to ensure compliance and complete necessary preparations before the official launch. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, has assured Nigerians of a decrease in the cost of electricity due to ongoing efforts to boost power generation and distribution. While speaking in Abuja, Adelabu noted that Nigeria's electricity prices remain among the lowest in Africa, citing comparisons with Togo, Mali, and Niger Republic. He emphasized the ministry's readiness to collaborate with organizations on renewable energy projects, especially in areas not connected to the national grid. He highlighted the role of the Rural Electrification Agency in driving solar, wind, and other alternative energy initiatives to expand power access to rural communities, which he believes will also benefit youth employment. Meanwhile, the Rural Electrification Agency has announced the start of a $750 million distributed renewable energy scale-up project in November, funded by the World Bank. The initiative aims to provide electricity to 17.5 million Nigerians using renewable energy sources. REA Managing Director Abba Abubakar Aliyu shared that the project will span 5 years and is expected to deliver power through mini-grids, interconnected systems, and standalone solar units. This follows the success of a previous $550 million project funded by the World Bank and African Development Bank. The National Bureau of Statistics reported a slight decrease in the national average cost of a healthy diet, which fell by 0.8% to 1,265 naira in August compared to the month of July. This figure reflects the least expensive combination of locally available food items that align with global dietary guidelines. The COHD serves as an important indicator of both physical and economic access to nutritious diets. Regionally, the Southwest recorded highest COHD at 1,554 naira per day, while the Northwest had the lowest at 1,014 naira per day. Since March, the COHD has risen by 28%, raising concerns about food inflation. Economist Bismarck Riwani noted that despite a recent drop in some food prices, beans has seen a significant price hike due to recent flooding in flood-producing states, which has exacerbated an already challenging economic situation marked by rising living costs. In response to these economic challenges, the Lagos State government has decided to pause the Onje Eco initiative to address concerns raised by market leaders. The Commissioner for Agriculture and Food Systems, Mrs. Abisola Olusonya, announced this decision during a meeting with stakeholders, emphasizing the need for improved service delivery as the initiative is aimed to boost food production amid rising prices and growing public demand. She assured stakeholders that the government is actively working to resolve payment delays for vendors while maintaining the 25% for residents, illustrating a commitment to support food security in the state. Meanwhile, banks have hired more staff, thereby doubling their wages and salaries in over a year due to soaring inflation in the process, putting pressure on the operating cost. According to data, wage and salary spent by 10 banks in the first half of 2024 reached a total of 615.8 billion naira, which evaluates to a 96% growth compared to 314.4 billion naira incurred in the first half of 2023. The bank involved are Access Holdings, UBA First Bank, GT Bank, Zenith Bank, Stanbic IBTC, Wema, FCMB, Sterling, and Jay's Bank. The wage bills of the banks have mostly doubled due to increase in personnel. Access Holdings recorded the highest wage bill of all the banks with a cost total of 151.5 billion naira, which is up by 145%, more than the 61.9 billion naira that was reported in the first half of 2023. Some of the other banks like First Bank, UBA, and GT Bank also had a substantial increase in the wage bill compared to the year 2023, recording 134.2 million, 126.6 million, and 39.3 billion naira, respectively. The Kosofe Chamber of Commerce, a local business organization, recently hosted an economic dialogue to empower small and medium-scale enterprises and to promote economic growth in Nigeria. Held at Fish Farm Center, Ogudu, the event brought together industry experts, business leaders, and policymakers to discuss SME sustainability and innovation. Key topics included access to finance, market expansion, regulatory frameworks, and the role of innovation in driving business growth. President of the Kosofe Chamber, Mr. Joe Femi Dagunro, emphasized the vital role SMEs play in job creation and poverty alleviation. Dr. Muda Yusuf, CEO of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, delivered a keynote focusing on business development and government policies supporting entrepreneurship. The event featured interactive sessions, including a panel discussion on improving value-added services for SMEs. Entrepreneurs shared their experiences, and participants discussed how private and public sector can create favorable business environments. This dialogue is aimed to bridge policy and practice, fostering a thriving ecosystem for SMEs. Still on local news, the West African Cotton Company has received high praise from Ferreira Isma Jumari, Director General of the Jigawa State Investment Promotion Agency, for its impactful role in enhancing agricultural development in Jigawa State. During a visit to Wakot Sesame Farmers Academy in Gumel, Jumari highlighted the academy's significant benefits for local farmers and investors, stating that Wakot has become an ambassador for sustainable agriculture in the region. Sadiq Kasim, Director of Corporate Affairs at TGI Group, reaffirmed Wakot's commitment to sustainable agricultural practices and empowering farmers. He emphasized that the Sesame Farmers Academy equips smallholder farmers with essential skills, improving livelihoods and enhancing Nigeria's position in the global sesame market. Wakot has also contributed to community welfare through over 10 development projects, including clean water initiatives, school renovations, and food relief during the COVID-19 pandemic. This comprehensive approach underscores Wakot's dedication to building sustainable farming communities while fostering economic growth in Jigawa State. The Lagos State government has reaffirmed its commitment to supporting agriculture and ensuring food security. Speaking at the Lagos Agri-Innovation Hangout, Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, emphasized the need for collaboration among Agri-Innovation Club members to tackle food challenges. She also announced plans to launch the Young Farmers Club, aligning with the First Lady's Renewed Hope initiative. Dr. Oluwarotimi Fashola, the special advisor to the governor, encouraged Nigerians to explore agriculture's opportunities, while Bolabo Laniwo highlighted the importance of vision over startup capital. Entrepreneur Hairat Abimbola Jao shared her inspiring journey from 200 to 20,000 catfishing rearing, stressing the need for sustainable food systems. The event highlighted technology and funding as key drivers for agricultural growth, with participants as initiatives could have chain reactions and solutions to reduce post-harvest loss. Afrexim Bank has approved a financing facility of $20,800,000 for Starling Global and Ideal Limited to construct and operate a cashew processing factory in Lagos, Nigeria. The funding will be provided in two tranches: $7,480,000 for capital expenditure to build the factory and $13,250,000 as working capital for its operations. This facility is set to enhance value addition in the cashew industry and increase earnings for the company. Once operational, the factory is expected to create approximately 400 new jobs and support around 40 small and medium-sized enterprises, significantly boosting the local economy. Mrs. Kanayo Awani, Executive Vice President at Afrexim Bank, expressed that this partnership is crucial for Africa's agro-commodity sector, enabling value addition, promoting exports, and attracting much needed foreign exchange. She emphasized the project's positive impact on employment and the development of local communities and smallholder farmers across the value chain. Meanwhile, Senator Sunday Karimi, representing the Kogi West Senatorial District, has pledged to intervene in the urgent reconstruction of the Pakuta Bridge in Brunoland, Kababruno Council in Kogi State. This crucial road connects Ayegunle Gbede in Ijumu Council to Kiri Kingdom in Kababunu and also links Cooper North and South, including the Egon communities in Lokoja Local Council. The bridge's collapse has isolated these communities and disrupted vital transportation routes to neighboring Niger State. Residents are hopeful that Senator Karimi's commitment will restore access to this key roadway, which plays a significant role in the local economy. The project, initially awarded to Citraco Nigeria Limited, was abandoned due to inadequate funding from the federal government, resulting in the bridge's total collapse. The poor condition of the road has severely impacted local farmers, making it difficult for them to transport their produce. Renowned academic and former president of the Association of Nigerian Authors, Professor Olu Obafemi, confirmed that Senator Karimi is set to oversee the immediate reconstruction of the bridge, estimated at 17 million naira, as assessed by a committee of experts and community representatives. Obafemi expressed gratitude for Karimi's profound intervention and assured the senator of the committee's dedication to monitoring reconstruction efforts. We'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we'll take you to news from around Africa and the Middle East. Stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Belen Kusini Labisa, will lead the commemoration of the International Day for Disaster Reduction in Polokwane on 11th of October 2024. This annual event promotes a culture of risk awareness and disaster reduction, aligning with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030. The 2024 theme, The Role of Education in Protecting and Empowering Youth for a Disaster-Free Future, emphasizes the transformative power of education in building resilient societies. As South Africa faces a range of hazards, including droughts, floods, and extreme weather events, effective disaster risk reduction strategies are more critical than ever. The IDDR serves as a platform to advocate for proactive measures, including early warnings and community preparedness to mitigate the impacts of disaster. Minister Labisa will be joined by other government officials, traditional leaders, and civil society organizations to foster a self-reliant society capable of addressing disaster risk. This collaboration aims to create informed communities that contribute to disaster preparedness and resilience. The Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi welcomed his United Arab Emirates counterpart, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to Cairo on Thursday in a significant diplomatic meeting. The two leaders met on the tarmac of Cairo Airport, underscoring the importance of their partnership during a time of rising tensions in the Middle East, particularly as Israel escalates its bombing campaign in Lebanon. Egypt and the United States have been engaged in efforts to broker a ceasefire in Gaza, although these attempts have so far yielded little success. The visit also arrives as the UAE faces scrutiny over allegations of supporting Sudanese rebels accused of war crimes, adding another layer of complexity to the regional dynamics. Mohammed bin Zayed's delegation included key ministers in the industry, investment and defense, as well as a national security advisor. As Egypt grapples with financial troubles, it has increasingly depended on Emirati support to stabilize its faltering economy, highlighting the vital role that UAE assistance plays in Cairo's current circumstances. Oil prices remain steady today, with Brent crude futures at $77.55 per barrel and U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures at $73.65 per barrel. Despite the stability, oil prices are on track for an 8% weekly gain due to concerns over potential supply disruption in the Middle East. The tension between Israel and Iran, along with Lebanon's Hezbollah, have raised supply risk. However, analysts believe the impact will be limited due to OPEC's spare production capacity and the lack of disruption to global crude supplies. Libya's resolution of a leadership dispute has also led to the reopening of oil fields and export terminals easing concerns. Iran and Libya are OPEC members, producing 4 million and 1.3 million barrels per day, respectively. The market is cautious, awaiting potential developments over the weekend. And Colombia's state-run oil company, Ecopetrol, and Brazil's Petrobras have made two major gas discoveries that are expected to significantly boost reserves and ensure the country's energy self-sufficiency. This serious project, operated by Petrobras, is forecasted to produce 13.3 million cubic meters of gas per day for 10 years, starting in 2029 to 2030, with an estimated investment of $5 billion. This project alone has the potential to double Colombia's gas reserves, with over 6 trillion cubic feet of gas in place. Additionally, Ecopetrol's chief executive, Ricardo Rowe, announced the discovery of a new offshore well, Papayuela, which could produce up to 800 billion cubic feet of gas per day, meeting almost 80% of national demand. This development is expected to take 5 to 7 years to mature. These discoveries come at a crucial time, as Colombia's gas reserves had fallen to 2.4 trillion cubic feet by the end of 2023, equivalent to 6.1 years of consumption. The new findings are a significant step towards securing Colombia's energy future and reducing concerns over gas self-sufficiency. Gilead Sciences is taking proactive steps to combat the Marburg virus outbreak in Rwanda by donating approximately 5,000 vials of its antiviral drug remdesivir for emergency use. This collaborative effort with Rwanda's Health Ministry and the Africa Centers for Disease Control aims to address the urgent need for treatment options. Notably, remdesivir, originally developed to treat Ebola and used during the pandemic to treat COVID-19, will be utilized despite its unapproved status for Marburg disease. Rwanda's health minister has announced plans to initiate clinical trials for experimental vaccines and treatments in the coming weeks, marking a significant development in the fight against Marburg. The virus, transmitted through fruit bats and human contact, has claimed 11 lives since its detection in late September. With a reported fatality rate of 88%, the need for effective treatments and vaccines is pressing. Gilead's donation and Rwanda's upcoming clinical trials demonstrate a concerted effort to tackle this outbreak and potentially save lives. Meanwhile, India's Jakson Green is poised to secure a significant investment of over 40 billion rupees to fuel its ambitious renewable energy expansion plans. The company aims to increase its installed capacity from 250 megawatts to 1.25 gigawatts by early 2026, aligning with the Indian government's goal of adding 500 gigawatts of clean energy by 2030. The Joint Managing Director, Krishnan Kayanan, revealed that advanced talks are underway with Green Energy Funds, targeting a November closure for the fundraiser. Jackson Green's growth strategy involves adding 1 gigawatt of renewable capacity annually for the next 5 years, backed by strategic funding. The company has secured significant projects from the Indian government, including Solar Energy Corporation of India and NHPC. The recent milestones include a credit facility from First Abu Dhabi Bank for international expansion and a 14.2 billion rupee agreement with REC for power project financing. This investment will propel Jackson Green's contribution to India's renewable energy landscape, supporting the country's transition to cleaner energy sources. And Dubai Airport is set to launch the world's largest rooftop solar panel installation at an airport in collaboration with Etihad Clean Energy Development Company. This project was formalized during the World Green Economy Summit held in Dubai, where both parties signed an agreement to install 62,904 solar panels across Dubai International and Dubai World's Central Al Maktoum International Airports. The project will generate approximately 60,346 megawatt hours annually and aims to be fully operational by 2026. The solar initiative is expected to offset 23,000 tons of CO2 each year, equivalent to removing 5,000 cars from the road. This green energy source will meet 6.5% of DXP's power needs and 20% of DWC's, reinforcing Dubai Airport's commitment to sustainability and reducing its carbon footprint. CEO Paul Griffiths emphasized that this project reflects Dubai Airport's dedication to integrating sustainability into its operations. The initiative aligns with Dubai's vision to achieve 25% clean energy by 2030 and 100% by 2050, positioning the Emirate as a global leader in sustainability. And meanwhile, Australian officials have announced heightened security measures today in anticipation of pro-Palestine rallies set for October 6 in Sydney and Melbourne, urging participants to remain peaceful. Following the escalation of the Israel-Hamas conflict, protests by both Jewish and Palestinian groups have surged globally, including in Australia. Authorities have expressed concerns that these gatherings could escalate tensions and disrupt community harmony. In Sydney, the Palestine Action Group has agreed with police to adjust location and routes of their rally and forgo displaying prohibited flags and symbols. The group cancelled its planned rally on October 7, opting instead for a vigil the following Monday. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese emphasized that October 7, marking the anniversary of Hamas attacks on Israel, should be a solemn day, cautioning activists to consider the impact of their actions. New South Wales Premier Chris Minns warned of a strong police presence if the Monday vigil turned into a protest. The rise in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic incidents since the war began has spurred heightened vigilance, with authorities posting patrols around synagogues and in community events, particularly after controversial symbols were displayed during Melbourne protests. Still on the foreign scene, Google has introduced a new feature allowing users to search the internet by recording a video and asking a question. This feature, called Video Search, uses artificial intelligence to analyze the video, identify relevant information, and provide search results. Available on Android and iPhone devices, it will initially support English only. Google's head of search, Liz Reed, explained that this feature enables people to ask questions about their surroundings more easily. For instance, a user at an aquarium can record a video of fish swimming in unison and ask what they're doing, so receiving relevant search results. Industry analyst Paolo Pescatore considers this as a significant development for Google, highlighting the growing importance of AI and visual content. Google's updates also include improved shopping results, incorporating reviews and pricing information, and a music identifying tool rivaling Shazam. These moves aims to maintain Google's dominance in the search market, which faces growing competition from OpenAI and its ChatGPT search feature. We'll now take a short break, and when we come back, we'll move on to sports. So stay with us. And in sports, the Premier League has announced its nominees for the Manager of the Month award for September, recognizing top-performing coaches. The contenders include Mikel Arteta, Arsenal, for his team's unbeaten streak, Unai Emery, Aston Villa, for transforming the side into contenders, Enzo Maresca, Chelsea, for improving the Blues' performance, Marco Silva, Fulham, for securing solid results, and Arne Slot, Liverpool, for driving the Reds' resurgence. These managers have significantly contributed to the club's recent successes, making the competition fierce. Arteta's unbeaten run, Emery's dominant performances, Maresca's impact at Stamford Bridge, Silva's solid results, and Slot's influence on Liverpool's resurgence have all earned recognition. Fans and experts eagerly await the announcement of the winner in this prestigious category. An Argentinian court has granted the request of Diego Maradona's 5 children to transfer the football legend's remains to a public mausoleum in Buenos Aires. The ruling, issued by the court in San Isidro, cites humanitarian and emotional reasons for the decision, allowing the family to determine the timing of the move. Maradona, who passed away in 2020, was initially buried in a private cemetery located about 50 kilometers north of the capital. The new mausoleum for Maradona is currently under construction in the upscale neighborhood of Puerto Madero, with plans announced last year to honor the 1986 World Cup winner. Meanwhile, several individuals, including health professionals involved in Maradona's care, are facing trial for alleged negligence surrounding his death. Prosecutors have raised concerns about the deficiencies and irregularities in the treatment he received while recovering from surgery for a brain blood clot. And that's all on the News Hour on SOUQ News Television. My name is Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News, who had the courage to transcend a locked off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location, connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services, with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo, tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furrows, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of those businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion in 2005. During the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with Duke Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900-megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IATO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, he could plunge ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsavory moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of his crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration, this dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contract and based revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, SOUQ based in France, topping the ranks of the Chelsea 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch a Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego, Charles Sanomi. The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. In every government or institution, there is a corresponding invisible hand that remotely controls its affairs with immense influence over decision-making process or matters of interest. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, is a victim of this invisible hand. The head of the commission and possibly its inner caucus are not oblivious of its presence and interference, but may be unknown to other members of staff. By conferring the power to appoint the chairman of the commission on the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, lawmakers have unwittingly created an invisible hand for the EFCC. The invisible hand is the president and by extension the presidency. The EFCC was delivered as a bond servant from inception, lacking authority and autonomy and courage to function effectively outside the grip and body language rhythm of its masters, the president. And since the head of the commission occupied the driver's seat, obeying all traffic regulations as beamed by the president, liberty is replaced with dependency. Under this circumstance, what courage can the commission's chairman muster to prosecute the president's loyalists without upsetting ego and sensibilities. This is the burden of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Until the power to appoint the chairman of the commission is removed from the president, the head of the EFCC will continue to operate under dominance and influence of the president, doing his bid and covertly yielding to his whims and caprices without ethical courage to act otherwise. No matter how committed and sincerely intentional the chairman of the FCC may be, his drive for efficiency is weakened by presidential interference. This finds expression in the crux of allusions to EFCC selected war against financial crime and money laundering in the country. The public must recognize that the president is first and foremost a politician who came to power on the ticket of his political party. He has his loyalists and those who supported the process of his ascension to power. Besides, politicians affiliate some of these stalwarts permeate both the critical public and private sector. Evidently, circumstances that led to the sack of all past chairmen of EFCC could be linked to an invisible hand of the president. To avoid this route, EFCC handles high-profile cases deemed to have ties with the president with caution, classifying them as persons with blue blood in their veins. This is the trouble with the FCC and why it is unable to effectively wage war against financial crime and money laundering. Most ex-governors, ministers, and other political and business bigwigs that have been prosecuted and convicted till date are those with either weak link or falling out of favor with the president. EFCC now tread with caution, without discretionary initiative, constraining itself mainly to petitions received from the public, as against initiating, executing investigations on suspected individuals and organizations, particularly those that are prone to financial crimes and money laundering. The ministries, agencies, departments of government, legislature, judiciary, and the organized private sector are all black spots. The Nigerian environment is fraught with financial crime and money laundering, particularly the political space. Yet, the FCC pretends not to know. Politics is a big industry and quick source of unearned income, where people become multimillionaires or billionaires overnight just by participating in politics or serving in the executive, legislature, or the judiciary. To rid the country of illicit wealth and growing corruption, Nigeria must review the process leading to the appointment and removal of the EFCC chairman in order to insulate the office from the influence and covert control of the president. Besides, the EFCC must wake up from its slumber. This is Bayo Olaoye.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
Hello and welcome to your show. This is that particular time where we kick back, relax, and talk. Most especially when it happens to be the end of the week. The beautiful weekend made by the Almighty so that for those that really worked, you can have a weekend. If you have not worked, that's another story we need to talk about. But this is SOUQ Pulse where we talk. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. I hope SOUQ News have served you delightfully well in the last 5 days. So we want to hear from you. Go to our social media channels, our handles, hit it up, SOUQ News TV, across all social media channels, and let's hear from you. Tell us what you think we should change, what has excited you the most in the last 5 days, and also what you saw that really made you say, yes, this is all about positivities. Now, if we say we need to change, it starts with you, me, your neighbors, people you have to stand up to and talk. We keep quiet on this side too much. And we just wait for God to do it. God will do his bit, but we have to do our bit. Now, this is SOUQ Pulse where we talk. We are going to a particular place that is... So when we get there, I will tell you what exactly it is and also introduce our guest because you know that he is here and he is definitely going to talk. This is SOUQ Pulse, and when we return, this talk will start talking. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Now, people always have this, in quote, that when it comes to SOUQ News, we don't talk about politics. No. We'll tell you directly, how does it affect productivity? How does it affect business? How does it affect development? How does policy play into it? If any of these elements are in it, then we are there. We are not just talking, we are investigating and we are informing you. So today we are going somewhere that is home, the Nigerian police. Now, let's go back to the last elections in Edo State. For those that are wondering, we are hitting home Nigeria today. Edo State elections came, Edo State election has gone. Somebody won, yes. Those that didn't win, don't worry. Try again next time. Now, this is the issue. A lot of blame, calls, shouts were heaped on the police by a side. Now, another election is coming up, which happens to be a local government election in Rivers State. That same name is coming up, the Nigerian police. Now, the police, are they meant for the people? Are they meant for the state? Or is it just the federal police? Because it's a federal police. Who should they answer to? That is where we are heading to. Who exactly should the Nigerian police answer to? If they are domiciled in any of the states, police commissioner state, police IG federal, it controls this. Now, who should they answer to? Talk about this all through this 1 hour we have is no other but Your Excellencies. Please put those hands together as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for this nice, beautiful evening, ushering us into the weekend. Dr. Idausa. Sir, you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse.
A pleasure to be here again with you, Chooks. Good evening.
Thank you very much. My legs are quietly clicking the other, and we are heading there. Nigerian police. The last time I heard you talk about the police, I said, okay, let's come back and start this just all over again. Now, elections happened in Edo State, and the people that did not win are blaming the police. Election is coming up in Rivers State, and it has not started yet, and the governor is shouting the police. First of all, is the police supposed to be for security, property, human being, and any other thing, or for election activities?
Well, I think it's just quite unfortunate that the Nigerian political system had not been able to mature to a certain level where people can either manage their victory or their defeat very well. And I think that's the fundamental issue with the Nigerian state. Politics is not well developed at all. And again, because as it were, it's a zero-sum game where winner take all. It can only be expected that the loser finding always difficulty to accept defeat.
Is there a loser in an election?
Yes, of
you were not voted for, or the numbers didn't come to you.
Yes, that is what it means. You didn't win.
Some people did vote for you.
Yes, some people win, but you lost at the end of the day. So it's a contest. So in every context, one person is bound to win. Even the Holy Book put it very succinctly.
Was there election in the Holy Book?
In a race.
Okay.
Everyone competes
to win.
Only one gets the medal.
Okay.
So we cannot have a race where multiple people have to win. What you have seen played out, whether it's in the 2023 presidential election, whether it is the Edo State gubernatorial election, or the one that is currently going to happen tomorrow in Rivers State, what you're seeing there is the fact that people who want to oppress their neighbors, and wanting to use the instrument of the state to do so.
So
and
which,
resistance.
Can you define this instrument of the state?
There's security apparatus
of the state.
Which
includes the police.
The police.
Okay.
The DSS.
Okay.
The army. These are institutions of the state. And these are institutions that are meant to protect the lives, the property, and safeguard the security of the whole Nigerian.
Okay, before you keep going, let's break this down. Why are we having this friction between governor and police during elections?
Yeah, but because
most especially,
you see,
when it comes to opposition states.
You see, I actually wanted to dive into this matter, which is, of course, the argument that people have been talking about creating a regional force of police.
No, before we even get to whether creating or not creating, let's look at what's happening right now in Nigeria.
This thing you feel play out in Edo, that is the voice you are hearing for the creation of regional police. Okay. That the state can
since you've pulled up the regional police, what is happening now with the federal police? Will it not also happen with the regional police if that's created?
You see, the problem they are having right here is that the state don't have total control over who become the commissioner of police in their state. And that prerogative belongs to the Nigerian Police Commission, which is the highest organ that determine who get promoted or who get posted where.
That's federal.
At the federal. So, of course, the deployment of manpower to states and all of that. So, the Nigerian Police Service Commission handles some of all these issues. So, what the people are complaining about is that they want the police to be on their side.
When you say what the people, who are the people?
I mean the politicians in this regard.
Okay, now we are breaking it down.
Yes. So, what they are wanting is they want a police in their pocket.
Okay, they want a force that will favor them.
Yes, of course, who will be at their beck and call and answer to their whims and caprices.
Is it all the politicians or some of the politicians?
You see, this is the argument that you always will find. And that's why you find every time somebody wins, the police is the best. And anytime somebody loses, the police is the worst. So you must always look for a victim for your loss.
Okay, now while they are seeking that particular victim for their loss, is the police commission, is a police agency, are they politicized?
They are not politicized.
So where is the divide and drag coming from?
Take for example, let's hit the nail on the head. The Edo election. The current governor of Edo State said he had reason to get into INEC office at 2 a.m. in the night to go and stop some nefarious activity that he perceived that was going on there. And he stayed there for more than 2 hours. Because at the time that he said he got in there at 2 a.m., and by the time the police were asking him to leave the venue, because by law, he's not supposed to be in that venue. Okay. He's not supposed to be in the venue.
Okay.
Now
I'm following your chain of conversation. Hold on, please.
Police will not allow.
Okay. Why did they let him in the first place?
That's a question we are asking.
If we say, okay, the police should do their job.
You see, the police were doing their job. The police would not allow because it was alleged by the opposition that he sneaked in.
How can a governor of a state sneak in?
Now,
his own state.
Yes, of course.
He's not running away from something.
He sneaked in and people came out to call the attention of the police and said, this man should not be in this place at this unholy hour.
But if we say he's a governor, he doesn't work alone. He moves around with security detail.
So, yeah, of course. That is
so how did him and the security detail sneak into a 2-3 room, maybe a big room, a big hall? They saw him coming.
Yeah, but what we're saying here is, you don't know how he came. And in this kind of coming,
if you say
you cannot expect that he come with the paraphernalia of the office.
Now my mind is running wild. Because you say he's Edo and he's Benin, you are saying I don't know how he came. Okay. I know there are no plantain trees. Okay. Now, do we have a duty-focused police force that their duty is the citizenry?
Well, I think to a very large extent, it's yes. Unfortunately, the Nigerian police are being the whipping boy in the country because people feel that they are the most corrupt entity in the Nigerian state.
Are they?
They are not. And I can say that for a certain surety. You see,
when you say they are not, which means, okay, there is some corruption there.
Yes, of course, you cannot rule it out completely because no matter how good that you have a group is, even in the 12 disciples that Jesus had, there was one Judas who could go sell out.
Was Judas corrupt?
He was very corrupt because he took bribe.
Okay. So, let's keep looking at this particular issue. This begs for answers. Who is the chief security officer in a state?
You see, this is what it is. The governor is the chief security officer in the state by virtue of his membership of the National Security Council.
Is it by virtue of his membership or by virtue of him being elected as the governor of the state?
No, he is a member of the National Security Council representing his state at the council.
So, is it the National Security Council that will provide security for his state?
No. You see, it is the National Security Council that will determine the security architecture of the state.
Of a state.
Which is
the National
of.
Is the National Security Council domiciled in the 36 states?
No,
for those in
no.
Nigeria.
The National Security Council is domiciled in the Federal Capital Territory.
Let's take, for example, I am from Lagos State. And the 18 million people, did they vote for those in National Security Council?
No. You see, yes, of course.
They voted for those in National Security
Council. This is what it is. This is what I'm saying to you. You imagine now. That's why when you go to National Assembly, member of National Assembly tell you, I'm here representing my people.
Okay. So in the National Security Council,
the state represent the entire state in that council. So it's a member of that council.
36 governors.
36 governors, they are present. All past presidents are there. The head of all security agencies, they are in that council.
National Security Council.
Oh, yes. So the police IG is there. The army is there. The chief of defense staff is in the council. The governor is sitting down. So if you have issues, which means you can actually raise it at the council.
So does the council meet every day?
No, but it's not every day, but council meets from time to time.
But there are issues in state on daily basis.
Yeah, but of course, when these issues are happening, what does this really mean? Is to say that, okay, he cannot say, oh, I don't know who the IG is.
Okay.
Now, he cannot say, I don't know who the
now we are
who the chief of defense staff is.
Now we are coming home.
Yes, of course.
Does the IG answer to the governor?
IG should not answer to the governor because it's not a state. IG oversees 36 states of federation.
The commissioner of police in the state, does he answer to the governor?
He should not answer to the governor.
If he can't answer to the governor and his own boss can't answer to the governor, then why and how is the governor being the chief security officer?
When you say answer to the governor, you have to be very definite what you mean by the word answer. Answer here can be misconstrued to mean that the commissioner become the errand boy of the governor. Because the commissioner is not in the state to protect the governor. He's in the state to protect the citizens.
We also have to define the meaning of errand boy.
Yes, of course. This is what I mean. That the governor should be able to ask the police commissioner in his state to act against the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Because he's the chief security officer of the state and determine who the police should arrest, who the police should kill, who the police should drive away.
But that's not what the police is doing. That's not what they're supposed to
do.
So why would somebody make them do that?
This is what we have seen. Over time, that politicians take advantage of the fact that they have the instrumentality of the state and they feel that every single structure in the state should be manipulated by them. We find this happening with the local government. We find this happening with the legislature, where their independence are hamstrung by the same governor. You can imagine, for example, let's even talk about the Edo State issue.
Okay.
Where, for example,
there's a lot of passion about the Edo State.
Yes, because I'm from Edo State. Where, for example, we have a governor who governed our own state for 4 years with just 10 members of National Assembly. And the 14 who were majority were never sworn in.
They are not policemen. No. We are dwelling on policemen today.
Why? Why was this this is the same? Is the fact that the governor wanted a state assembly that he can manipulate and determine by his own self those who don't want in the assembly, and by 9 p.m. in the night issue an order for the proclamation of the state assembly. Some people were invited, others were not invited. And then he hurriedly did it that night, and by the following day, and he said the 14 people who were not there are excluded.
Okay.
And of course, because it's based on constitution.
Can I come to?
No. The point, let me just land on this point.
Okay.
Based on this, for 4 years, he governed the state with minority number in the National Assembly. Same you want to do with the police.
Did he govern the state with minority or govern those that were sworn in?
Why on earth
were they sworn in?
In the middle of the night.
Okay, let's come back.
You see, this only arrangement.
Let's come back to the police.
Say that actually is playing out in some of all these issues.
Let's come back to the police. Does the police have a constitutional right if the chief justice or the chief judge of a state should call them and say, okay, good, this person is breaking the law? Do they have a constitutional right to investigate?
It is not just the chief justice.
On their own, can they do that?
Every citizen of Nigeria,
okay,
as it stands today, has an inalienable right
to call
on the police.
Okay.
No matter how high the hierarchy is, even the Inspector General of Police, to call their attention to a crime for investigation.
Okay. So when the governor was committing this particular crime, you talked about this just in the last few sentences with this lot of passion. There are well over 5 million indigenes in Edo State, plus the Chief Justice, the judges, and every other person. Why did they not call the police to head that way and make some arrest or investigate something? Or why can't the police stand up and do something?
No.
Well, nobody can. Everybody's hamstrung.
Because we are not witches and wizards. So we could not read it on the hand of the governor and knew what exactly he wanted. He was the one who who issued the proclamation.
Okay.
It was written by him and sent to the people he wanted. So the whole community was not in the know. Now, by the time the other people got wind of it, that there was a summon, by the time they rushed to the assembly at 10 p.m., the swearing-in has been done. The election was over.
Okay.
So there's now what happened, the only thing you can do in that place, you can't call police in, you go to court. Now, what was it? The substance of that case in court was a fact to say, how many times should a governor issue proclamation? Because the other part of these people were arguing that proclamation was all issued in error. Because they were not carried along. And not because that matter went up to Supreme Court.
Can I ask a question?
And at the Supreme Court, it was ruled that governor can only issue proclamation once.
Okay.
But whether the manner in which that proclamation was given was right or not, the court was silent on it.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Is it the governor or other people from different regions that elect their representative? My community elects our representative.
Oh, yes.
Good. So whoever is coming from my community is going to represent me, be it at the State Assembly or the Federal Assembly.
Oh, yeah.
So nobody has the right to stop who we say to go represent us to represent us.
Yeah, but in this case, using the technicality that is provided by the Constitution, he had disenfranchised.
Because those that elected the people or did not elect the people kept quiet.
No. They didn't keep quiet.
Of course, yes.
You see, they can't take the laws into their hands.
That is what we think.
So what they could have done.
Africans are always told you can't take the laws into your hands. What do you mean by laws? What do you mean into your hands? If 14 people out of 14 how many of them?
14, yes.
14
out of 24
were barred from coming to serve their community, which means 14
community were disenfranchised.
Then what did the community people do?
So what can they do? They go to court.
Oh yes, they don't need to go to court.
What would they have done?
This is where we need to start talking. They don't need to go to court.
No.
14 community can stop that state from working.
No. That is illegal.
Who told you it's illegal? It is my right.
No, it's not your right.
No.
The Constitution guarantee what you can.
Nope.
No.
The Constitution does not guarantee docility.
Listen. Don't misinform the people.
Misinforming the people. This is 2024.
No.
When people should stand up and say no.
No, you cannot.
They can't stand up and say no.
No, you
they wait for someone to go and decide for them whether they are represented or not.
No. See, when people run foul of the law,
I am not saying take up arms. I'm not saying get violent.
So what
stand up and go. Hold on. There is a place where the other 14 or the other 12 were sworn in.
You see,
is there a place where they were sworn in? Yes or no?
See,
the community people can stand up and everybody will march there
and stop government from running.
There's no. Are they stopping government from running? They will come there and speak their mind. If it takes them 12 months to speak their mind, they will do it.
Yeah, but who said people were not speaking? You see, this is the.
They were speaking their minds from the house, from the comfort zone.
Listen. You see,
I don't know if you go where I'm going to. Okay, let's come back.
Let me give you this understanding. You see, because it's important that we understand. This is what governs all of us.
Is
the fact that you have broken a law. Does not give
am I breaking a law if I picket this building?
No. Yes, of course.
If I picket this building, that arrest
the authority of state.
Authority of state. Now, you see, this is where the issue we need to really address. We need to talk and not just sit quiet and talk. No. The era of everybody sit at your home and wait for things to be resolved should stop. It has to stop. If things are going wrong.
For anarchy.
No, it's not anarchy. No, it's not.
No, there's a state structure.
When people see that they can always do something and get away with it and nobody will talk, then it will continue.
It is not like that. You see, what it is if there is a law that governs every environment.
I agree.
Now, if people run foul of that law, the same law asks that you follow due process.
Exactly. So you follow due process
now, what is this
and go to the state assembly and sit down there.
No. The due process means that you have to go challenge that act.
How many times has it been challenged?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying.
It was challenged for 4 years.
Yeah, for 4 years.
And nothing came out of it.
No. For 4 years, the Federal High Court ruled. The case was appealed to.
What came out of it?
No. You wait. This is what I'm saying to you.
This is where the issue is. We have waited for how long? For 64 years.
No.
And the same process keep going. No. Let's come back to the police issue. Now, let's look at this particular issue where we look at. If we say the governor is the chief security officer
of the state,
and he is expected to make sure that his state is safe.
Yeah.
Why is it only during election we see him having problem with the police? But when the state is ransacked, we don't see him talk.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Because at election, something is at stake.
Oh, the life of the citizens are not at stake when they are ransacked by people.
So at election, what is at stake is the office of the governor, who becomes the next governor.
Okay.
So, you see, this is what it is. And this is why for me, and that was my argument really against when people talk about state police. Because I don't think that our politicians are responsible enough to even manage state police.
But if there should be a state police, should it be under the purview of the governor?
Yeah, because that's what it's going to be. Because it will become the how will you put it now? The highest ranking member of that state, the number one citizen, and then the police will be answerable to him.
But we are copying democracies foreign to us.
Now, what makes, for example, the federal policing something that is elite you still better off is the fact that right there's some appointment that, of course, the government in power cannot make alone. Because sometimes they also need to derive their power.
Appointments like?
Yes, of course. You see, because they cannot violate the law that established the police. For example, the Police Act 2020 that says how, for example, an IG should be appointed, how the Commissioner of Police should be appointed, and how deployment should be done. Now, this is defined within the ambit of the law. And some of these things, of course, will also have to find their way into the National Assembly. And you know, because it's a federation, different people come from different parties to the National Assembly. But in the state, what you find is that the state governors, what they have been doing in recent time is capturing the entire governing instrument of the state. Because every single local government they place will become the chairman of local government.
I'm smiling at your choice of the word capture.
They determine to become the councillor. They determine to become the chairman of local government. They determine to become member of National Assembly, and even in most cases determine who succeed to become a member of either House of Rep or Senate. So all this structure,
and that's beyond capture.
All this structure,
that's ownership,
are answerable to the governor, and that's a big problem.
Okay, but from the democracies where we are copying this, let's say the US, the police is under the purview of the Ministry of Justice, not the president.
Yeah.
The same thing in the States. The police is under the Ministry of Justice, not the governor. And that is why they can go ahead and arrest.
Yeah, but the question is,
so why can't we also do the same here?
Who appoint the Ministry of Justice officers?
Okay, for we on this side.
It's an issue. So really, whether you put it under the Ministry of Justice or it's under the office of the Attorney General Federation, if the man who is under you, the man who's answering to you, is indirectly answering to the person that you are answerable to.
But is the Justice Ministry not supposed to be an independent?
Yeah, but this is what we're saying. So how independent is the judiciary? How independent is the judiciary? So these are that's why I'm saying to you that democracy has not matured. You see, because it is not just enough.
Is it that democracy has not matured, or we just have I am trying to run away from some words, or we just have people that are hell bent on making things not to work?
You see, I feel, in my own way of looking at it, is that the monarchical structure of most of the African states is what is actually interfering with democratic practice. Now, you see, you can take it at every level. And I can even start from the micro level. There is an inherent trait of kinship in an average black person. And because if you understand the theory of kinship, which is an absolute leviathan with all power to suppress and oppress and even depress the people, you will find that in all of our conduct, whether in our homes, the husband is the monarch. And if the woman is the one marrying the man, the woman becomes the monarch.
But has it worked for Africa?
You see, but that's why it's working.
But it worked for Africa.
That's why it's working.
Okay.
So when you come to an environment, office environment, the CEO is the monarch. So if you come to the state, the governor is the monarch. If you come to the federation, the president or the prime minister is the monarch. So what that means is that he's the most single important person that has all power to do and undo.
Is it to do and undo or to serve?
You see, that culture of service is not part and parcel of our monarchy.
At what point?
You know,
kings can be called to question.
I was having fun yesterday evening.
Kings can be called to question.
No, most of the time, you see, to some extent. I was having fun yesterday evening, and this was in my house. And my mother-in-law was telling me a story on how one of their relatives, who was a king, came to visit. And then my wife, who was still very young at that time, had to run away. So when she was telling us the story, it was really fun and we were all laughing. And so she was trying to explain why she ran away. That she knew that for kings, it was point at king. Now you're laughing. Now once a king sees a lady who is beautiful and point her to that woman, the woman automatically becomes his wife. So he didn't want to marry a king, so he had to disappear.
To go with the glory she did. Now let's come back. Let's come this way before going on a break. Is it possible? Is it something you see where we see the police really being independent?
That's what I'm talking about. When people become really responsible.
Responsibility on the side of the people or the police?
No, I don't just think it's the police institution alone. It's not just the police. This is far more than the police. You see, once we become liberal in our thinking and we become open-minded to alternative viewpoints, and we can accommodate people who are different from us, then democracy can work. Then institution can become really very strong. Where people who are the high and the mighty can be humble enough to acknowledge ignorance on certain matters or apologize even when they have gone wrong. Because this is what democracy is all about. It's about competing voices. That people are saying different things, and then we come to the table and see what makes sense and what do not make sense. And then we commonly agree on the thing that makes sense, and then we are able to make progress. But in our environment, really, people want their way.
Okay.
And this wanting their way entails a loss And that is including mobilizing the instrumentality of the state to fight a single cause.
Which happens to be their way.
So this is what you hear when politicians say we crush opposition.
Okay. Before we crush our time here, we'll go on a very short break. Remember, we are looking at the police and we're looking at it from the lenses of politics. Who should they answer to? Should they answer to the higher authority paying their salaries? Should they answer to the state? Or should they answer to the people, the citizens? We'll go on this short break and we will return. Don't worry. Dr. Dauza is still here. We'll be back right now.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to between 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and if possible exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are looking at the police, Nigerian police to be specific, and we are asking the simple question: who should they answer to? We have Dr. Idahosa here, and he is schooling us. We are arguing a bit, but hey, I hope you're learning something. On your own side, please join this particular conversation and argue. Don't keep quiet. It's happening in Edo. It's happening in Rivers. It's also going to get close to you if we all keep quiet and let this particular thing continue. Now, let's get to one side of the police. Who is currently funding the police, the Nigerian police?
Well, to some very large extent, I think there's a level of concurrency in terms of funding, where federal government take care of the basic emoluments of state police, of the federal police in terms of payment. And of course, you know that also is taken from the Consolidated Revenue Fund, which is, of course, the money that are gathered from all the federating units of the state. So the police is funded from the CRF. But the state also have roles to play in terms of making provisions for operational overheads, in terms of maybe logistics,
okay,
special projects to enable the police within their state to perform at optimal level.
You were very specific. Logistics, overhead, special project.
Yes.
Good. But now, if we look at state projects, state budget, we get to see specific budget, not small, comparable to every other item on their list for security. Now we get to ask, if this much is coming from federal, why this much from state?
Well, there are a few things you also need to know, that when you talk about security, you're not just talking about police and personnel alone.
Okay.
Of course, there's also a technological part, which of course is a software of a security operation and architecture. So that also...
Which software? The money, what makes it soft?
You see, there's a hard part to power, and there's a soft part to power. Now,
on SOUQ Pulse, we try not to use idiomatic expressions, and I know you are a chief and a very high-class one in our African setting. So please, can you break it down? Because we want to know.
You see, what makes for the hardwares? You look at it, for example, weaponry, ammunitions, and sometimes operational vehicle, maintenance of personnel. So these are physical. But there are also other things that, of course, also need to be put in place within the state to make this policing easy. Take, for example, if you take the case of Kano State under Governor Ganduje, he tried as much as possible to provide CCTV for all the forests in Kano State.
Okay, now he provided CCTV. That can go to special project.
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are what you say. Now, there are also stakeholders, and you find that, of course, you also need to maintain and manage stakeholders within the state.
Manage stakeholders?
Stakeholders, of course.
These stakeholders, are they policemen?
They don't necessarily have to be police people.
So who are...
But they are...
The federal government is taking care of... the military is taking care of the DSS, taking care of the police. So who are these stakeholders that are taking state money?
There's a whole lot of relationship.
Okay, that money oils?
Yes, of course, can oil. And then, of course, state also ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order within the state.
With money.
And engage a lot of people.
By payouts?
Yeah, of course, sometimes payout, really.
Okay, now, are we saying that a lot of the security vote coming to state is used for payout?
Yeah, that's why
or settlement.
They call it security vote for governors. And what that is actually meant for is to see how governors can engage with some critical stakeholder who can make state ungovernable and ensure that they provide the kind of the groundwork.
Groundwork. Is the Nigerian police effective?
Well, to a very large extent.
Have the Nigerian police won laurels outside this country?
Yes, to a very large extent they are.
Which means the Nigerian police can do good in the states. Yeah. Can we also...
Everything being equal.
You've told me that things can never be equal.
Okay.
Can we also say, okay, if the states are having security votes, having security budget, that they should split it by 4 and give the Nigerian police 3. Let them take care of the security in the state.
Well,
or account to it to Nigerian police.
You see, a lot of people have done a lot in the past to see how they can actually bridge that gap. But again, like we said, you cannot also take away the problem, which is the major factor that has plagued our country, which is the issue of corruption. And we cannot but say that is a factor here. So what you say eventually, you are saying that a lot of states are resorting to extra policing effort in terms of organizing vigilante and regional security apparatus. You see the Amotekun in the southwest. Now, those officers are paid by the state. Now, if you go to my state, you have some vigilante that are, of course, paid by local government and by the state to help augment, because the ratio of police to the population in Nigeria is still very, very poor.
Number of personnel.
Yes, 1 man to like almost 1 million people. So that makes it very, really difficult to have effective policing. And whereas where you are talking about maybe 1 police to 100 people. If we have that kind of number, then of course we can be guaranteed. But because there are so many places where we are not having adequate personnel, governors of states, local government chairmen are also bridging those gaps to ensure that there are no complete breakdown of law and order in places where the
presence
oversight of, or the presence of the police can be. So all these things are all accounted for in the name of security.
Okay.
In
Now,
the states.
while we look at this particular serious point you just brought up, number of police personnel, and they are not being available in some particular places, can we also look at it from this other angle? The number of personnel that follow or escort or attach to some politicians or some men. You go to some places and you see 6, 7, 10, 15, 12 federal government funded, paid policemen attached to one person.
Yeah, that's how we found ourselves.
So, and now the state now has to spend extra money to also now start looking for security
this is
outside this.
The act of states that says, look, that policing should not be for private individual use. But unfortunately, again, like we say here, is who know who. And
can you define who know
who? Just who know who.
Is it a Chinese verb? Is it a Chinese proverb? As in who know who? What does who know who mean?
Well, you have the privilege of knowing some certain people
within the government or within the
certain
police,
a level of authority or power, and that they can give you that covering, and so you enjoy it.
Okay,
and in most cases, this is actually paid for, because not even with those who are politicians alone, even private citizens go with a lot of security agencies that are supposed to be taking care of, and then of course they focus on individual. I saw something which was a nice source some years ago, and I think it was on the social media, where we saw a policeman who was helping his boss, so to speak, to pick nails and cut his nails. And that was really very, very dehumanizing, because he was one big man and the police does not have dignity or honor. And so he has to sit down and then be using razor blade to help the man to clean his nails. So this is the level of a monarchical tendency in the average black man that I'm mentioning to you.
Before we hit that side of this rug, where we don't want to go to at all, this attachment, this escort, this police that are following, be it private individuals or politicians or government people, well over more than 1, 2, 3, down to 6, 12. Now, if we say they are paid for, who are they paying to? If we say the government says, okay, this is wrong, from where or from what agency are they getting this clearance and approval to follow these people? Is it from the police force?
Only God knows.
Okay. At this point in time, we also want to ask you, wherever you are, help us find this out. Whoever is having more than 2 people that should be posted to other localities to help keep the peace and maintain law and order and protect me, you, and our property, and his too. Let's get to know who is making these approvals.
National Assembly, they are still trying to unravel the mystery around the FCC and Nigerian Prison Service or Correctional Center in terms of whether people should sleep inside the cell, or they'll be given private apartment, or driven by a special vehicle because of their special nature. So answering who received the money will be very difficult, because there are no receipts to prove it.
Okay. While there are no receipts to prove this, let's now look at the normal. Most times when people talk about the police, they talk about them as if they are not Nigerians. They talk about them on the outside like they are a different set of entity, a different set of agency that came into the country and are serving the country, forgetting that they are also Nigerians and they face what every Nigerian face, and they have to work like every other person with a family, with children, and they live some places called barracks. Now, I don't know if you have observed the deplorable state of police barracks across the country. Is this deliberate?
Well, I don't think it's deliberate, as people will say. is when you pick people from different parts of the country and put them in a special environment where they have not been before, the tendency of abusing the place is also very high, especially where you don't have discipline. Especially
who doesn't have the discipline? The police or the people living there?
Yes, of course.
Because in a lot of those barracks, it's not just the police that are living there.
Yeah, but police come in and they have a lot of other private citizens who come to live with them. Maybe they brought from different places, and you're having so large family occupying a small apartment that is meant for one person. And then, of course, the infrastructure that is provided in those property are now all under huge pressure because the population that is using it is much more than the number that are supposed to be there. But you don't find that with the military anyway. But see, what the problem here is for me, is two things. Lee Kuan Yew in his book said when they decided to build a first world in Singapore, the first thing they attempted to do was to first of all take away from the mind of Singaporean what it called the third world mentality. And he said in those days, while they were building high rises, that you see people who were rearing goats and fowl in those big buildings, and they were really abusing it. Because the way they were using the thatch house, that was the same way they were using these big edifices. And I think there's going to be some measure and level of civic education for people. So that
civic
people
education for people or for those within the police? Or
not just police. I think it's for the entire nation. Because you find that...
But that should be a continuum. It's not something that should start and stop.
Yeah, but of course, because it has really not worked for us.
But it has not always been there.
Yes, because I asked somebody recently, and I think it was from the Ministry of Education, and I asked, why on earth, for example, will civic culture, for example, or subject in secondary school be examined? That children sit down to write civic exam. Why? Because these are values that are supposed to be internalized. And they are not to be examined. But what you find is that a situation where children are under pressure to pass the exam, they memorize for the purpose of the exam, and they cannot translate that into reality in the way they live every day, just like they do to other subject matters.
Translating that into character and the way they live also depends on what they see.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying, because the man who is the man who is teaching civic himself is not civil. So it's difficult for this thing to actually be translated or transmitted. So this for me is a problem that needs really to be dealt with. And that's why you can find that people don't even realize, for example, that the pollution of the environment has a direct impact on their life.
Okay, let's bring us back. If the Nigerian police is well funded and paid a living wage, do you think they will behave better? They will live better? They will do their jobs better?
I think so.
Do you think they will be able to say no to a lot of the advances that come due to these pressures?
But I think it's not even the Nigerian police alone. I was in a conference once.
An agency needs to
No. Yeah. Let me just give you this scenario. An agency, one custom officer once told us he was in a certain border and he apprehended a smuggler with a vehicle, and they detained the smuggler. And this was some years back. And he said that the smuggler was standing there making telephone call. And then after some few moments, he received a call order from above to escort the vehicle to Abuja. And once he got to Abuja, he was given signal of transfer. So it's not even that you have men who are willing to do what is right. Even the pressure from the Oga at the top is also an issue. So it's not that our police people are not disciplined enough to know what is right or wrong to do. But just like every other agency of government, or even our bureaucracy, the same pressure to violate, circumvent extant rules and regulations is also what is making the police not to be effective. And this is why I'm talking about the general orientation of all our mind. As we are sitting down here, I can bet you, if you go out here now and you commit an infraction and police gets you, all of us will be making call to find somebody who can get you, let you off the hook. That's a mindset. Because for us, we see it like a social service.
Social service to me.
Yes. So you don't want you to suffer. But you don't find that elsewhere where civilization is really working. And so this is the pressure that you find on the security apparatus of the Federation. That somebody who is connected to another person, who is connected to another person that is connected to another higher person is in trouble. And therefore, even if he has violated the rules, but there's somebody to call somewhere who will call somebody, and then that person who committed an offense will be released and let go.
Okay, before I let you go, I'm not holding you to. Now, between the government, be it state and federal, the country and citizens on one side, who should the police answer to?
The current structure of the police, I think, is what it should be. The police currently answer to the citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that is what it is, and not to individual. And I think that is how it should be.
Thank you very much, Dr. Idahosa. It's always a delight having you here on SOUQ Pulse.
My pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. To everyone out there, let this sink in. That particular policeman you're looking at like he's an alien, he is your brother. The lady is your sister. And they have the same blood flowing in their veins like you do. It's our responsibility to help when you can. Talk to them when you can, because they are also under pressure, like you. And when you see something going wrong, mind you, the speed or the strength at which you hit a ball is the same way to get back to you. So please, tread cautiously, especially with your words when it comes to talking to people that are armed. Never make that mistake. And also remember, we cannot stop talking. This is SOUQ Pulse. I would say thank you to everyone out there. Remember, this is the weekend. Be your brother's keeper. Be nice. Have yourself a very, very lovely Friday evening. My name is SOUQ. On behalf of myself and everybody that has been behind the cameras, from Wisdom to Consola to Godson to Gladys, to Michael, who is not also here, to Patrick, I want to say thank you very much. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Bye.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.